Since the apocalypse, who can treat the infected? Only the person in front of them can. Wen Qingling indifferently said, no need. Meng Hua didn't expect that things would develop to this point. He gave Luo Fengju a meaningful look. Luo Fengju and Wen Qingling had known each other for 2 years. Yet he didn't know that he had such skills. Luo Fengju, is this true? Wen Qingling, yes. Luo Fengju, speechless. After the affirmation, everyone couldn't sit still. Those words previously were all nonsense. How can an obviously living person be a zombie? This is definitely a scheme. The people who just doubted whether Wen Qingling was a zombie were scrambling to get closer. In this era, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be infected by the zombie virus. The person in front of them is the one who can save their lives in the future, so they must establish a relationship with him. The people who slapped the table in anger before, and those who questioned him as a zombie, were all smiles at this moment, not to mention how kind and friendly their words were. Wen Qingling ignored them all. No matter how nicely they smiled or talked, it was impossible not to accept the consultant fee if they came to seek treatment. Wen Qingling, are you sure you want to go? Luo Fengju, yes, we have to give it a try. We can't just sit around and wait for death. Wen Qingling, you will die. Luo Fengju, speechless. Luo Fengju was helpless. Can't you wish me luck or something? We just met, and you said I would die. Are you still my brother? Wen Qingling, I'm telling the truth. Luo Fengju joked with him, since you can treat the infected, then my life will be saved by you. Wen Qingling, I can save the infected but not the deceased. Luo Fengju clicked his tongue, when did your mouth become so poisonous? Can you say something nice? Wen Qingling, good advice jars the ear. Don't worry, Dr. Wen, Fang Shenlong said, we've done enough preparations. This time, Miao Bo and I will personally lead the team. Miao Bo's psychic power can help us avoid danger. We have so many people with abilities. I don't believe that we can't kill one blood corpse. Wen Qingling looked at Miao Bo. Miao Bo straightened his back. His dignity as a psychic can't be lost. Wen Qingling, you find an announcer to help you avoid danger. Are you sure you're not sending yourself to death? Miao Bo. Wen Qingling carried his backpack and turned to leave. Since you have decided to die, I won't stop you. Luo Fengju chased after him. Where are you staying if you're not a resident of Ling City base? Wen Qingling. South City. Luo Fengju was surprised. Can humans really live in the South City? Wen Qingling. Yes. Luo Fengju was doubtful. Aren't there just zombies there? Wen Qingling thought for a while and said, there are also living people. It's very safe there, safer than your base. Everyone who heard this. Are they crazy, or are there problems with their ears? He winded down. If the other party could build a base in South City, which was full of zombies, how could he not have a way to deal with the zombies? He had already told Chong Boong and Wen Chu about the construction of the base in South City. They also reacted the same and were amused by their own conjecture. Which zombie is like Dr. Wen, who saves people instead of eating them? If that's the case, please give them more zombies like this. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong sent Wen Qingling back to South City. When leaving, Xiao Hen tried to ask again, do you really want to watch your friend die? Wen Qingling got out of the car and said, otherwise, am I going to kill the blood corpse for them? Ji Rong, this is a really good idea. It's also a very good idea not to let you enter South City, Wen Qingling said as he walked to the Barbican. Xiao Hen watched Wen Qingling leave and fell into deep thought. He even turned a blind eye to his friend's life. What else could move him? Is there anything that can move him at all? Wen Qingling could turn a blind eye, but Xiao Hen and Ji Rong couldn't. It was a minor issue if they wanted to die, but if they enraged the bloody corpse, it could spell disaster. Fang Shenlong was a little too delusional. The two were silent all the way, until they were about to reach Ling City base, where Ji Rong said, what do you think Wen Qingling is? Human or zombie? Xiao Hen, I don't know. In fact, they all had doubts, but their conjectures were so wild that they themselves couldn't accept them. Ji Rong said, I would rather he was hurt by humans, which is why he turned away from humans and chose zombies. Xiao Hen, or, his psychic power is really that strong. Some ability research experts have hypothesized that if the psychic power reaches an extreme level, it may be possible to control the zombies. But this was only a theory. No one knows how strong psychic power can be, and no one has ever achieved it. Wen Qingling's psychic power was indeed very strong. Perhaps it had really reached the extreme level, in the words of experts, otherwise it would be difficult to explain the phenomenon that happened in South City. Wen Qingling didn't care about the troubles outside, he just wanted to take care of his own territory. Humans want to die, so let them go. They took the initiative to stab the hornet's nest without listening to his persuasion. What else could he do? After the destruction of the medium-sized base, Wen Qingling opened the main road of South City for one day, then the zombies blocked the way as usual, only opening the way for those who really needed treatment. Those with ulterior motives did not have the chance to set foot in South City. Wen Qingling's human emotions and sentiments were gradually leaving him, just like how he could hardly feel pain. His greatest feeling for Luo Fengju was to persuade him to give up. Since he wasn't willing, he wouldn't persuade him anymore. His heart was peaceful without any worry or sadness about losing his former good brother. He may have lost both of these emotions. Chapter 31. Zhang Lan came back from the clinic and saw that Wen Qingling was using blood to plant blood anemones. Kuibao was squatting on the side and drooling because there were many blood anemones in the basins and baskets beside it. Zhang Lan, son, did someone provoke you again? The first time he vented on the queen anemone, the second time he vented on the crystal nucleus, and this time he was venting on the blood anemone. Something big is going to happen again. Wen Qingling said, "Don't you think our base is a bit barren? There are too few people in the city. It's not good." Wen Zheng took a sip of blood anemone tentacle tea and said, "You're finally willing to do business. The blood anemones are so abundant. Every day there are zombies wandering around the city gate, just waiting to be turned into civilized zombies." Wen Qingling raised his chin and said, "This time, 300 healing blood anemones will be harvested and sold." Zhang Lan was somewhat nervous and said, "Son, there are not so many zombies waiting in line. We can't force them to buy it." Wen Qingling, as the boss of South City, I feel that I need to give them a wake-up call and enlighten them. If we don't do it now, do we have to wait for the new year? So that night, Wen Qingling's enlightenment began. Many confused zombies were clearly aware that their lives were too sloppy and that they needed to pursue higher goals. They must go to the civilized base to pursue their highest dreams. Wen Qingling's family was busy all night, registering, distributing blood anemone, and saving 300 stray zombies with ideals and pursuits all night long. The civilized base now has 500 civilized zombies. The second day continued. By the third day, the civilized base members finally broke through the 1,000 mark. Wen Qingling was very satisfied with the fact that the civilized base was finally lively. The first 200 civilized zombies will teach the later 800 civilized zombies about the rules of the civilized base and good socialist zombie education. All the civilized zombies will be educated in the base for 3 days to ensure that they all remember the rules. On the fourth day, they can go out to hunt, earn crystal nuclei, and pay back the medical fees. Civilized zombies had an unwritten rule: they don't hunt in South City. The other 3 directions were optional. The Blood Corps in East City was integrating its power with the intention of unifying the zombies in Ling City. It kept making small and constant movements. Some mindless South City zombies were bewitched by the Blood Corps to go to the East City, which made Wen Qingling very unhappy. How can he sit still when others steal his zombie minions? So, the 800 civilized zombies that were released all chose East City as their hunting ground. If one civilized zombie hunted 100 ordinary zombies, the Blood Corps would have to lose 80,000 zombies, enough to teach it how to be a polite and good zombie. Wen Qingling was sitting in the clinic, waiting leisurely for a large number of crystal nuclei. At noon, some civilized zombies came back to report that the zombies in East City had changed. Those decaying zombies were transporting things to East City, and their behavior was very strange. Wen Qingling was curious and took a trip with the civilized zombies in person. As Wen Qingling's strength improved, the quality of blood anemones also improved, and the strength of civilized zombies all reached level 1 evolved bodies. They shuttled through Ling City, all the way towards the East City, and soon rendezvoused with the waiting civilized zombies. Wen Qingling, what's the situation? Someone said, we secretly stole a box without alerting the enemies. One man brought a wooden box and opened the lid. It was full of ammunition. Wen Qingling, do you know the source? Under investigation. Someone has been quietly following me. Wen Qingling looked at the mindless zombies under the tall building, carrying boxes of guns and ammunition like ants moving. He had no choice but to admit that zombies with brains are really troublesome, especially those with brains, strength, and means, such as the blood corpse. This guy is too cunning. He didn't know how it discovered so many good things. What is it trying to do? Does it plan to shoot down all the zombies in Ling City? Or does it want to confront humans? It's a great show, but unfortunately he can't see it because the civilized base was also lacking these good things. Wen Qingling. Since we've come across it, don't waste this chance, move it all back. Civilized zombies have this intention. With so many weapons, who doesn't want them? Civilized zombies jumped off the roof one by one, killed the zombies carrying the wooden boxes, dug out the crystal nucleus, 1 box per person, picked them up and ran. The herd of zombies roared in unison with anger. The blood corpse should have discovered this, but by the time it came over, they had already run away. The civilized zombies ran back to the base and placed the looted wooden boxes in order. There are a lot of guns, ammunition, bombs, and grenades. The blood corpse most certainly stole from an armory. The civilized zombies were all excited. City Lord, should we continue? City Lord Wen waved his hand. Let's equip ourselves first, then go grab more. Civilized zombies began to divide the spoils. Many problems arose when they divided the gun and loaded the bullets. Your model is wrong. The bullet is too big to fit. Then how big should a bullet be loaded? You try this one. It's not right, it's long, alas, so many bullets, how do we match it? Bang. There was a sound from a gun, and everyone was startled. Wen Qingling. Anyone injured? Who opened fire? Someone weakly raised his hand. No one was hurt. I don't know where I touched but it suddenly shot out. Wen Qingling. Wen Zheng held a teacup like a veteran cadre. Not counting our mindless zombie experience, we are all ordinary citizens now. Who would mess around with a gun? With so many guns you've brought back, you need someone to teach you how to use it right. Wen Qingling shook his head. I prefer to use knives and vines. Wen Zheng took a sip of tea and said, it's simple. You can go to the military district compound in North City or the Special Army training ground in West City and bring a few instructors back. Wen Qingling. It's indeed a good idea. Instructors are easy to find, weapons are hard to find. Let's pick up the hard ones first. Let's rob those mother *CKERS. A large group of civilized zombies once again marched out of the base, looking for freebies. The robbery this time was not very smooth. The blood corpse was already prepared, and launched a group of zombies to besiege them. However, the civilized zombies had the strength and brains. They were fearless and weren't afraid of being infected. When the two sides fought, it was obvious that the mindless zombies suffered more casualties. The civilized zombies grabbed the weapons, dug up the crystal nucleus, and returned to the city in a mighty manner. They heard the angry roar of the blood corpse, but with the city lord there, they had nothing to fear. Some of the civilized zombies were also injured. They were all bitten and scratched, but weren't serious. Fortunately, they returned to the base quickly enough. But even if they slowed down, the wound would still heal. The blood corpse was thoroughly enraged. Standing at the junction of the South City and the East City, it roared across the street to show its anger. Wen Qingling appeared to greet him, standing on the other side of the street, his own turf, facing the blood corpse from a distance. The blood corpse is more refined than before. It is no longer dripping with blood, and the surface of its skin has solidified, but it is still in the state of uneven fresh flesh without skin, looking very gruesome. The blood corpse stared at Wen Qingling and spit out human words with its hoarse and unpleasant voice. I have already abided by the agreement and will no longer set foot in South City. Why do you still sabotage me? Wen Qingling. You haven't set foot in South City, but you took my South City's zombies to your East City. The blood corpse felt a little wronged. They came here on their own. What does it have to do with me? Wen Qingling. Since you are ruling East City, it has something to do with you. The blood corpse roared angrily. You and I can live in peace. Don't challenge my bottom line. Wen Qingling. Are you shouting for your father? Do you want to die? Blood corpse. Speechless. Blood corpse. Roar. The blood corpse roared. The sharp black claws almost disfigured Wen Qingling several times. Wen Qingling was fast, but the blood corpse's speed wasn't slow either. The battle took place at the crossroads of the East and South cities. The civilized zombies watching the battle only saw two black shadows whooshed among the building complexes. They couldn't see any clear figures because the speed was too fast. Both sides didn't take this battle seriously and mostly just sounded each other out. Wen Qingling could clearly feel that the strength of the blood corpse was much stronger than before. Fortunately, he had also advanced, otherwise it was unknown whether he could beat it. The two sides stopped, one occupied one side, and they looked at each other from a distance. The blood corpse said in a rough voice, "Your blood has made me. That's why I don't want to kill you, but don't force me." Wen Qingling, killing your own father is very beastly. The blood corpse roared in anger again. You are too weak, your blood is obviously so strong, yet you keep adhering to the human way. Can you become a human being if you abide by human rules? The genetic consciousness of the evolved body tells me to eat more and more people so that I can become stronger. If you continue to be so naive, next time is when I will beat you. Wen Qingling, this is my own rule. It has nothing to do with humans. The blood corpse laughed and roared excitedly, the era of human beings has passed, the era of zombies has come. The ones who control this world will definitely be us zombies. And I will eventually become the king. Wen Qingling, wake up, it's not dark yet. What are you dreaming about? If you become king, what will I become? Do you still have your father in your eyes? The blood corpse roared, you don't have the heart to become a king. You will only be trapped in this small south city. You'll die at the hands of humans when you go to save them. I'm waiting to see the day you're killed. Wen Qingling, little bloody, you're very smart. Let's eat blood anemones and become civilized zombies together, okay? The blood corpse refused with a roar. When he was a mindless zombie, he ate the blood that Wen Qingling left on the ground, and narrowly escaped death. Just before its body exploded, it mutated, otherwise it would not have lived until now. Wen Qingling's blood is forbidden food, it will never touch a drop again. Fortunately, a mutation has occurred, otherwise, it will definitely be suppressed by Wen Qingling, just like those civilized zombies. Whoever eats his blood will become his dog. The blood corpse took the initiative to end the meeting and planned its grand ambition. Wen Qingling handed over the base affair to his parents. He listened to his father's advice and planned to go to the north or west city to bring some instructors back. Before leaving, he told the civilized zombies to look after his home and wait for him to return. If there is a danger that cannot be solved, and they don't know how to use the guns, just throw the grenade. As long as they don't throw it at their own feet or at their home, they can do whatever they want. Wen Qingling was too lazy to walk, so he decided to drive. He found an off-road vehicle and wandered around trying to find the instructor. With his current strength, he wasn't confident enough to cross Ling City's downtown area, so he first went to West City next door, which used to be the training ground for Special Forces soldiers. There should be a lot of soldier zombies in the soldier training ground. Wen Qingling ran into a mutant sheep on the road. He directly killed it and tied it to the roof of the car, bringing it with him. Human lamb shouldn't be too shabby. Chapter 32. The SUV kept driving into the training ground. Wen Qingling got out of the car to examine the place. He thought he must have been blind, otherwise, why didn't he see a single soldier zombie? Let alone a soldier, there wasn't even a zombie in camouflage uniform, only ordinary zombies in ragged clothes. Wen Qingling had a question mark in his head and continued to drive forward, looking for traces of soldier zombies. He detoured from West City all the way to the military headquarters in North City and went around the military compound, but there were still no signs of suspected soldier zombies. Wen Qingling didn't believe that there wasn't even a single soldier zombie in the once large military area. There must be something wrong, all the soldier zombies were taken away. To be able to do such a thing, there were no other zombies in the entire Ling City except for that unfilial son in the East City. That was a really elaborate scheme. It went through a lot of trouble transporting guns and ammunition for those soldier zombies. That ugly thing seemed to really want to dominate Ling City. After cleaning up the Ling City base, did it plan to clean up its father? If you want to form an army of zombies, go ahead and dream. That unworthy son, Laozi, will also form one. Wen Qingling kicked the accelerator, and the SUV rushed out, driving from the North City to the East City. The bullying has gone too far. They were zombies all the same. He only wanted to find a few instructors, but not a single one was left for him. That's outrageous. Not long after he entered the East City, he heard the sound of gunfire from a distance. From the sound, the group that fired the guns appeared to be very skilled. When Qingling rushed over at a faster speed, his psychic power had already shrouded the area he passed by. Sure enough, there were many soldier zombies here. They all had guns in their hands. The sound of gunfire he heard previously came from them. The group of people under siege were the experts from the Ling City base who came to seek death. There was no need for the Blood Corps to personally step in, nor does it need to sacrifice ordinary zombies. These soldier zombies alone were enough to make those humans suffer. It wasn't difficult to see from their expressions that they were all in a state of confusion at the moment. Mindless zombies can actually open fire. No, they're a group of well-organized soldier zombies. Their human base couldn't be compared to this kind of configuration. The base guards were formed by miscellaneous soldiers. They were totally not as standard as these soldier zombies. The experts who rushed in excitedly to prepare for the decapitation plan were all hiding behind the bunkers and did not dare to show their heads. While on the lookout for bullets, they also had to be wary of ordinary zombies who would pounce on them at any time. They were at the end of their tether. Those who were able to hide were still alive, while the dead were gnawed beyond recognition by the zombies, with blood flowing all over the place. When Qingling drove the SUV with a mutated sheep tied to the roof and rushed to the center of the battlefield, the soldier zombies automatically stopped, not intending to hurt him. On the human side, their eyes almost fell to the ground. When Qingling yelled, "Did you see the Blood Corpse?" He drove all the way, but he didn't even see the shadow of the Blood Corpse. Experts at the Ling City base, speechless. They mechanically pointed in one direction, and then when Qingling stepped on the accelerator and rushed over, the gunfire sounded again, and the experts were beaten to the point they couldn't lift their heads. They really wanted to call that person back again. Please assist in stopping the bullets for the sake of humanity. The Blood Corpse finally appeared within the scope of Wen Qingling's psychic power. At the same time, there were several high-level experts who were fighting with it. They were surrounding it, but hadn't managed to kill it yet. Several people were already lying on the ground. When Wen Qingling's psychic power shrouded the place, Xiao Hen immediately noticed it, but he had no time to pay attention to him. This Blood Corpse was very vengeful. It always remembered how Xiao Hen slashed it with the knife, and kept chasing Xiao Hen to kill him. Xiao Hen used his spatial ability to come and go like a shadow. He was inseparable from the Blood Corpse. Meanwhile, Heilin and Feng Yi could barely keep up with the speed of Xiao Hen and the Blood Corpse. Wen Qingling braked sharply and stopped steadily at the battlefield. He got out of the car and took a quick look. The announcer one was already lying on the ground at this moment. His neck was bitten, and he bled a lot. The leader of the Ling City base, who claimed to have a perfect plan, could only helplessly clutch the announcer's neck. Meng Hua and several other high-level experts were short of breath while on alert, for fear that a zombie would suddenly jump out and bite their necks off. Seeing Wen Qingling, who suddenly appeared, Fang Shenlong almost cried, Dr. Wen, save him quickly, he's dying." Wen Qingling shifted his gaze and looked at Meng Hua. "Where's Luo Fengju?" "Meng Hua, he didn't come. Those two outsiders volunteered to take Luo Fengju's place, so he was replaced." Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen, who was already very tired, and then at Meng Hua and the others and asked, "Are you guys taking a break?" The expressions of several people were a little unnatural. Meng Hua said, "We're not the Blood Corpse's opponent." Wen Qingling, "Of course not." Meng Hua held his breath and said, "We wouldn't be able to help. We'll die if we get close to them." Wen Qingling, "So, you just watch others die for you." They joined voluntarily, no one forced them. Meng Hua suddenly remembered, "Aren't you friends? If you have time to talk sh*t here, why don't you go save them? They will turn into zombies sooner or later." Wen Qingling looked at him coldly and said, "You will become a zombie earlier than them." Wen Qingling jumped onto the hood of the car and roared angrily, "Blood Corpse, you son of a bitch. Your father is here, get your ass over." The Blood Corpse's black claw pressed against Xiao Hen's long knife, and the other claw scratched Xiao Hen's chin. Suddenly, it slammed into the side of Xiao Hen's body. Xiao Hen used the knife to block it and was knocked out by the huge force. His evolved body still couldn't withstand the impact. He suffered severe chest pain, and at least 2 of his ribs were broken. The Blood Corpse didn't attack him again. It jumped up and stood at the window of the building, looking down at Wen Qingling below, and let out a roar at him. Wen Qingling was also very angry, asking, Where are the soldier zombies in West City and North City? The blood corpse roared at him. Wen Qingling leapt up and stood taller than it, saying, even if you want to form a zombie army, it's me, your father, who should do it first. The blood corpse glanced at Xiao Hen and suddenly spat out human words, you're helping humans. Wen Qingling folded his arms across his chest and said, your father can help whoever he wants, it's none of your business. I want those soldier zombies now, hand them over. The blood corpse roared angrily, I found them first. Don't bully people too much. Wen Qingling, you're not even a human, who's bullying you? The blood corpse, roar. Wen Qingling, are you screaming for your uncle? Those soldiers aren't in East City, where did you get them? I went to a place you didn't expect. After the blood corpse finished speaking, he disappeared in front of his eyes. Wen Qingling, speechless. He jumped to the highest point, squinted at the east, and jumped down again towards his off-road vehicle. Wen Qingling, Xiao Hen called him. Wen Qingling casually threw him a green energy ball to heal him, 100 crystal nuclei. The green energy ball completely integrated into Xiao Chen's chest, and the broken ribs were attached back together. With his injuries recovered, Xiao Hen could finally stretch his body and throw the crystal nuclei to Wen Qingling. Are you here to save someone? I was just passing by. Wen Qingling interrupted his imagination. Fang Shenlong dragged the announcer's body over and said, Dr. Wen, save him, I will give you as many crystal nuclei as you want. Wen Qingling glanced at him and said, 100 ordinary crystal nuclei. Fang Shenlong threw over a level 1 evolved zombie crystal nucleus. Wen Qingling, Kui Bao. Kui Bao, who was snoring loudly in his backpack, jumped up in a jerk. Seeing that there was food, he jumped over, and his tentacles plunged into the announcer's neck without hesitation. Fang Shenlong was terrified, what the hell is this? I advise you not to move. If the treatment fails, there will be no refund. Wen Qingling first reminded him. Fang Shenlong really didn't dare to move anymore. Others gathered around, wanting to learn more. Wen Qingling looked at them strangely and asked, do you still have the leisure to watch? Several people became vigilant again in case the blood corpse came back. Xiao Hen suddenly came to his senses, and when he looked around, there was not even a shadow of a zombie. What's going on? Heilin appeared to have noticed as well. Where did the zombies go? Wen Qingling said indifferently, they went to your base. You think it was you who ambushed the blood corpse, but you didn't know that the blood corpse was also waiting to ambush you. It purposely lured all of you here. How long can the base last without protection? Fang Shenlong jumped up straight away and said, F***ck 18 generations of his grandma's ancestors. Zombies with brains are really hard to deal with. Wen Qingling, if you make it in time, you can take one last look at the base. Wen Qingling turned and left, saying, Kui Bao, let's go. After the treatment was over, Kui Bao jumped into the car. Wen Qingling, Xiao Hen rushed up suddenly, blocking his way, saying, the Ling City base couldn't protect themselves. Please help them, do me a favor, I owe you this one, okay. Wen Qingling pushed him away, but his wrist was clutched by Xiao Hen. I know you can stop it, you can definitely stop the blood corpse and this zombie tide. Wen Qingling, so what? Xiao Hen said anxiously, there's a national treasure level virus expert in the base. He has just arrived at the Ling City base. He's the hope of mankind and must not be allowed to have any accidents. Under the zombie tide, we might not be able to protect him, which is why we need your help. Wen Qingling, it has nothing to do with me. Wen Qingling, Xiao Hen held him tightly and did not let go, his eyes were filled with determination. Wen Qingling looked at him for a long time before saying, I need an instructor to teach my people how to use guns and how to identify bullets. Okay, Xiao Hen didn't hesitate. Wen Qingling, get in the car. Xiao Hen and Heilin quickly got into the car, and Wen Qingling flicked his tail and rushed out of the car. The road toward Ling City base was unimpeded, with no zombies blocking the way. Outside of Ling City, one can see densely packed zombies from a distance, as the tide surged towards the Ling City base. Fang Shenlong and Meng Hua followed behind in their car. Seeing this scene, they were all in despair. Wen Qingling drove all the way, chasing the zombie tide, but encountered the blood corpse halfway. The blood corpse fell from the sky and smashed the hood of their car. The speeding SUV flipped in the air and flew up. Wen Qingling grabbed his backpack, smashed the car door, and jumped out. He Lin was dragged out by Xiao Hen. The flying SUV hit the ground hard and exploded with a boom. The mutated sheep that hadn't had time to turn into human lamb was completely reduced to ashes in the sea of fire. Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling tried his best to restrain himself, so he didn't scream out. He was afraid of scaring the two humans. Wen Qingling put the backpack on his back. A hard wooden thorn appeared in his hand, and suddenly he disappeared. The two turned into black shadows, fighting inseparably in the air, on the ground, among the zombie tide, and rolling into a ball. Xiao Hen, speechless. He Lin, speechless. They all knew that Wen Qingling was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. His speed was comparable to that of the blood corpse, and the speed of the blood corpse at this time was even faster than when he was fighting against Xiao Hen. Two black shadows shot into the tide of zombies and were quickly submerged. Xiao Hen was very nervous, worried that something would happen to Wen Qingling. A roar came from within the tide of zombies. This roar instantly triggered the greatest fear in the hearts of human beings. The surging tide of zombies suddenly stopped, and then, like an ebb tide, they rushed away in the same direction as they came. After the tide of zombies passed, there was no sign of the blood corpse or Wen Qingling. Xiao Hen stood where he was, watching the tide of retreating zombies, and did not move for a long time. He'd heard the roar just now. It was the same as the one in the Ling City base and outside the underground parking lot. Chapter 33. This time, it was a complete face-off with the blood corpse. The blood corpse launched a zombie tide against the Ling City base but were intercepted by Wen Qingling on the way, who was labeled as close to humans by them. Wen Qingling didn't care about this at first, but eventually, some zombies wanted to teach him the rules of the zombie world and made him learn by experience. Either be human or be a zombie, you cannot have both. You can only choose one. Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling, choose your father. When Wen Qingling got angry, even he was afraid of himself. You dared to teach him the rules, but he overturned the rules and set his own rules. Ling City is very large. Both Wen Qingling and the blood corpse can only move in one direction and never set foot in the central area. No one knows how many evolved entities are there. When Wen Qingling came back, he separated the soldier zombies from the zombie tide and brought them back to South City. The weapons in the hands of the zombies were brought back by the blood corpse by controlling the group of zombies. And now, more than half of these weapons fell into Wen Qingling's hands. This is also another reason that intensified the conflict between him and the blood corpse. The day after the zombie tide was stopped, Wen Qingling felt that the zombies in South City were decreasing. He thought they were being poached and used his spiritual power to investigate, but found that they were being diverted to the east and west cities. They were attracting the zombies to leave. If it was the east city, he wouldn't be surprised if the blood corpse did it, but what about the west city? Has a leader appeared there too? He hadn't heard of it before. In order to prevent the soldier zombies that were finally recovered from being handed over to either side, Wen Qingling built an outer city outside the original wooden city wall, with 4 vases on each side. The two cities were nested, with 2 layers of vases inside and outside the outer city wall, which was 10 meters high, and the inner city wall was extended to 15 meters. The civilized zombies lived in the inner city and the recovered zombie soldiers lived in the outer city. The soldier zombies seem to have a natural preference for the weapons, they keep holding them. Wen Qingling can control them as tools even without restoring their consciousness, just like normal zombies. However, Wen Qingling doesn't want to use them as puppets. He wants people. Wen Qingling uses his spiritual power every day to clear their minds. He wants the soldier zombies to voluntarily become civilized zombies, but he doesn't want to force them. After all, eating blood anemones would make them influenced by his blood, which is no different from being controlled. If they are willing, he will help them restore their consciousness and body. If not, he can only let them continue to wander. The blood corpse is rapidly getting stronger and Wen Qingling can't afford to be complacent. The blood corpse evolves by eating humans, while Wen Qingling evolves by absorbing crystal nuclei. He thinks he is much more advanced than the blood corpse. He can absorb thousands of crystal nuclei at once. Can blood corpse eat so many people at once? It can't. It's a bit embarrassing to say that something he raised with his own blood is now threatening him. Even if he dies, Wen Qingling will not be at peace. Therefore, he needs crystal nuclei, a large number of them. He wants to race against the blood corpse to see who is the real father. Wen Qingling decides to visit West City. He has already had a falling out with the East City and doesn't want to have the same trouble with the West City. Everyone is a good neighbor and partner. They shouldn't always think about fighting and killing. Even if they become zombies, they should be zombies with aspirations. Is it not good to have a peaceful and stable family life? Wen Qingling refuses to become the worst zombie in the entire Ling City, so he must improve his diplomatic relations. For diplomacy relations, Zhang Lan said, "I'm familiar with this business." So, when Wen Qingling visits West City in person, he brought his mother with him. Where there is a mother, there must be a father. The first step when visiting someone, bring a gift. Wen Qingling brought 2 mutant animals as gifts and drives his newly acquired SUV to West City. In just 2 days, West City has completely changed. There are many zombies here, much more lively than when Wen Qingling came to find the soldier zombies. Judging from the spirit of the West City zombies, there must be a leader among them. Wen Qingling parked his SUV on the main road of West City and let out a zombie roar. Soon, 2 zombie roars responded to him. Sure enough, a leader appeared, but why were there 2 roars? Wen Qingling roared again, inviting the leader to meet. 2 slender figures rushed out of the building complex and landed not far in front of Wen Qingling's family. They were 2 girls. Judging from their height and surviving appearance, they should be twins. They were only about 15 or 16 years old. They should have been wearing pretty dresses and neatly tied ponytails. But now their dresses were torn and covered in blood, and their hair was messy like dry grass, accompanied by severe hair loss. Many places on their head had already revealed shiny skull, without any sense of beauty. As 6th-level evolved creatures, their bodies and skin were still intact, not rotten to the point of being unbearable. Wen Qingling looked at them and found out that they were both leaders. The 2 girls roared one after another, with black blood stains all over their mouths, indicating that they had eaten many people. Wen Qingling asked some questions and got a general idea. 1 leader was already troublesome enough, but he didn't expect 2 to appear at once. Thanks to the corpse-producing ground in the city center. Although the leader has partly regained consciousness, most of them are controlled by zombie instincts. Eating people is the first thing they want to do. It can make them stronger and evolve, not just about filling their stomachs. Both of these sister leaders have a relatively high level of evolution and are not rookie leaders. They have been living in the central area of Ling City, survived the brutal killings, and have come out of the city center and arrived in West City. If there was only 1 leader, it might be difficult to command a quarter of the zombies in Ling City, but now there are 2, and they are twins with synchronized brainwaves and stacked strength, which has enabled them to control all the zombies in West City. Wen Qingling threw the 2 gifts he brought. I know you only eat humans, but mutated animals are also delicious. You might as well try them out. They're really tasty, especially when cooked. The response Wen Qingling received was 2 zombie roars. The twin leaders showed no attention and didn't even look at the gifts, obviously not interested in such food. Zhang Lan advised, "Miss, although humans are delicious, eating too much will make you gain weight. Don't you need to maintain your figure? Look at your dirty flower dresses, and your face and hair. They're really unsightly." Roar. The twins angrily roared in unison. Zhang Lan was almost overwhelmed by the leader's pressure. Despite having the strength of a 3rd-level evolutionary body, she didn't have the same kind of pressure. Not only her, but all their civilized zombies were like this, as if they were half-finished products. Although they had the strength of evolutionary bodies, they didn't have the pressure of zombies. They couldn't even intimidate ordinary zombies. They were all fakes. Fake zombies, fake humans. Wen Qingling roared back, "Who are you yelling at? You are ugly to begin with. Only an ugly person would deny their own ugliness." The twin leaders was provoked and almost rushed over to bite Wen Qingling. Even though they were zombies, they were also girls. They had regained some consciousness and their pursuit of beauty was deeply ingrained in their bones. They would not tolerate anyone saying they were ugly. Zhang Lan knew that her yelling might not be effective, otherwise, she would also want to yell a few words. Could they not listen to reason anymore? Zhang Lan tried to restrain her own hot temper. "Miss, although you are ugly, Auntie doesn't mind. Our family has a clinic in the southern city. If you come to our clinic, we guarantee that we can turn you back into beautiful girls. How about it?" If it weren't for Wen Qingling holding her down, the twin sisters might have rushed over and attacked her. Their obsession is all about appearance, and no one can say they are ugly. Zhang Lan showed herself to them and said, "See, so dignified, clean, and beautiful. Look at my lustrous black hair, my radiant skin, and my shapely figure. Aren't you envious? As long as you follow my son, you will become beautiful too." Wen Qingling and Wen Zheng remained silent, unable to speak. They could only clap their hands in support. The leader sisters compared themselves with Zhang Lan and saw the difference between them. Wen Qingling's eyes lit up as he understood his mother's plan. He had been treating ordinary zombies and had never treated evolved ones. If he could convince the two leader to come back with them and successfully treat them, it would be a great help. Zhang Lan stepped forward and said, "Hey, don't bother looking. My son can definitely make you beautiful. We have young girls in our base who were like you before, but now they are beautiful. Do you want to come back with me and take a look?" The two leader sisters were trying to figure out the feasibility of this plan with their less agile brains. Then the two leader gathered together to discuss a plan. Wen Qingling silently gave his mother a thumbs up. Zhang Lan raised her chin proudly and was very satisfied. In the end, the leader sisters agreed to follow them back to see the pretty young girls. Wen Qingling and her family returned by car, with the leader sisters following them. The civilized zombies patrolling the city wall thought they were seeing things. They knew that the city lord had gone to develop friendly relations with the leader of the West City. Who would have thought that they would successfully bring back the leader of the West City? And there were two of them. The pressure of the leader was equally effective against these civilized zombies. Their genes were still those of zombies. They had an instinctual fear and subservience to higher-level zombies. Wen Qingling brought them into the city and Zhang Lan introduced them along the way. "Look at our base, isn't it clean? Our zombies, aren't they dignified? Our lives, aren't they prosperous?" Wen Qingling released his spiritual power, summoning all the female civilized zombies to come out and show off their beauty, dressed in pretty clothes. The leader sisters saw them wearing pretty dresses, their hair neatly combed, and their makeup carefully done. They were so jealous that their eyes turned red and they screamed at Wen Qingling. Zhang Lan clapped her hands. The deal was done. Wen Qingling took them to the clinic and took out 2 of the biggest blood anemone. "After you eat these, you'll look beautiful." Wen Qingling was afraid that the blood anemone would not be enough to control the two leader, so he did not use blood anemone mixed with animal blood. Instead, he used 2 blood anemones that he had grown with pure blood. These are very expensive and require crystal nuclei to purchase. 1 blood anemone costs 1,000 ordinary zombie crystal nuclei. The leader sisters reached out their hands directly. As long as they could become beautiful, what did 1,000 crystal nuclei count for? Wen Qingling watched as they ate the 2 blood anemones and the rotting flesh began to grow new flesh. The hair that had looked like dry grass became black and soft again, and the areas where their brains were exposed grew new skin and hair. Soon, 2 beautiful girls appeared before his eyes. Zhang Lan had already prepared pretty dresses for them. "Come on, let's take a bath and put on clean and pretty dresses. You'll be 2 little beauties again." Zhang Lan took them to take a bath and change clothes. When they came back, they were completely transformed. The sisters were indeed beautiful, and it was no wonder that they could not tolerate anyone saying they were ugly. Wen Qingling had been observing them all along. They were both leader, not ordinary zombies, but 6th-level evolved beings. He was curious about what changes would occur after they ate the blood anemones. Would they be influenced by the blood or would they maintain their individuality? He needs to observe. 2 girls with facial paralysis regained their ability to speak. Very well, with facial paralysis, it indicates that they have been affected by the blood. "I'm the older sister, Tiantian, and she's the younger sister, Xingxin. Thank you City Lord Wen for your help. The treatment fee will be sent later." The leader sisters wanted to leave, but Wen Qingling asked, "Won't you stay here?" They looked at him and said, "There cannot be 2 tigers on one mountain." Wen Qingling, speechless. Did they only fix their appearance and cure their brains without any influence from the blood? No, there was an influence. At least they had facial paralysis and they didn't have any hostility toward Wen Qingling. Before leaving, the twin leader reminded Wen Qingling, "The general will soon complete its evolution. It will settle accounts with traders. Be careful and don't associate with humans. Humans are only food, not our kind. Having survived the apocalypse for more than 2 years, Wen Qingling had heard that the highest level of evolved organisms was the 7th level, turret, which was a true monster. He didn't know what level the general was, but he knew that something terrible was about to appear in the center of Ling City. So, it was the general, after all. The twin leader said, the general can command all evolved organisms. Otherwise, why do you think all the evolved organisms in Ling City are gathered in the city center? The general is more perfect and powerful than us. It will rule the entire Ling City. Wen Qingling, speechless. The real boss of Ling City was about to appear. Was the blood corpse still jumping around for nothing? Undoubtedly, the general that was about to complete its evolution was likely to be a level 8 evolved organism, higher than the leader and the turret. Wen Qingling isn't sure that if an 8-level evolutionary body really appeared, would he be suppressed? Up to now, he has not been suppressed by any zombie's coercion, and it has always been him suppressing others. Wen Qingling is very clear that he is different from other zombies, so he is both looking forward to and wary of this general. When the leader sisters left, they promised not to divert zombies from South City again. When they need zombies, they will go to other places to find them. Wen Qingling was very enthusiastic in pointing them in the right direction. Don't go to other places, just go to East City where there are many zombies and free weapons to take. Isn't that great? Let's all share the zombies in East City together. The leader sisters wanted to do it, but it was impossible. West City and East City were separated by the city center. They had just barely made it out of the city center alive and they couldn't go back. Therefore, they had to go back to develop West City obediently. Xiao Hen took some time to settle the affairs of the Ling City base and came to report to South City. He came alone and knew that Wen Qingling didn't want anyone to enter the base. Before the beheading plan, they had come to South City, but unfortunately, they couldn't get in. Wen Qingling did what he said and really didn't let them come to South City again. This time it was Wen Qingling who took the initiative to ask Xiao Hen to come over as an instructor, so he wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, when Xiao Hen's car arrived in South City, the zombie horde automatically made way for him to enter the city. But after a few days, the civilized base had changed dramatically. From a city to a double city, such a scale, changing as he said, this was enough to show that Wen Qingling's wood-type ability was also terrifying. The Wengcheng gate of the outer city opened, and Xiao Hen drove in. The outer city was very empty, with only a few camouflaged soldiers carrying wooden barrels, wandering unconsciously. Xiao Hen slowed down and saw many zombies like this, and his eyebrows gradually furrowed. The car drove into the inner city and all the way to the clinic of Wen Qingling, passing through the inner city gate. The inner city had changed a lot. Suddenly, there were many more people, several times more than before. It was bustling with people coming and going. Wen Qingling was still standing at the door of the clinic waiting for him. Xiao Hen got off the car and looked him up and down. "Are you okay?" Wen Qingling replied, "It can't hurt me." Xiao Hen praised him without hesitation, "You are really strong." Wen Qingling tilted his head, "Should I say thank you?" Xiao Hen said, "I didn't say it to make you say thank you." Wen Qingling asked, "Then what do you mean?" Xiao Hen paused for a while and said in a deep voice, "I hope your strength is not used against humans." Wen Qingling looked at him and said, "You got it wrong. I hope humans don't come to me and show off their strength, otherwise, I will retaliate." In other words, if humans are peaceful towards him, he will be peaceful. If humans start a war against him, he will fight back. Wen Qingling turned around and led the way. Xiao Hen silently watched his back and followed him slowly. Wen Qingling said, "My people can't even tell the size of a bullet and they don't know what's happening when the warehouse creaks. Can they be saved? Please teach them well, Instructor Xiao." Xiao Hen had a serious expression. "Why did you suddenly want to learn about weapons?" Wen Qingling said naturally, "Even the rotting zombies know how to use weapons. We don't, isn't it embarrassing?" Xiao Hen, speechless. What about people who don't even know what a weapon is? Did they still have face? The previously lively base was now quiet. When Xiao Hen followed Wen Qingling to the square, he found that everyone in the base was standing neatly on the square, waiting for the instructor to arrive. Xiao Hen. Originally, there were only 100 or 200 people in the base and there wouldn't be many who really wanted to learn how to use weapons. Xiao Han never expected that reality would deal him a heavy blow. Not many. Look at all these people crowded in the square. Is this what you call not many? Men, women, and children of all ages were present. As long as they were from the base, even the 6-year-old Feng Tongtong and the 70-year-old healthy old man came. Xiao Han didn't know what they were all there for. Can they really carry weapons? Does Feng Tongtong even know how to use them? Aren't the old men afraid that the recoil will shatter their old bones? Xiao Han had a lot to say, but seeing the way Wen Qingling's natural look, he found it hard to speak. Xiao Han asked with difficulty, "Everyone is learning?" Wen Qingling nodded, "Everyone is learning." Xiao Han asked again, "Are there so many weapons?" Yes, everyone held up their weapons to show him. Even Feng Tongtong had one in his hand, responding to the call of the organization. Xiao Han. Xiao Han looked at Wen Qingling and asked, "Where did you get so many weapons from?" Wen Qingling replied, "We looted them. The neighboring blood corpse had a lot of weapons and ammunition. If we hadn't helped consume them, do you think you could have made it back alive? These are just the ones that were taken out. There are still many that haven't been taken out, all stored in the warehouse." Xiao Han fell silent. This was definitely robbing the arsenal, no doubt about it. Xiao Han said, "I think I need to bring the other 3 here. I might not be able to handle it alone." Wen Qingling replied, "No, you don't need to. You can do it alone." Xiao Han said, "Then I'll teach them in batches. We can't hear anything if we're all gathered together." Wen Qingling said strangely, "Do you think we're as poor as the Ling City base?" With a gesture from Wen Qingling, someone brought in 2 large speakers and a headset, which was put on Xiao Han. In addition to these, there was even a mixer and a tuner. Xiao Han has nothing to say except for silence. Wen Qingling said, "Don't worry, our sound engineer is very professional, and besides, our people have good eyesight. Don't worry about them not being able to see. You can start now." Xiao Han could only follow the arrangement. He walked up to the raised platform and demonstrated on site the dismantling of an automatic weapon, then step by step assembling and explaining it, first popularizing the theoretical knowledge, and then proceeding with the teaching. Wen Qingling stood on the side and watched, learning along with him. Xiao Han was very experienced in teaching weapon knowledge. He explained each step in an orderly manner. His dismantling and assembling skills were very fast and proficient. It was not difficult to see that he had done the same thing before and did it frequently. After the knowledge of weapon disassembly, the problem of how to match different caliber weapons with ammunition came up. When Xiao Han saw the boxes of ammunition being lifted out, he was already able to face it calmly. Wen Qingling said something very appropriate, that the civilized base was indeed richer than the Ling City base. Just looking at the courage of everyone having a weapon and boxes of bullets, the Ling City base was not comparable. Lunch was still at Wen Qingling's home. Zhong Lan's cooking was very good. She was no longer nervous when she saw Xiao Han for the first time. She quite liked Xiao Han. After all, he was handsome, had a face and a figure, which were all pluses, and he was also a base instructor who knew a lot and had strong personal abilities. No matter how you looked at it, he was excellent and likable. Lunch was very sumptuous. The students sent a lot of good and rare food, which couldn't be finished in one meal and had to be put in the refrigerator to be eaten slowly later. Xiao Han felt the enthusiasm of the students here. Although they all had facial paralysis, he felt their intentions, especially Zhong Lan, who looked at him with eyes full of liking and kept using the serving chopsticks to pick dishes for him, encouraging him to eat more, knowing that life outside was probably not as good as in the base, and it was rare to come here, so eat more and make up for it. Why is the mother-in-law so enthusiastic about the daughter-in-law's visit? Xiao Han was overwhelmed by the favor and kept looking at Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling didn't use serving chopsticks, but directly used the tongs to pick up a piece of grilled mutant lamb chop and put it on Xiao Han's plate. Eat more, otherwise, when you go out to practice with the weapons, you may not be able to keep up with the student's speed. Xiao Han, speechless. So, the ultimate goal of this enthusiastic reception for him was still for the students, right? Okay, he only had this little value in the base. Xiao Han watched as Wen Qingling used the tongs to pick up a little bit of each dish and put it on the plate in front of him, then ate slowly. Upon further observation, Wen Zheng and Zhong Lan have the same habit. Since the first time Xiao Han came to eat at Wen Qingling's house, he noticed that they didn't use their own chopsticks to directly pick up food, but rather used serving chopsticks or a utensil to pick up the food and put it on their own plates or bowls, and then used their own chopsticks to eat. Xiao Hen thought that Wen Qingling's family was very particular, and as a guest, he followed the local custom and also used utensils to pick up the food. Now, it seems that the truth may not be what he thought. In the afternoon, when he took his students out to practice, Xiao Hen finally understood what Wen Qingling meant. Everyone was very fast and could easily jump more than 10 meters away. Xiao Hen had to keep up with them. When going out to practice, not everyone could go, so they had to come in batches. Wen Qingling chose a training ground for them in the East City, where the wooden targets were zombies. They didn't need to be polite and had plenty of bullets to kill them. Xiao Hen, speechless. He followed them all the way, weaving through the zombie-infested Ling City, and no zombies attacked them. When they saw them, the zombies would actively avoid them. Xiao Hen had been observing them all along, and the more he saw, the more he couldn't calm down. All the crystal nuclei from the zombies killed in the weapon training were given to Wen Qingling, and he was very satisfied. On the way back, they encountered a third-level evolved hunter, who was thin and small, but very fast and agile. It ignored everyone and chased after Xiao Hen to kill him. Xiao Hen, speechless. How bad was his luck that it picked only him out of dozens of people to kill? When the people in the base saw that the instructor was attacked, they immediately fought back, and all of them began to beat up the third-level evolved. Third-level evolved, speechless. Did they all go blind? They killed their own kind instead of hunting their prey. Unable to provoke them, it fled. The third-level evolved was scared off, and the group returned to the city safely without encountering any more zombies along the way. As an instructor in the base, Xiao Hen finally obtained the qualification to live in the inner city and lived next to Wen Qingling's house in an empty villa reserved for him. The night at the base is very quiet. The houses with lights on have people living in them. Some are alone, while others gather with their families to enjoy dinner, living in happiness and peace. The dangers and hardships outside cannot affect them here. It seems isolated from the world, and they live their peaceful lives undisturbed. On the third day of Xiao Hen's arrival in South City, the Ling City base suddenly came up with a plan and came to South City to find someone and request to see Wen Qingling. They couldn't enter the South City, so they had to stand outside and shout loudly. This was the method taught to them by the people who entered the South City. Afraid that Wen Qingling couldn't hear them, they specially equipped themselves with a loudspeaker, and the scene was quite familiar. Wen Qingling was listening to a lecture and was annoyed by the people outside. Wen Qingling said, "You continue, I'll go take a look." Xiao Hen saw the direction he left and understood. He let the students practice on their own and went to see as well. Wen Qingling appeared at the edge of South City, standing on top of a container, looking at the group of people outside the city. To prevent outsiders from entering South City at will, Wen Qingling had the zombies push all the abandoned cars in South City to the outskirts, forming a junkyard. Only the main road that leads to South City is passable, but it's dominated by zombies. Outside vehicles cannot enter without permission, and unless they fly over the junkyard, they have to go through the zombie group on the main road. The highly skilled people from the Ling City base were really excited to see Wen Qingling. Fang Shenlong said, "Dr. Wen, we have a big business deal to discuss with you." Wen Qingling looked at him expressionlessly without saying a word. "Fang Shenlong, you were the one who stopped the zombie tide that day, right? If you can stop the tide, then you can certainly kill the blood corpse. Our Ling City base is willing to offer crystals to hire you to help kill the blood corpse. What do you say?" Wen Qingling, not interested. "Stop arguing here and leave." Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling was about to leave but was stopped by the broadcaster Miao Bo. "You're a psychic ability user, you must be a psychic ability user. I didn't sense it wrong that day, you were probing the Lingcheng base. Your psychic power is so strong. You can stop the zombie tide. You can control the zombie horde. You have such strength, yet you still want to watch our Ling City base be destroyed." Wen Qingling turned around and looked at him coldly. "That's your battle with the blood corpse, it has nothing to do with me." Fang Shenlong. "We'll hire you with crystals." Wen Qingling. "I don't accept employment." Miao Bo. "Then what do you want? As long as you say it, we'll satisfy you." Wen Qingling scanned them. "I want you all to shut up and quietly leave South City." Meng Hua was angry. "You can stop the zombie tide because of Xiao Hen's words, but when it comes to us, we can't even offer crystals. Don't look down on people. Xiao Hen, who had just arrived, was silent. Wen Qingling glanced at Xiao Hen, then at Meng Hua, and then at everyone else. You're all too ugly, it's affecting my mood. Everyone, speechless. Everyone looked at Xiao Hen with eyes that said, pretty boy, from top to bottom and left to right. Xiao Hen, speechless. Meng Hua pulled Luo Feng from the crowd. What about him? He should at least match your mood, right? If he didn't match, then he couldn't be their brother. That's what they thought. Luo Feng, who was pushed out, speechless. Wen Qingling looked at him calmly. Are you going to persuade me too? Luo Feng's gaze swept back and forth between Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen. No, I won't force you. It's up to your mood, Luo Feng. Are you still part of our base? You're so irresponsible when it comes to the life and death of our base. Someone reprimanded him on the spot. Luo Feng seemed oblivious to what was going on around him, his gaze fixated on the two of them. Qingling, are you a dual ability user? He asked. Wen Qingling nodded. Yes. Luo Feng forced a bitter smile. When did you awaken your dual abilities? At the same time, Wen Qingling replied. Luo Feng couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Wen Qingling had hidden his true strength from them, and because of a woman, Lu Tianjin had betrayed their brotherly bond and died, while he himself had barely managed to survive, living as an outcast in Ling City base. Do you never believe in us? Luo Feng asked. No, Wen Qingling replied. Although he had awakened his dual abilities back then, his psychic abilities were useless in the beginning, except for being more sensitive to perception than others. It was not until his death and resurrection as a zombie that his psychic abilities became useful. He couldn't tell anyone about these things, as admitting that he wasn't human would only result in being hunted down and causing harm to everyone in the base. Luo Feng asked, why did you keep the fact that you are a dual ability user hidden all this time? Wen Qingling replied, it's troublesome. I didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble because of being a dual ability user. Uncertain if he believed her or not, Luo Feng looked at Wen Qingling and asked, one last question, can I join your base? Wen Qingling replied, my base is not suitable for you. Luo Feng nodded, understanding his response. Then where do you want me to go? Wen Qingling answered, it's dangerous here. Leave this place and leave Ling City base. Luo Feng said, and what about you? Wen Qingling replied, I'll stay here. If you get bitten by a zombie or become one, you can come back and find me. If you survive, try your best to stay alive. Okay, I'll listen to you. Luo Feng took one last look at Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen before turning around and leaving. Everyone at Ling City base was speechless. Is he a fool? Letting him leave is one thing, but where can he go in this day and age? Everywhere is infested with zombies. He will die no matter where he goes. He's better off staying here where it's safe. Wen Qingling looked at them and said, you can leave now. Meng Hua angrily asked, you drove away Luo Feng. Do you want to see Ling City base destroyed? Wen Qingling replied, here's some advice, move your base as soon as possible, the farther the better. If you wait too long, you won't be able to leave. What kind of advice is that? Do you think you're so great with your psychic ability? If Ling City base will be destroyed, then your base won't be spared either. I can't wait to see your base reduced to rubble by zombies. Meng Hua yelled and turned to leave. Wen Qingling asked, did Xu Sheng die? Meng Hua's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Gritting his teeth he said, I forgot, you're the cousin of that stinky female. Her account can be settled with you too. Meng Hua suddenly pulled out a wooden mallet and hit Wen Qingling with several bangs. Wen Qingling's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Meng Hua, one hand holding the wooden mallet in Meng Hua's hand, the other hand on Meng Hua's head, probing the past. Meng Hua yelled loudly and launched an earth-binding technique to try to fix Wen Qingling's feet, but the technique was not strong enough and was easily kicked apart by Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling flew backward and landed back on top of the container. Wen Qingling said, you slept with your sister's best friend and used it to threaten her, promising to provide shelter for her and her parents at the Ling City base. She killed your sister, and that's tit for tat. You continued to offer a reward for her, but in the end, you couldn't even handle an infected woman and let her escape. You are such a useless person. I'll kill you. Meng Hua was furious with shame and anger, and he started firing his gun. Wen Qingling reached out and all the leaves on the ground floated up. With a flick of his hand, all the leaves turned into sharp blades. After a burst of poo-poo sounds, Meng Hua had already been pinned to the ground by the soft leaves, like a hedgehog. Wood element ability, leaf kill. Everyone was frightened. Wen Qingling was too strong, completely beyond their imagination. The ground extended vines and dragged Meng Hua, who was not yet completely dead, and threw him into the zombie horde. The zombie horde swarmed and fought for the fresh flesh. Wen Qingling looked at them and said, "Get lost." Everyone stumbled and climbed into their cars, quickly fleeing. Who would dare to shout and scream at Wen Qingling again? Wen Qingling turned around and walked back to the base. Xiao Hen silently followed behind. When they were close to the base, Xiao Hen finally spoke, "You keep saying this place is dangerous. What is the source of the danger? This is very unfortunate news for you. You won't want to hear it. Before the strength of human ability users is strong enough to compete with evolved zombies, the level 8 evolved zombies will appear. This is undoubtedly the biggest disaster for humanity. Xiao Hen, there has been so much unfortunate news, one more won't make a difference." Wen Qingling glanced at him. "Did your national treasure level expert leave?" Xiao Hen, "No." Wen Qingling, "Then why are you here?" Xiao Hen, "It's because Fang Zhen has antibodies and the South City zombies are regaining consciousness, which has piqued the interest of the expert. He wants to establish a research institute here." Wen Qingling's expression was very strange. Before he could say anything, Xiao Hen continued, "I know it's dangerous here, but nobody can persuade him to go back. As long as he's here, I'll be responsible for his safety." Wen Qingling looked at him sympathetically. "You've been working hard. Keep up the good work." Xiao Hen asked, "What is the source of danger here?" Wen Qingling looked up in the direction of the city center, and asked an unrelated question, "Why did you agree to kill the blood corpse for Luo Feng? You know that if he goes, he's very likely to die in East City." Xiao Hen looked at Wen Qingling's handsome profile and said softly, "I know, that's why I can't let him go." "Why?" Wen Qingling turned around to face him. "Because," Xiao Hen looked into his eyes, "I hope you have some ties that will prevent you from completely siding with the zombies." "Do you think Luo Feng is my tie?" Wen Qingling asked. "Besides him, I can't find anyone else," Xiao Hen replied. If Wen Qingling's parents were still alive, they would be the strongest ties, but unfortunately, they were on the same side as him. Wen Qingling took a step forward and stared at Xiao Hen's face for a long time before leaning in close to Xiao Hen's ear and saying, "How about I take a bite out of you and make you my tie?" Xiao Hen's pupils contracted and he pushed Wen Qingling away, gritting his teeth and asking, "Are you really not human?" Wen Qingling's face twitched, but his lips curved up and he asked, "What do you think?" Xiao Hen didn't want to find out or guess. Xiao Hen asked, "What about the people in the base? Are they really humans? What are they?" Wen Qingling replied, "Why don't you guess?" "I don't want to guess." Xiao Hen exclaimed, "Then don't guess. Use your own eyes to see." Wen Qingling turned and continued walking. Xiao Hen stood in place for a long time, trying to build up his psychological defenses before heading toward the base. He listened to Wen Qingling's words and stopped asking questions. He only observed every person in the base. Except for their lack of expressions, they were no different from humans. They were indeed human beings. Every day, Xiao Hen ate at Wen Qingling's house. He had found out the reason why they used serving chopsticks and utensils to pick up food. It was because they might infect him with anything, but couldn't say it directly, so they could only use this method to avoid it. Xiao Hen increased the speed of his teaching to the students. He wanted to return to the Ling City base as soon as possible. He didn't feel at ease leaving the experts there. If possible, he wanted to persuade the experts to return, as Ling City was indeed very dangerous, and there was no need to establish a research institute there. During shooting training outside, Xiao Hen was attacked several times. Every time this happened, he began to feel that everyone except him was not human. That was why the evolved creatures were chasing and trying to kill him. His father also went with them. Chapter 34. On this day, a group of people arrived at the Ling City base. They drove long green pickup trucks and formed a convoy, winding their way to the base. They wore uniform field uniforms, and each person carried a weapon, clearly a military force. The arrival of this military force gave the high-level players of the Ling City base a shot in the arm. One. With the strength of this military force, are they still afraid of the blood corpse? If the blood corpse dared to come again, they would be shot to pieces. A convoy also arrived at the civilized base, although it was not green, but it was also a large truck that rumbled into the inner city. The people on the truck jumped down, each one very excited. "City Lord, we have brought everything back. On the way, we encountered a zombie squad and fought them. We didn't lose any goods and brought them all back." Wen Qingling's people traced the source of the weapons on the side of the blood corpse and followed them to Land City, hundreds of kilometers away. There was an arsenal there, and the blood corpse's weapons and ammunition were transported from there. Wen Qingling took advantage of the opportunity and made gains. Unconscious zombie puppets were not as useful as conscious zombies. For zombie puppets to try to steal from civilized zombies was clearly an egg striking a rock. The results speak for themselves. Xiao Hen's face changed when he saw the things on the large truck. Too much. This was definitely emptying a large-scale arsenal. The people in the base all came to help and carried the large boxes to their designated positions. Wen Qingling specially used the wood-type ability to open up space underground and put these weapons and ammunition inside to hide them. Xiao Hen was standing aside, watching the people in the base carry the boxes, when suddenly two foul-smelling, rotten zombies pounced in front of him. Xiao Hen was just about to draw his sword when the handle of the sword was held down by a hand. The two zombies that pounced over did not touch Xiao Hen. They were tied with wide ropes around their waists and were being dragged back by a person. "City Lord, I found my parents in Land City." That civilized zombie was the first person to go and investigate the whereabouts of the weapons and ammunition. After arriving in Land City and finding the location of the arsenal, he came back to inform Wen Qingling and then followed the others back to Land City to look for his parents. He actually found them. Two rusty and decayed zombies kept rushing toward Xiao Hen while growling and clawing, trying to bite him. Wen Qingling glanced at them and said, "Quiet down, wait until we finish here." The two decayed zombies really quieted down and obediently got dragged to the side to wait. Xiao Hen was shocked. Why did these people bring their zombie parents over? A terrible thought quickly formed in his mind. He could not believe it. Xiao Hen grabbed Wen Qingling and pulled him aside to ask, "What do you want to do with those two zombies?" Wen Qingling looked up at him and said, "Do you want to know?" Xiao Hen suddenly didn't want to know. He was afraid that knowing the truth would be even more painful than not knowing. But his eyes kept staring at Wen Qingling and his body was honest, he wanted to know. Wen Qingling said, "You are an outsider and our base's secrets cannot be revealed to outsiders." Wen Qingling was about to leave but Xiao Hen grabbed him again. Xiao Hen was very stubborn and kept staring at him, wanting to know the answer. Wen Qingling leaned closer to him and said, "Do you want me to bite you?" Xiao Hen, speechless. Wen Qingling pointed his pale finger at his face and said, "Only when you become one of us can you know our secrets." Xiao Hen clenched his lips and asked, "What will happen if you bite me?" Wen Qingling blinked, "Who knows?" Xiao Hen, speechless. Wen Qingling stepped back and said, "I'm not kidding. We can't ignore our zombie parents when we encounter them outside. After bringing them back, we can put them in the outer city to feed them, which is better than starving or being killed by survivors every day." Of course, Xiao Hen didn't believe Wen Qingling's nonsense. If it was before, he might have been fooled, but not now. The more he saw, the more strange and abnormal things he noticed. Those two zombies only roared at him and wanted to bite only him. Does this mean that he's the only living person in the entire base? This is too exciting. He needs to calm down and take it easy, otherwise, his heart will bear too much burden and go on strike. Ling City Base. Yin Cheng was respectfully invited to take the seat of honor by Fang Shenlong. He didn't hesitate and sat down generously. With a sweep of his gaze, he only saw Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong, but no trace of Xiao Hen. Yin Cheng sneered, "What's wrong with Colonel Xiao? He's not willing to come out and meet me even when I'm here in the base." Ji Rong looked at He Lin and Shi Chong, both shook their heads. They only knew that someone would be sent from above to protect Old Meng and assist in setting up the research institute. Who would have thought that the person sent would be their boss's mortal enemy? What's the meaning behind it all? Are they afraid that these two can't fight? The higher the rank, the greater the power. Even if Ji Rong and the others were very dissatisfied, they could only hold it in at the moment. Ji Rong said, "Our boss has other things to do and no time to greet you. Since Colonel Yin is here, we'll leave Old Meng to you. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave." They had to hurry and tell the boss that this grandson, Yin Cheng, had come to Ling City. Whenever he's around, trouble is guaranteed. What's the rush? Yin Chengrui drank his tea calmly. Protecting old Meng is not just my mission, it's yours as well. Colonel Shao has something important to do, leaving old Meng alone in the base, but you don't even know where he went. Ji Rong didn't like hearing this, as if they were all useless. Aren't the three of them enough to protect old Meng? He Lin held Ji Rong back and solemnly said, it's indeed something very important. Our boss is busy stopping the zombie tide in Ling City. If it weren't for the boss, Colonel Yin would only see the ruins of the base when you arrive here. Yin Cheng's face darkened, staring at He Lin. Was he complaining that he came too slowly? He Lin nodded slightly. Colonel Yin is busy, let's go see if the boss has finished his work. The three of them turned around and left, not wanting to give Yin Cheng any face. Yin Cheng stood up and said, since Colonel Shao is busy with something so important, why don't we all go and take a look together? Ji Rong, speechless. He Lin, speechless. Shi Chong, speechless. Look, your mother. Yin Cheng was always causing trouble, either stealing credit or messing up missions. Once, their team almost got wiped out because of him. His brainwaves were never in the normal range, he was always doing crazy and risky things. Ling City was like a hornet's nest, whoever poked it would die. But they had no choice but to send Xiao Hen and his team to find the person carrying the antibodies, which was crucial information. They found the person and confirmed the presence of the antibodies, which was very important. Equally important was the news that the zombies in South City might regain consciousness, which prompted Meng Lao to come over, and Yin Cheng followed suit to take credit. This was something that his faction loved to do. They couldn't let Xiao Hen and his faction monopolize such a big contribution. Ji Rong smiled, we remember our boss's instructions and cannot leave Meng Lao half a step behind. So, we plan to go protect Meng Lao. Do you want to come with us? Yin Cheng looked at him with a complex expression. At this tense moment, someone suddenly shouted, Xiao Hen is in South City. Ji Rong looked over and saw it was one of Meng Hua's subordinates. They had already received the news that Wen Qingling had killed Meng Hua. As the leader of the Ling City base, Meng Hua had many subordinates who were his trusted confidants. They would definitely want to avenge Meng Hua. I heard there's a base in the zombie nest in South City where survivors live. Dr. Wen, who can cure infected people, lives in that base. I heard that the base never accepts outsiders and is very mysterious. Under the guidance of Meng Hua's subordinates, they revealed all the important information. Yin Cheng's expression changed and he called for Fang Shenlong to explain in detail. So Fang Shenlong explained the situation in South City and Wen Qingling. He also mentioned the feud between the Ling City base and the Blood Corps, emphasizing that Wen Qingling had dual abilities in wood and psychic and that Wen Qingling was attracted to Xiao Hen's face. With just one word from Xiao Hen, he could help them fend off the zombie tide. Ji Rong and Shi Chong's expressions were very strange. They received the news that Wen Qingling had made a deal with Xiao Hen. Wen Qingling would help fend off the zombie tide, and Xiao Hen would go to the civilized base to be an instructor for a few days. How come the taste of the story completely changed in Fang Shenlong's mouth? Ji Rong and Shi Chong looked at He Lin at the same time. Only He Lin had followed Xiao Hen at that time. He must have known it clearly. He Lin, speechless. He Lin, nonsense. I was there at the time and there was no such thing as what you said. Fang Shenlong was also annoyed that Wen Qingling was not being reasonable. It's not just me who heard it. Everyone who went later heard it too. He said we were too ugly, affecting his mood, and refused to cooperate with us even if we offered crystal nuclei. Yes, that's right, I heard it too. If you say there's no affair between them, I won't believe it even if you kill me. Damn it, two men getting together is disgusting. Ji Rong has a bad temper. He picked up the chair beside him and smashed it, saying, disgusting. If you have a grudge, go face Wen Qingling directly. Are you guys daring enough? You are a bunch of cowards. Don't blame Wen Qingling for refusing to help. Do you want him to help you get rid of future troubles? Will he be responsible for the safety of Ling City base from now on? Someone objected, he has the ability. We asked for his help and we even offered him the crystals. Ji Rong laughed out loud in anger, I give you full marks for your self-righteous tone. Even if I were Wen Qingling, I wouldn't help you. Yin Cheng and his men watched the show from the side. When it was almost over, Yin Cheng finally spoke with a smile, Colonel Shao is really fortunate. I'm curious about Wen Qingling. If he can take down Colonel Shao, he must be a formidable character. A well-dressed gentleman stepped forward. Colonel Yin, the key issue is not Colonel Shao's good luck, but the ability to cure infected individuals. If I heard correctly, it was said that Wen Qingling can cure infected individuals. Fang Shenlong said, to be precise, it's not Wen Qingling, but a little kid he brought with him. No, that's not a kid, it may be some kind of small monster, but it can really cure infected individuals. Miao Bo stepped forward, I can testify. A few days ago, I went to East City to kill Blood Corpse. My neck was bitten by a zombie, but it was cured by the little monster that Dr. Wen brought. The gentleman looked at Yin Cheng, Colonel Yin. Yin Cheng's smile didn't fade, I heard you. Whether it's the little monster that can cure infected individuals or the base built in the zombie nest, we have to see them. Then I'll go invite Meng Lao and 3 other assistants. The gentleman turned to leave, but Ji Rong spoke up, don't bother. We can't even get into South City, it's useless to go. Of course, Yin Cheng wouldn't listen to Ji Rong's words. They had to go if they had to, and they had to invite Meng Lao if they had to. The group drove a green pickup truck and headed towards South City in a mighty manner as if they were going to flatten the entire city. One means to provide a boost or increase in energy, morale, or motivation. Chapter 35. A group of people arrived at the outskirts of South City. They were unable to enter, so they had to park their vehicle. Yin Cheng got off the car and looked at the abandoned car yard in front of him. The human traces were obvious. It was deliberately pushed to stop vehicles from entering. The main road was not blocked by abandoned cars but was filled with densely packed zombies. Meng Lao got off the car and was very excited when he saw the situation in front of him. Are these conscious zombies? Are they so smart that they know how to push cars to block the road? Yin Cheng smiled and said, it's not the zombies that are smart, it's the person controlling the zombies who is smart. I am becoming more and more curious about who Wen Qingling is. Meng Lao regretted, it's a pity that old he didn't come with us. Otherwise, how excited would he be to see his speculation come true? Psychic ability users can actually control zombies to such a degree. They were standing outside the South City with so many people gathered together, but the zombies did not rush over to bite anyone. This was already very unusual. When someone tried to approach and their footsteps exceeded the first car, the zombies would howl and rush over. The person retreated to the outside, and the zombies continued to ignore them. Facts told them that the South City was not to be trespassed. What happened outside South City did not escape Wen Qingling's mental perception. He said to Xiao Hen, your people are here to find you. Xiao Hen was stunned, Ji Rong and the others. He had instructed them to return on their own after the matter was over and not to come to South City unless there was something particularly important. Wen Qingling said, not only them but also others. Wen Qingling took the initiative to reach out his hand, thank you for your help. We have learned how to use the weapons. As for accuracy, they can only slowly practice it later. They couldn't keep Xiao Hen here forever. Xiao Hen understood that this meant Wen Qingling wants him to leave. Xiao Hen looked at him for a while, then reached out and shook his hand. Wen Qingling said, please tell them not to have any ideas about South City. At first, Xiao Hen didn't understand, but when he drove out of South City and saw all these people gathered outside, he understood. The way Xiao Hen appeared surprised them. The zombies did not attack him and even gave way to him. Were these still zombies? Xiao Hen scanned them coldly and finally looked at Yin Cheng. What are you doing here? Yin Cheng said with a sneer, these zombies are so polite to you that they didn't attack you. It's surprising. Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong walked to Xiao Hen's side. They are planning to catch a few zombies and study them. Xiao Hen saw someone tying a rope. They were really going to catch the zombies. Xiao Hen's eyes turned cold. Yin Cheng, you'd better not mess around. The situation in Ling City is not as simple as you think. You should give up those crazy ideas. Yin Cheng laughed. I just want to catch a few zombies. Meng Lao needs material for research. Is that a crazy idea? Meng Lao nodded. He was already curious about conscious zombies and now he wanted to study them himself. Xiao Hen fell silent. Wen Qingling valued these zombie minions of his. If he took a few away, he might anger him. Yin Cheng laughed. What? We can't even catch a few zombies. Are these zombies raised by you? Suddenly, Wen Qingling's voice appeared in everyone's ears. Indeed, you can't. They are mine. Everyone was startled by this sudden voice and looked around to find the owner of the voice. Wen Qingling continued, why did so many of you come without being invited? Yin Cheng smiled. You are the dual ability user, Wen Qingling, right? How about we sit down and talk about South City? Xiao Hen and his group were sensitive to this and knew that Yin Cheng was about to do something stupid again. Wen Qingling didn't say anything in response to Yin Chengrui. Instead, a group of zombie roars could be heard. Yin Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Wen Qingling, will you come out on your own or do we need to go in and get you out? Ji Rong's hair stood on end and he quickly looked at his boss. Yin Cheng had already offended Wen Qingling since he arrived. What hope did they have for the future? Was he out of his mind? Zai Hen didn't care about Yin Cheng's death-seeking act, but he couldn't watch so many people being affected by his actions. Xiao Hen warned him, Yin Cheng, don't stir up trouble. Yin Cheng sneered, Colonel Xiao, whose side are you on? You've been in Ling City for a while, have you forgotten your mission? Xiao Hen replied, my mission is to protect Mr. Meng, not to go crazy like you. You should be thinking about how to move the equipment out of the West City Research Institute, not attacking the South City. Yin Cheng chuckled, could it be true that your relationship with Wen Qingling is not ordinary as they say? Xiao Hen frowned and looked at Ji Rong and the other two. Ji Rong stuttered, Fang Shenlong said that you and Dr. Wen are together. Xiao Hen hoped that Wen Qingling hadn't heard this, but the probability was small. He replied with a cold face, no. Did an invitation to bite count as being together? Yin Cheng asked, if not, why are you so nervous about attacking the South City? Xiao Hen replied, I don't want everyone to die because of your foolishness. Yin Cheng laughed unreservedly, when did you, Xiao Hen, become so timid? Oh, maybe it's because you don't have enough manpower and confidence. Look at the people I brought. If you need them, I can lend you some. Xiao Hen stared at him like he was an idiot. Was he bragging with just a few people? Were they bragging about their weapons? Regardless of people or weapons, they couldn't compare to the civilization base, all right. Yin Cheng continued to shout at Wen Qingling, have you made up your mind? If you don't come out, we will have to come in and kill you. Wen Qingling still didn't respond. In Yin Cheng's view, Wen Qingling must be afraid, after all, he had so many people and so many weapons, any normal person would know how to choose. But Xiao Hen noticed something unusual. From his understanding of Wen Qingling, he was not one to be taken advantage of, and he would retaliate on the spot if he had a grudge. It was not normal for him to remain so silent. Was he holding back some kind of trump card? Soon, Xiao Hen found out what Wen Qingling's trump card was, a group of zombies in camouflage uniforms, who appeared in their line of sight. They each held an automatic rifle and were within range. The number of zombies was not inferior to the number of people Yin Cheng had brought. Yin Cheng, speechless. Everyone, speechless. Yin Cheng pointed at the group of zombie soldiers, what the hell are these? Soldier zombies, they can all use weapons. Aren't only specific evolved zombies able to use weapons? Yin Cheng's expression was very much like he had seen a ghost. But Xiao Hen and his group were very calm. They had seen this kind of thing before and had learned to accept it calmly. Everything that was impossible could become possible in South City and with Wen Qingling. The zombie soldiers stopped their steps and raised their rifles, aiming at Yin Cheng and his men. Come on, let's fight. If they couldn't blow a zombie soldier's head off with one shot, the zombie soldier wouldn't die, but whether Yin Cheng's men would die or not was uncertain. Wen Qingling's voice appeared again, if you hurt one of my zombie little brothers, I will kill one of you. You can come in and try. Everyone, speechless. Yin Cheng looked at Xiao Hen in disbelief, is this Wen Qingling crazy? He's using zombies as companions and they're using rifles against humans. Xiao Hen stood there, waiting to watch the show. Yin Cheng couldn't take advantage of Wen Qingling at all. Xiao Hen, if you were human, he would definitely raise the weapon. Yin Cheng was choked by this sentence, so, are you not going to invite him out to meet now? Mr. Meng is here and he definitely has many questions he wants to ask Dr. Wen. Since you are familiar with each other, why don't you come forward and all shut up? Xiao Hen raised his eyebrows. The skill of shifting the blame hadn't changed at all. Xiao Hen said, Mr. Meng, the situation in South City is quite special. If you want to study the zombies in South City, it's better to wait for a chance in the future. The most important thing now is to help you prepare the research institute or you can take your assistant back now. If you need any materials, we can transport them back to you. Ling City is very dangerous and you really can't stay here. Yin Cheng interrupted him. The order has already been given from above, allowing Mr. Meng to establish a research institute in Ling City, to research antibodies and develop vaccines. It's not up to you to decide if he can go back or not. Xiao Hen looked at him coldly. Is Mr. Meng more important or the order more important compared to dying here? They all knew how important Mr. Meng was to humans. Of course, Yin Cheng wouldn't dare to answer that. He just said, if there is really a danger in Ling City, can Wen Qingling establish a base inside South City? Xiao Hen didn't want to talk to the idiot, afraid of being infected. He just looked at Mr. Meng, hoping that he would make a decision. Since Mr. Meng insisted on coming over, he wouldn't easily leave without achieving results. So he still refused and wanted to stay here. Mr. Meng really wanted to see Wen Qingling, especially after knowing that he had a little monster that could cure infected people. He thought that the vaccine for the zombie virus might be on the little monster. Mr. Meng said, I want to see him. I have many mysteries I want to discuss with him. Xiao Hen looked in the direction of South City. Wen Qingling's voice appeared again. There's no need to discuss anything now. What you should do most now is to run away. Just at this moment, a roar that echoed throughout Ling City sounded. The once quiet Ling City suddenly boiled up. The howls of zombies sounded in unison as if responding to a call. The voice of Wen Qingling sounded clearly in the ears of Xiao Hen and the other three. The general has evolved and there won't be any living humans left within 100 miles outside of Ling City. Leave here now. Wen Qingling sounded urgent and Xiao Hen had never seen him like this before. His first reaction was to rush toward Meng Lao. Ji Rong had already taken an off-road vehicle and drove over. Xiao Hen helped Meng Lao into the vehicle, and He Lin and Shi Chong got in as well. But Xiao Hen stayed outside the car. Boss, get in the car, Ji Rong urged anxiously. Xiao Hen replied, protect Meng Lao well. I'll go to the Ling City base. Xiao Hen turned around and rushed towards another off-road vehicle, pulling the driver out and saying, go to the truck and leave here immediately. Xiao Hen started the car and drove towards the Ling City base. As a soldier, he couldn't just sit back and watch so many people die in the hands of zombies. Even if he couldn't stop the zombie horde or save the Ling City base, he had to spread the message and let those who could and wanted to escape leave quickly. Every life that could be saved was important. Xiao Hen asked Wen Qingling, will you be in danger? Wen Qingling replied, no, it only kills humans. It doesn't kill its own kind. These were Wen Qingling's unfinished words, but Xiao Hen understood what he meant. Ji Rong started the car and rushed out. Wen Qingling pointed the way for them, go south, the further the better. Ji Rong turned the steering wheel sharply and headed south. Yin Cheng jumped up in a rage, Xiao Hen. Ji Rong, where are you taking Meng Lao? Everyone got on the big truck, and the convoy followed Ji Rong's off-road vehicle. However, before they had gone far, all the zombies in Ling City, like tigers out of their cages, rushed out in all directions. Among them, the eastern region has the most zombies, forming a large-scale zombie wave. Over there is the location of the Ling City base. However, the running speed of the zombies is far from that of the speeding off-road vehicle. Xiao Hen still has a chance. Among the four directions, only the zombies in the south are the fewest, thanks to their leaving ahead of time, otherwise, they will be directly submerged by the zombie wave. Yin Cheng was lying on the window, looking around with a telescope. His whole body was covered in goosebumps, sweating profusely. What kind of place is this? How come the zombie wave comes without any warning? Seeing the off-road vehicle driven by Xiao Hen being chased by the black sea of zombies, Yin Cheng was about to explode. He said I was crazy. I think he's the crazy one. The zombie wave spreading to the south is chasing Yin Cheng's convoy. Yin Cheng constantly urges them to speed up, but no matter how fast the truck is, it is still slower than the off-road vehicle, especially with a car full of people. The off-road vehicle at the forefront left the convoy far behind. Ji Rong kept wiping his sweat, this is too damn dangerous. We would have been done for if we were one step late. He Lin said, thanks to Dr. Wen's reminder, otherwise we really wouldn't have made it out alive. Meng Lao kept looking back, we've all made it out, what about Dr. Wen? He Lin said, he will be fine, don't worry about him. Meng Lao sighed, with such a huge zombie wave, can Colonel Xiao make it back after reporting to the Ling City base? Once trapped in the zombie wave, there is no chance of survival for anyone. Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong fell silent at the same time. If possible, they would rather go and report themselves. Ji Rong comforted himself, it'll be fine. The leader is a space-type supernatural being with excellent escape skills. Chapter 36. Xiao Hen raced back to Lingcheng base at high speed. When he saw the people crowded at the entrance of the base, he wished he could bring the civilization base's loudspeakers and tell them at the top of his voice, "The zombie tide is coming, why are you still stuck here? Get out of the way. Move aside." Xiao Hen did not slow down and kept honking his horn. The people crowded at the entrance of the base stepped aside one after another, and the off-road vehicle rushed in, followed by the base guards chasing after them. Xiao Hen kept driving and shouting, "The zombie tide is coming. Everyone run east, to the east." Pedestrians on the street stopped one after another, uncertain of the truth of the news. Those who had already thought about leaving did not think about anything else and rushed forward to pick up their family members or drove themselves away. They listened to Xiao Hen's words and left through the east gate. The base was in chaos for a while. Miao Bo, who had investigated the situation outside, had already reported it to Fang Shenlong. As soon as Xiao Hen's off-road vehicle arrived at the command post, Fang Shenlong's men surrounded him. Fang Shenlong's face looked very ugly. Colonel Xiao's actions are too much. He has made the whole base panic. What do you want to do? Xiao Hen's face was even more ugly than his. The zombie tide is coming soon. I hope you can immediately organize the survivors to evacuate. Fang Shenlong said, I cannot give up Ling City base. What about Colonel Yin? He promised to stay with us to defend Ling City base. He has already led people to evacuate to the south. Even if he comes, it will be useless. All the zombies in Ling City have been mobilized. I don't care what your intentions are, but if you want to stay behind, you can stay behind. Don't let other people follow you to their deaths. Ling City base cannot be defended. Leave immediately, Xiao Hen said firmly. Fang Shenlong was furious, his teeth grinding loudly. Ling City base was built by him with great effort. How could he bear to give it up like this? Fang Shenlong still clung to hope. What about Dr. Wen? Is he really not going to do anything? I'm telling you to organize an evacuation immediately, Xiao Hen said angrily. Xiao Hen had never heard of the general that Wen Qingling had mentioned. A level 6 evolved leader was already terrifying enough, and a level 7 evolved turret was even more terrifying. This general was highly likely to be a newly evolved level 8 evolved creature. What exactly is that terrifying existence? No one knows now. Xiao Hen's only option now is to evacuate the survivors. Wen Qingling said that there should be no living people within a radius of 100 miles, so they must run to a place 100 miles away. Xiao Hen is now very worried about Wen Qingling. He has already realized that Wen Qingling may not be human, but he doesn't know Wen Qingling's level. He doesn't know if he can survive freely in Ling City under the rule of the general. Fang Shenlong is also angry. Impossible, I can't give up my base. Xiao Hen looked at the other team leaders. What about you? Will you knowingly stay and die, or leave here and build another base elsewhere? Chong Boong and Wen Chui were the first to stand up. I will lead my people to evacuate the base immediately. Go east and leave 100 miles away from Ling City, Xiao Hen said. Chong Boong nodded and left with Wen Chui and his squad and team leaders. Other team leaders were also hesitant. If they could survive this time and take their people to another place to establish a new base and become the leader themselves, wouldn't that be much better than being subordinate to others? Immediately, several major team leaders left. They left, and their squad and team leaders followed. Xiao Hen. Fang Shenlong was furious and was about to draw his weapon, but his right hand fell to the ground before he could even start. Xiao Hen drew his sword incredibly quickly, too fast for the naked eye to catch. Fang Shenlong hugged his right arm, screaming in pain. Miao Bo was about to take action, but a long sword had already been placed on his neck. Turn on the broadcast, immediately. Fang Shenlong roared, don't turn it on. If we die, we all die together. No one should think about leaving. Fang Shenlong had already gone crazy. Those who were still hesitating no longer hesitated and left with their people, even Fang Shenlong's confidants left. No one wants to die here. They struggled to survive in the apocalypse until now, just to stay alive. Miao Bo went to the broadcast and announced the news of the approaching zombie tide, urging people to run eastward, drive if they have a car, and run fast if they don't. When the broadcast sounded, the survivors at the entrance of the base had already seen the black tide-like zombie horde coming, rushing towards them. Everyone screamed and ran towards the base, and the gate guards closed the gate while rushing towards the east gate of the base. Xiao Hen sheathed his knife and jumped onto his off-road vehicle, also heading towards the east gate. There were too many people, and the east gate was so crowded that it was difficult to move even a step. Xiao Hen shouted loudly, "Is there any earth element ability user? Take down the wall." Finally, someone remembered that there was a way to dismantle the wall. The zombie horde had already arrived. What use was there in keeping the intact wall? Should they keep it for the new year? There were earth element ability users in the crowd, who immediately used their abilities to push down the wall. At the same time, another loud noise came from behind. It was an explosion. Xiao Hen was shocked. Did these zombies have grenades in their hands? Thinking of the weapons and ammunition that Wen Qingling snatched from the blood corpse, it didn't seem strange for them to have grenades. However, it was strange for the zombies to use them to blow up walls. Run, run, run. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Xiao Hen kept urging. Everyone screamed and rushed forward, especially when they heard the screams coming from inside the base. It stimulated them even more. The survivors began to kill and steal cars. For their own survival, they didn't care if they let others die. One person tried to steal a car from Xiao Hen, but had their wrist broken and was thrown aside by him. He stepped on the gas and drove past the fallen wall ruins, rushing eastward in his car. Wen Qingling stood on the wooden city wall, looking at the distant east. The civilized zombies inside the base were all standing on the streets, and everyone felt uneasy. The suppression of high-level zombies had been enveloping them, making them unable to relax in the slightest. Wen Qingling jumped down from the city wall. The general had already completed its evolution. What surprised Wen Qingling was that even an 8th level evolved general could not suppress him. Wen Qingling began to doubt his own identity again. Was he really a zombie? He couldn't even be suppressed by an 8th level evolved zombie. Was he on his way to becoming a god? Although the general couldn't suppress Wen Qingling, he could suppress all the other zombies, even the ones in South City. Wen Qingling was very angry. All of his zombie subordinates were sent out by the general, and he became a commander without any troops. The zombie soldiers who were trapped inside the city and unable to respond to the call were going crazy and scratching the walls. They didn't even want the weapons and ammunition anymore, they just wanted to go out and respond to the call, to become loyal zombie dogs. Wen Qingling was very angry. He had finally managed to control them and bring them back to the base, but they almost got snatched away by the general. Now, they were not grateful but were instead restless and itching to go out and eat people. Zombies without brains really can't be relied upon. Wen Qingling let everyone go back to their own homes and not go out hunting for the time being. He went home and brought a few large baskets of blood anemones. With a few people, he went to the outer city to transform the zombie soldiers, making them into conscious and dignified good zombies. Let's see if they still want to go out and eat people. The resurrected zombie soldiers with restored bodies and consciousness said, "No, forget about eating people. We'll respond to the call and become good socialist zombies." During the time when the general was in power, the civilized zombies of the civilization base obediently stayed at home and did not go out, especially cooperating with their work. After clearing the living within 100 miles, the zombies all returned to Ling City. Everyone went back to their own homes and found their own bosses, but the number of people who returned was far greater than when they had gone out. After the general showed his power, Ling City returned to peace once again, as if nothing had changed, except that the evolved zombies were not just staying in the city center anymore. Wherever one went in Ling City, one could see evolved zombies. The ban on the civilization base was lifted and the civilized zombies were allowed to go out hunting again. Although they could eat some vegetables and grains, they couldn't eat too much, and they couldn't be the main dish. They still had to eat meat. However, not even 2 days had passed before news of the death of civilized zombies came back. At that time, Wen Qingling was cultivating blood anemones when a few people rushed over to tell him that Ah Dong and his wife had been eaten by the ugly monsters. The first to be attacked was Ah Dong's wife. Ah Dong went up to save her, but they both ended up being eaten. Before, the civilized zombies would go out hunting and get injured from time to time. However, the civilized zombies had self-healing abilities. As long as their heads were intact, they wouldn't die. No matter how severe their injuries were, they could recover after a period of rest. But this time, the base lost 2 people at once, directly eaten by the ugly monster. Wen Qingling couldn't just let it go. He quickly flew to the scene with his team, and the ugly monster was still there. There were 2 headless corpses on the ground, Dong and his wife's heads thrown aside, dead and unburied. Wen Qingling's eyes were cold. Kill it. The civilized zombies that arrived surrounded the ugly monster and raised their weapons together to shoot. Their aims were not very good, but with such a large target, they could hit it easily. The heads of the ugly monster exploded one by one, and before they could grow back, they were blown up again. As long as they destroyed all its heads and then cut off its neck, they could eliminate it. A furious roar came from the city center, and all the civilized zombies were instantly forced to kneel on the ground. The angry, ugly monster lifted a wall and smashed it toward the civilized zombies on the ground. Suddenly, a large net woven from vines appeared, trapping the ugly monster, and half of the wall, pulling them backward, and the wall hit the ugly monster itself. Wen Qingling leapt high, exploded all the heads of the ugly monster with his weapon, caught the knife thrown by the civilized zombies, and cut off the ugly monster's long neck, completely solving it. The majesty of the general was provoked, and he roared in anger, causing all the zombies to fear and retreat, submitting. Wen Qingling was also offended and roared back in anger. The pressure exerted on the civilized zombies was released, and they all lifted their heads, stood up, and straightened their spines. Wen Qingling dug out the crystals from each head of the ugly monster, and brought the civilized zombies back to the base. Afterward, the civilized zombies will collectively hunt and kill all evolved beings with their weapons, bombs, and hand grenades. The evolved beings are the direct subordinates of the general, and are 1 level higher than ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombies are controlled by the leader, who is in turn controlled by the general. Unfortunately, Wen Qingling is a special case, and all the civilized zombies within the civilization base are also special cases. The civilized zombies all know the threat posed by the general, which constantly threatens their lives. They voluntarily take out their own stored crystal nuclei and give them to Wen Qingling to advance. Only by doing so can they avoid being wiped out by the general. After absorbing all the crystal nuclei, Wen Qingling's strength indeed increased again. His blood power became even stronger, and the strength of all the civilized zombies was raised by 1 level, from being close to 2nd level evolved beings to possessing the strength of 2nd level evolved beings. The most important change is that the pressure of the general can no longer affect the civilized zombies. They will no longer be suppressed by the pressure of higher level zombies. This breakthrough made all the civilized zombies very happy. This happiness led them to discover an even more surprising thing: they can actually make facial expressions now. However, they are still quite stiff, like having long-term facial paralysis, and have not yet learned how to make lively expressions. This also gave the civilized zombies hope. As long as Wen Qingling's strength continues to improve, they will become more and more close to humans. Looking at Wen Qingling himself, he still has a paralyzed face. He saved others but could not save himself. Chapter 37. Listening carefully, Wen Qingling realized that his karma with the dead might really be very bad. The issue with the blood corpse is still unresolved, and now he has conflicts with the general. His karma with the dead is so bad and he really can't do anything about it. However, just when Wen Qingling was feeling emotional, the blood corpse and the sisters came to him. Wen Qingling. Did the general send them to assassinate me? The sisters said. This is not the place to talk. Let's find a place to chat. Wen Qingling understood that the entire Ling city is under the general's control, and whatever they say or do will be known by the general. If they want to avoid his eyes and ears, they can only go somewhere 100 miles away. Wen Qingling drove and took the 3 corpses out of Ling city, and went to a place 100 miles away. When they were out of the general's control, Wen Qingling stopped the car and got out to take a breath. The heavy stench almost killed him. The sisters kept looking at the blood corpse in disgust. The blood corpse. I'm ugly, I stink, and it's my fault. Wen Qingling kindly advised him, you really should become a decent and good corpse. The blood corpse responded with a hoarse and unpleasant voice, if I become a good corpse, I will only be suppressed by you for the rest of my life. Wen Qingling quickly distanced himself, don't say that. I'm not interested in you. You're too ugly and repulsive. The sisters laughed. You have a good relationship, why do you always fight and kill each other? Wen Qingling and the blood corpse looked at them at the same time. Wen Qingling said, it's good that you can still laugh. The blood corpse said, it's too stiff. It's better not to laugh. The sisters said, ugly things shouldn't exist in this world. City Lord Wen, why don't we join forces to kill it and then split the eastern city between us? Wen Qingling agreed, that's a good idea. The blood corpse said, be alert and step back. We didn't come out to fight each other. Don't you two have the same goal as me? The sisters smiled awkwardly and looked like a cracked statues. That's true, but who wouldn't want more territory? We'll kill you, then kill the general, and then Ling City will belong to us and City Lord Wen. The blood corpse said, actually, you two are quite beautiful, whether you laugh or not. This made things awkward, but there was nothing to be done. The blood corpse had to bow under the eaves. It lowered its head. Wen Qingling said, do you want a blood anemone? They all ate it and were not affected by me. Blood corpse said, I believe in your evil. If they were not affected, why are they here? The sisters continued, we are here because we found that the general's pressure has no effect on us, and we cannot be commanded by it. So why should we watch it run rampant in Ling City without taking its place? Blood corpse, speechless. Yes, blood corpse was the same. No matter how powerful the general was, and no matter how heavy its pressure was, it was not affected or controlled. It had its own thoughts and wanted to rebel, not to live under the shadow of the general. Blood corpse said, me too. So what should we do? Wen Qingling replied, let's get a blood anemone and change your scent. Blood corpse said, I don't want it. Blood corpse almost went berserk on the spot. Wen Qingling was too wicked. Wen Qingling said, stop yelling. Your broken voice is a bit harsh. Blood corpse, speechless. Blood corpse turned around and yelled at the empty wilderness. Roar. So angry. It dared not yell at Wen Qingling for fear of offending him and causing a fight. It could only vent its frustration into the wilderness. Wen Qingling asked, so, do we need to kill the general now? The sisters in blood corpse looked at Wen Qingling at the same time. Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling said, what are you looking at me for? I can't kill it. The sisters in blood corpse said at the same time, you can do it. We believe in you. Wen Qingling said with a straight face, believe your grandpa. Wen Qingling said, are you waiting for me to die and inherit my South City? The sisters, speechless. Blood corpse, speechless. The sisters said, Lord Wen, if the general does not die or leave Ling City, all our cities will be under its control. Wen Qingling asked, if I drive it away or kill it, will Ling City and all the other cities be mine? The sisters in blood corpse fell into contemplation at the same time. This is a very serious problem. The sisters looked at the blood corpse, and the blood corpse looked at the two sisters. Compared with the ambitious general, Lord Wen, who had no great ambitions, seemed to be easier to get along with. They all knew that Lord Wen did not have the ambition to dominate, he just wanted to build a city, raise zombies, and develop a 3-acre land in the South City, which was easy to satisfy. Therefore, Lord Wen was better. The blood corpse nodded first, as long as we can succeed, Ling City will look up to you in the future. The two sisters agreed. Wen Qingling opened his backpack and said, here, eat a blood anemone before we talk. The blood corpse said, I won't eat it, I won't eat it, I won't eat it. Wen Qingling narrowed his dangerous eyes, if you don't eat it now, I'll chop you up and feed you to the sharks. You won't be able to look up to Ling City anymore. The blood corpse hesitated. The two sisters said, don't be ugly, either eat it or die. Damn it, it'll eat it. It didn't believe it could die from eating it. The blood corpse took a few bites of the blood anemone, but before it could taste it, it heard Wen Qingling say, 10,000 crystal cores for one, thank you for your patronage. The blood corpse almost choked on the blood anemone, coughing for a while before finally swallowing it. The blood corpse said, isn't it free? Wen Qingling said, how could it be free? That wouldn't be fair to Tiantian and Xingxin. The blood corpse's uneven red flesh began to repair itself, gradually regaining its human skin, facial features, hair, and limbs, finally looking like a person, except for its blood-red eyes. It was no longer a corpse. Wen Qingling said, change your clothes and you will finally look like a person. The blood corpse carefully felt its transformation and finally relaxed after confirming that it was not controlled by Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling thought, my control is not something that anyone can feel. The blood corpse went out for a walk and found a set of clothes that happened to fit him. It then returned, and they began to discuss how to drive away or kill the general. Wen Qingling couldn't go alone, so he had to drag these 3 zombies with him. If necessary, he would mobilize all the zombies in the east, south, and west districts to attack the city center together. Of course, such a result may have caused the 3 zombies to be controlled by the general instead. It's not easy to rebel, as expected. 4 zombies were squatting on the road, murmuring to each other, when an off-road vehicle drove straight toward them. All 4 turned their heads at the same time. The off-road vehicle stopped and Xiao Hen stepped out of the car with his long legs. "Are you okay?" Xiao Hen walked towards Wen Qingling. The blood corpse roared and pounced on Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen held his long knife in his hand, ready to strike back, but heard Wen Qingling say, "Stop." The blood corpse was forced to stop in its tracks. He looked at himself in disbelief and then at Wen Qingling. Finally, he understood that he was not immune to his control. The blood corpse roared, "Wen Qingling, you lied to me." Wen Qingling replied, "What did I lie to you about? I told you if you didn't eat, I would feed you to the sharks. You chose to eat voluntarily." The blood corpse roared again and lunged at Wen Qingling. But since the blood corpse had eaten the blood anemone, Wen Qingling had become his father. Wen Qingling was not afraid of this ungrateful child causing any trouble. The blood corpse's sharp black claws were against Wen Qingling's neck, but he couldn't cut him. It was as if there was an invisible force preventing him from harming Wen Qingling. The blood corpse was frustrated and wanted to bang his head against a wall, but there was no wall to be found. So he resorted to banging his head against the car. Wen Qingling said, "That's enough. Don't damage my car." The blood corpse continued to roar in anger. Xiao Hen looked at Wen Qingling in confusion and asked, "Is this a blood corpse?" Wen Qingling didn't reply. He couldn't keep this secret hidden forever. Who would have thought that he would encounter Xiao Hen here? The blood corpse exclaimed, "Yes, I'm a blood corpse. Don't you recognize me now that I've grown human skin? But I remember you. You cut me with a knife and beat me up. I'll repay you for all of it." Xiao Hen was shocked and asked Wen Qingling, "How did he become like this?" The blood corpse grinned and revealed a chilling smile. "Didn't Wen Qingling tell you this secret? I thought he trusted you since he helped you so many times, but I guess not." "You can shut up now," Wen Qingling interrupted him. "If you dare say another word, Dad will personally remove your brain." Xiao Hen was stunned. He looked at the 2 pretty girls who were dressed up, but they didn't look like survivors at all. It feels just like when he first smelled Wen Qingling's scent. The sisters forced a stiff smile. "Hey handsome." Wen Qingling said, "Don't listen to him, he just evolved and turned into this." Xiao Hen stared at him. He could see through many people, but he couldn't see through Wen Qingling. He hesitated a bit. "He is like you." Wen Qingling shook his head. "No, we are not the same. I am his father and he is my son." Xiao Hen, speechless. The blood corpse was furious and jumped like thunder. "Wen Qingling, don't push it too far. Who is your son?" Wen Qingling ignored him and asked Xiao Hen, "Why are you here?" Xiao Hen replied, "I've been wandering around here for several days, trying to find Jirong and the others, and also trying to get close to Ling City." Xiao Hen's gaze fell on the sisters, then glanced at the blood corpse, and finally looked at Wen Qingling. "What are you doing here?" Qingling said, "Discussing how to get rid of the general." Xiao Hen didn't expect them to be plotting something like this. Wen Qingling said, "The general has a very strong perception. The area within a radius of 100 miles outside of Ling City is all within its perception. We need to discuss how to deal with it and we can't let it hear us." Xiao Hen asked, "Is there any result now?" Wen Qingling shook his head. "The general is very strong, possibly stronger than the 7th level evolved turret. Ling City has evolved a turret, which I have seen. All the surviving people around Ling City gathered together to try to eliminate the turret, but instead, the survivors were killed by the turret, and many people died. Those who luckily survived went into hiding and dared not fight it head-on." Xiao Hen looked serious. "In other words, there are now 2 high-level evolved zombies, the turret, and the general, inside Ling City." The blood corpse screamed from the depths of its soul, "The highest evolved zombie is Wen Qingling. If he hadn't been lying around all the time, Ling City wouldn't have the general running wild." After screaming, The blood corpse immediately protected its own brain and retreated far away. Wen Qingling waved to the blood corpse. "Come here, Daddy will teach you how to be a civilized and polite zombie." The blood corpse retreated even further. Was it stupid? It had been fooled once and it wouldn't be fooled again. Xiao Hen looked at Wen Qingling, who had no intention of explaining, and continued, "The turret bombed all the surviving bases and then left Ling City. We don't know where it went. It's very likely that it's gone to harm others. Such monsters can't be killed. The 7th level evolved turret is an abnormal existence. It's a monster that evolved by merging zombies with real turrets. It's a real walking turret that can fire, and its firepower is terrifying. It belongs to the category of mass-killing weapons. If the turret had not left, perhaps Ling City would not have had the opportunity to evolve the general." Chapter 38. The sisters raise their hands. "We have different opinions. The combat effectiveness of the general may not be better than the turret. The advantage of the general is that it is the leader of all zombies. They are all under its command whether they are evolved or ordinary zombies. The direction of evolution for the general is the brain, while the focus for the turret is firepower. Perhaps the general is easier to deal with than the turret." Wen Qingling shook his head and sighed. "The brain is a good thing. With it, things won't be easy." Xiao Hen asked, "Do you have a plan to deal with it?" Wen Qingling continued to shake his head. "It is entrenched in the city center and won't come out. If we want to deal with it, we have to go to the city center. There must be many evolved zombies waiting for us there. Apart from rushing in, there is no other good way." Xiao Hen asked, "Are you planning to attack it directly?" All 4 of them looked at him at the same time. What else can we do? They wanted to be tactful, but being tactful with brainless zombies probably wouldn't be as effective as being straightforward. Xiao Hen fell silent for a moment. "Is there a chance of winning if we attack it directly?" All 4 shook their heads at the same time. "Maybe not, maybe yes. It depends on our firepower." Blood Corpse and the sisters both looked at Wen Qingling. "We are betting on Lord Wen to win. If Lord Wen can defeat the general, we can help him clear out the evolved zombies." Xiao Hen was surprised. "Can you defeat the general?" Wen Qingling's expression was cold. "If I can, how could it have been so arrogant until now? Without my consent, it commanded my zombie minions to go out and work and even condoned the evolved zombies to eat people in my base. I must settle this account with it." Blood Corpse said, "You are very strong, but you haven't realized it yourself." Wen Qingling replied, "I thank you for thinking so highly of me, but there's no way you can inherit my South City." The sisters said, "You haven't fought yet. How do you know you can't win?" Wen Qingling said, "Girls shouldn't always talk about fighting and killing." Xiao Hen understood. Without a plan, rushing in is no different than suicide. That's about right, it can be considered suicide. Wen Qingling, initiating an active attack may be a death sentence, while a passive counterattack may be waiting for death. The results are the same, so we might as well take a gamble. The sisters pouted, "We can't just let an ambitious lunatic continue to oppress us. If it doesn't die, we will eventually. No leader wants to see uncontrollable subordinates. Dealing with them 4 is only a matter of time." Xiao Hen said, "As you said, the general controls all evolved and ordinary zombies. Can you resist level suppression?" There was a hint of probing in Xiao Hen's words. Looking at him, Wen Qingling said generously, "The 4 of us are not subject to the level suppression of the general. It can't command us, so it will eventually come after us." "Very well, this is an acknowledgement. None of them are human." Xiao Hen looked at them one by one, with turbulent waves in his heart, but he could still remain calm on the surface, just tightening his grip on the knife. Wen Qingling looked at him with interest, wondering what his reaction would be. Xiao Hen's reaction was no reaction. He had guessed that Wen Qingling might not be human a long time ago. It's just that he has only now been confirmed. With the previous conjectures as a foundation, Xiao Hen is not very difficult to accept this fact. Xiao Hen said, "I have a proposal, do you want to hear it?" Wen Qingling nodded, "Speak." Xiao Hen said, "There is an Air Force training base near Rong City, not far from Ling City. They have armed helicopters there, and I can fly one. If we can get our hands on one, I can provide air support while you act cheaply. Even if we can't kill the general, we can at least wipe out a batch of evolved zombies. What do you think?" The blood corpse was the first to object. I disagree. I don't trust you at all. Since you know there are armed helicopters over there, why didn't you just come over with one? It just shows that it's not easy to get your hands on an armed helicopter, right? Xiao Han admitted, yes, there are mostly military zombies and many evolved zombies over there. It's difficult for humans to get close. The blood corpse sneered, as expected, you want to use us to get an armed helicopter, and then come over and wipe out all of us zombies. Your plan is good, but unfortunately, I don't agree. Xiao Han also disliked the blood corpse. In the previous few encounters, he had genuinely wanted to kill this zombie, but the blood corpse was very strong and difficult to kill. He never thought that one day he would discuss cooperation with the blood corpse. Xiao Han said, very well, I don't believe you either. The person I want to cooperate with is Wen Qingling, not you. Xiao Han looked at Wen Qingling and asked, what do you think? Before Wen Qingling could speak, the two sisters said, we don't trust humans either. Lord Wen, please make your decision carefully. Since Blood Corpse and the two sisters took the initiative to come and find Wen Qingling, it meant that they were showing goodwill. They wanted to stand on the same side as Wen Qingling, but they didn't trust humans and didn't want to cooperate with them. Wen Qingling didn't answer Xiao Han's question. Instead, he asked him, now that you know our true identities, what do you think? Will you report our existence and then bring in some colonels or generals with their armies to besiege us? After advancing again, Wen Qingling's strength had become even stronger than before. He was more sensitive and precise in sensing his targets, and he didn't need to touch them. He could see through them with just his eyes. Xiao Han knew that Wen Qingling was referring to their reporting of the incident in South City. If they had not brought back the information, Meng Lao would not have come to Ling Cheng Research Institute, and Yin Cheng would not have brought people to cause trouble in South City. Xiao Han said, reporting the information in Ling Cheng is my duty. Finding Fang Zhen and bringing back his blood sample is my mission. Wen Qingling asked, and now? Xiao Han replied, my current mission is to protect Meng Lao and establish the research institute. Wen Qingling asked again, and what about our existence? Xiao Han looked at him and said, if there are orders from above, I can only obey. Wen Qingling understood that if there were no orders, Xiao Han would not report their existence, but if there were orders, he would not help to conceal it either. Blood Corpse said to Wen Qingling, he is a threat. He knows too much. Why not just kill him directly? Xiao Han tightened his grip on his long sword, his eyes cold. He also wanted to kill Blood Corpse directly, as he had eaten too many people. Wen Qingling lowered his eyes slightly and said, Xiao Han, as I said before, if humans are peaceful with us, we will be peaceful with them. If humans go to war with us, we will go to war with them. As a human colonel, I hope you can weigh the pros and cons and not be a puppet who only follows orders. The orders from above may not always be right, you need to learn to observe for yourself. Xiao Han pressed his lips together. As a soldier, I cannot disobey orders. Wen Qingling placed both hands on the ground and looked up at the sky. You are no longer soldiers of the country. You are only soldiers of a small number of upper-class individuals. Don't use your responsibilities during peacetime to boast about yourself. People are all selfish. Wen Qingling's lips curved into a smile as he looked at Xiao Han. Power is tempting. Once you get a hold of it, you won't want to let go. Do you think the pre-apocalyptic world and the post-apocalyptic world are the same? Of course not. The factional struggle is severe, with everyone fighting for credit and recognition. It's like this time, he and Yin Cheng are from two different factions, and they almost fought over the development of antibodies and vaccines. In the end, Yin Cheng's side prevailed, which gave him the chance to be sent over here. If Xiao Han and his team were not directly involved in this matter, they would have been recalled by now. Even so, some people have suggested that they be replaced and 4 new people be sent in, but Xiao Han's superior refused. Wen Qingling said, I am not human myself, nor do I have the compassion of the Divine Father to save humanity. I treat humans only to earn crystal nuclei. Compared to humans, I would rather help zombies who come to me with crystal nuclei in their hands. I didn't want to go to war with humans in the first place, so I saved you and let you leave South City. I stopped the zombie tide and saved the Ling City base for the first time. That was a trade with you. Whether I'm willing to save you again in the future depends entirely on my mood, Wen Qingling continued. Wen Qingling patted the dirt off his hands and said softly, we are not afraid of war because there are far more zombies than living people. Zombies are difficult to kill and have no sense of pain. Unless you shoot them in the head, they won't die. The scariest thing is their infectiousness. How many survivors can withstand the consumption of a zombie tide? Xiao Hen took a deep breath and said, I understand, and I will seriously consider it. I propose cooperation with no ulterior motive. It's entirely because you want to kill the general, and we humans don't want to see the general appear either. So this may be a good opportunity for us to cooperate, Xiao Hen said. Wen Qingling replied, we can talk about cooperation, but I must ensure that your armed helicopter will not pose a threat to zombies other than the target. We don't trust you, just like you don't trust us. The armed helicopter requires a two-person crew, a pilot and a weapon system operator. I'll be the pilot, and the weapon system operator will be one of your people. Can we trust each other now? Xiao Hen asked. Wen Qingling added, if the armed helicopter is intact after the war, you cannot take it away. You must leave it in Ling City. Xiao Hen agreed. Wen Qingling looked at the other three zombies and asked, what do you think? The blood corpse said, who will operate the weapon system? Can you do it? Wen Qingling shrugged. He was sure he couldn't, and this kind of thing required a high level of professionalism that couldn't be mastered overnight. The sisters. We must choose someone we can trust. Wen Qingling stood up and said, Xiao Hen and I will go to Wrong City and pick someone from the driver zombies. We'll leave the professional stuff to the professionals. I'll leave my base to you. Please take care of it for me and make sure that the general doesn't cause any trouble. The blood corpse patted his chest and assured him, don't worry, I'll make sure everything is taken care of. The sisters nodded in agreement, don't worry, we'll take care of everything for you. Wen Qingling nodded and said, you can go now. I'll go to Wrong City directly and come back as soon as possible. I hope you can hold on until then. When they came out, it was Wen Qingling who drove. They had to rely on the blood corpse, who was an adult, to go back, as the sisters were not old enough to drive. Wen Qingling watched them leave before turning around to get in Xiao Hen's car. Let's go. In fact, Xiao Hen did not understand what Wen Qingling meant by picking someone from the driver zombies, and Wen Qingling did not explain it to him either. The two of them remained silent all the way to Wrong City. Wrong City was to the west of Ling City, more than 100 miles away. Otherwise, it would have fallen under the control of the general, making it even more difficult to deal with. Xiao Hen said, can you do me a favor? Wen Qingling asked, what is it? Xiao Hen said, can you use your psychic power to help me find Ji Rong and Meng Lao? Wen Qingling asked, they went south while we are heading west. Do you think we can find them? Xiao Hen said, they wouldn't have gone too far from Ling City, they must be in this area, and not necessarily moving south all the time. Wen Qingling stretched out his hand, crystal nuclei. Xiao Hen handed him 2 second-level evolved zombie crystal nuclei. Wen Qingling put the crystal nuclei into his own backpack. Xiao Hen glanced at his backpack and asked, did you bring baby anemone with you? Wen Qingling said, no. Xiao Hen did not ask any further. Whenever he went out, Wen Qingling would carry a backpack with him. It had almost become his habit. Although his backpack did not have a baby anemone, it had the blood anemone. He always carried his blood anemone with him and would never miss an opportunity to earn crystal nuclei. Chapter 39. Xiao Hen drove steadily and quickly arrived at Wrong City. Just after exiting the highway, they were blocked by an abandoned vehicle in front of them. Xiao Hen had to stop the car and said, this scene looks familiar. Wen Qingling leaned against his seat and said, my zombie little brother won't interfere here. Wen Qingling lifted his chin and said, get ready to pay the toll. Xiao Hen replied, if you want food, I can provide it, but if you want crystal nuclei, I really don't have any left. After the apocalypse, Xiao Hen frequently went out on missions and collected a lot of crystal nuclei. Besides using them for himself, he also gave many to Wen Qingling. His small treasury was nearly empty. Soon after, Xiao Hen saw a few men walking out of the grass by the side of the road. They were carrying weapons, including knives, wooden clubs, and sticks. They appeared to be in difficult conditions. They stood behind the abandoned vehicle, with one of them carrying a wooden club that was already aimed at Xiao Hen. Judging from their attire and the way they held their wooden clubs, they were probably ordinary civilians and not scattered soldiers. They shouted loudly, listen up, people in the car. If you want to enter Wrong City, you must leave behind money, food, or crystal nuclei. Without hesitation, Xiao Hen took out a box of instant noodles from the space and threw it to them. Xiao Hen said, "Get out of the way." The group of people's eyes turned green when they saw the complete box of instant noodles. In this era, it's already extremely difficult to have enough food to eat. Who would still care whether it's expired or not? Someone immediately ran over and hugged the instant noodles, opened them up, and checked. Sure enough, it was a whole box, with not a single packet missing. Several people exchanged a glance and all saw greed in each other's eyes. Wen Qingling said, "Kill them, they want to rob you." Xiao Hen turned his head to look at him. "Do you want to push the car down by yourself?" Wen Qingling looked at him strangely. "Is there still something I need to personally handle?" Xiao Hen was shocked. "You better not summon your zombie minions." He didn't have any zombie minions, but he did have a bunch of thick and wild vines that could pierce through even hard cement and asphalt roads, throwing cars that blocked the way into the ditches on either side. The few people were scared out of their wits and ran away with their heads in their hands, not daring to have any other thoughts. Wen Qingling raised an eyebrow at Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen gave him a thumbs up. Besides admiring him, what else could he say? The off-road vehicle drove towards Wrong City. The road was empty, with no survivors or zombies. Of course, this was in Xiao Hen's eyes. In Wen Qingling's spiritual world, it was a completely different story. Wen Qingling suddenly said, "I suspect you're setting me up." Xiao Hen turned his head to look at him. "I can refuse your accusation." Wen Qingling said, "Do you want to explain that this is the unique perspective of a soldier?" Xiao Hen looked at him with one eye, then two, and then understood. Ji Rong and the others are here. Wen Qingling said, "Not only him." Xiao Hen understood. "We've been to Wrong City before, initially to stop Fang Shenlong's beheading plan. I thought of using an armed helicopter, but after coming here, I realized that it was too difficult to get one, so we had to go back. It is indeed too difficult with only human power. The Air Force training base is now the stronghold of the zombies, with a considerable number of zombie soldiers, but most of them are ordinary people in Wrong City who have turned into zombies. Although Wrong City's population is not as large as Ling City, it still exceeds 1 million. At the beginning of the zombie virus outbreak, half of the world's 6 billion population turned into zombies, leaving the remaining small half of survivors struggling to survive in a world filled with zombies, mutations, and plants. Wen Qingling asked, "Do they have the same idea?" Xiao Hen replied, "Possibly. Yin Cheng might also have armed helicopters." With Yin Cheng's strong-willed personality, he would never be content to flee and would certainly return to Ling City. The fact that Wrong City was an Air Force training base was not a secret, and he must know about it. Even if Ji Rong and the others explained the situation to him, he would not believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. Therefore, encountering them here, Xiao Hen was not surprised at all. Wen Qingling had already observed the entire Wrong City. Yin Cheng's subordinates also had psychics, and they sensed the probe of unfamiliar psychic powers and reported it to Yin Cheng. The survivors in Wrong City had established their own base, and they barely survived by relying on the supplies in Wrong City. However, Yin Cheng and his group suddenly arrived, completely disrupting the lives of the survivors in Wrong City. The leader of the Wrong City base was very wary of them, but due to their weapons and identity, they dared not resist and could only swallow their anger, hoping that they would leave soon. The Wrong City base was built in a must-pass location to enter Wrong City, and Xiao Hen and Wen Qingling had to pass through the Wrong City base if they wanted to enter the city. They saw a group of people wearing camouflage uniforms with weapons in their arms guarding the roadside from a distance, clearly Yin Cheng's men. There was a roadblock ahead, so Xiao Hen stopped the car. He looked at Wen Qingling, but he closed his eyes and didn't seem to want to get off the car. Xiao Hen undid his seatbelt. "I'll be back soon." Xiao Hen got off the car, and the soldiers who came to greet him saluted him and addressed him as Colonel Xiao. Xiao Hen asked, "Where is Colonel Yin?" The soldier replied, "Colonel Yin is in the base." The Wrong City base was not large in scale, let alone compared to Ling City or Wen Qingling's civilization base. There shouldn't be too many survivors, but there were likely Earth-type ability users remaining here. Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong walked out quickly and were very happy to see Xiao Hen. Ji Rong smiled and said, "I told you, our boss is tough, even the tide of corpses can't stop him." Xiao Hen asked, "Is Meng Lao okay?" Ji Rong replied, "Meng Lao is fine, but we are not doing so well." Ji Rong gave Xiao Hen a knowing look. They were Xiao Hen's people, but they were working with Yin Cheng's group, and that couldn't lead to anything good. Ji Rong briefly recounted their experiences over the past few days. They fled from Ling City, and after traveling for 100 miles, the zombies did not pursue them any further. They stopped to discuss their next move, and Yin Cheng suggested going to Rong City to obtain an armed helicopter and return to Ling City to fight back. Ji Rong and the other two strongly advised against this, explaining the situation in Rong City. With so few people, they would not be able to obtain a helicopter. But Yin Cheng didn't believe them, so he took a detour from the south to the west and arrived in Rong City. Once they arrived in Rong City, they stayed at the Rong City base. The base leader dared not say anything and could only agree to let them stay temporarily. Ji Rong was angry and said, "That bastard Yin Cheng used the fact that we had come to this area to make us take the lead and investigate the Air Force training base. When we refused, he attacked us. If it weren't for Meng Lao, we would have definitely fought back." Xiao Hen's face darkened. Doesn't he have psychic ability users in his group? He Lin said, "Lin Shang claims his strength is limited and he couldn't investigate clearly, but he knows there are zombies there and someone needs to go investigate." Ji Rong cursed, "Fuck investigating. He's intentionally trying to get us killed. That son of a bitch is not a good person. A willingness to sacrifice oneself for the greater good and for the greater cause, and you don't even have that. What kind of soldier are you?" A voice came from behind, and it was Lin Shang, one of Yin Cheng's subordinates. "My willingness to sacrifice myself is not meant for the likes of you idiots." Ji Rong cursed. He had been holding back for the past few days and was now fed up. Lin Shang sneered, "As expected, you can see a person's character from the strength of their convictions. Even when I call you a dog, you still don't believe it. Fuck you, your whole family is dogs." Ji Rong had reached his limit and threw a fireball at Lin Shang. Lin Shang was a psychic ability user with keen perception but not strong combat ability. He quickly retreated and a water shield suddenly appeared in front of him. With a hiss, a mist of steam rose up. After the steam cleared, Yin Cheng and his team walked out. Yin Cheng smirked without smiling. "What's the meaning of this? You just came back and you're already starting a fight. Do you really not care about me?" Yin Cheng stopped in front of Xiao Hen and stared at him, saying, "If you want to fight, find a combat-type ability user. Don't bully those who use psychic powers. Even if you win, it doesn't count as a real victory." Xiao Hen glared at him, "You never change, always willing to do whatever it takes to achieve your goals." Yin Cheng chuckled, "Well, we're all just looking out for ourselves, aren't we?" Yin Cheng looked over at Xiao Hen's off-road vehicle and asked, "I heard you brought friends back. Where are they? Why don't you introduce them?" Xiao Hen didn't move, and Ji Rong looked over at the off-road vehicle, noticing that Wen Qingling was sitting in the passenger seat. Ji Rong. Holy cow, the boss is amazing, he actually managed to kidnap City Lord Wen out here. Ji Rong had more knowledge about Wen Qingling than He Lin and Shi Chong, so he both respected and feared him. At this moment, Ji Rong wished that Yin Cheng would do something even more reckless and get Wen Qingling to personally deal with him, just to see how he would handle it. He Lin and Shi Chong had heard of Wen Qingling's strength and were shocked to see him return with Xiao Hen. They all looked at Xiao Hen, waiting for an explanation. This was too scary, to silently kidnap the leader of the South City like this. Would the zombie gang from the South City come after them? Yin Cheng saw that Xiao Hen wasn't responding to him and lightly chuckled. Could this be the famous Dr. Wen from Southern City? Lin Shang had told him that a psychic ability user had come to explore Rong City, and since only 2 people had come, and Xiao Hen wasn't a psychic ability user, the other person could only be Dr. Wen from South City. That was why Yin Cheng asked this question. Yin Cheng shouted loudly, "Friends on the train, we've arrived at the station. Why don't we get off and chat?" Suddenly, there were heart-wrenching screams, as well as cries for help coming from within the city. Wen Qingling got off the car and, in front of everyone, jumped several times and disappeared into the buildings of the city, 100 meters away. Xiao Hen immediately used his space-type ability to chase after him, while He Lin spread his wings and took to the sky to follow urgently. Ji Rong cursed under his breath and he and Shi Chong immediately followed. Yin Cheng and everyone else was completely confused. Was that still a human being? Even a rabbit couldn't jump like that, and he disappeared in a flash. When they realized what was happening, Yin Cheng shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Why aren't you going after them?" Yin Cheng led his team to chase after them, while the others stayed behind to protect Mr. Meng and his assistant. Chapter 40. Wen Qingling appeared on the roof of a building, and Xiao Hen followed closely behind. After looking at the situation below, Xiao Hen immediately disappeared from the roof and appeared at a window on the second floor. He held a weapon and fired at the zombie horde below. There were 4 people below, surrounded and bitten by the zombie horde. They were covered in blood but not dead yet, screaming and calling for help. If Wen Qingling wasn't here, Xiao Hen might not have saved them, and even if he did, it would have been pointless. He would just give them a quick death. But now things were different. Wen Qingling was here, and as long as the people were still breathing, regardless of the zombie virus or injuries, he could handle it. The sound of the fired weapon inevitably attracted the zombie horde, and they all rushed toward the second floor window where Xiao Hen was. A group of zombies stood below the window, constantly jumping up to try to reach Xiao Hen. The zombie horde was crowded together like a stack of statues, with one stepping on the other to climb up. Soon, a zombie clung onto the windowsill, and the ones behind it stepped on it to rush to the second floor. Xiao Hen had to put away the weapon and disappear from the second floor window. He appeared on the street with a long knife in his hand, chopping off the heads of the zombies one by one. The 4 survivors covered in blood crawled over and kept shouting, "Save me, save me." He Lin finally arrived, dragging a survivor towards a shop on the side of the street. He fired at the wandering zombies in the shop and threw the survivor inside before going back to drag the others. Xiao Hen dragged the last survivor inside. He Lin immediately lowered the rolling curtain and blocked the zombie horde outside. The zombies banged on the rolling curtain madly, and the scrolls embedded in the wall were pulled out a bit every time they hit it. In no time, the rolling curtain was sure to be scrapped. The window glass shattered, and even the burglar bars were twisted by the zombies. One zombie after another crazily squeezed inside. He Lin fired his weapon and killed them one by one. There would always be new zombies to fill in the gaps. The rolling curtain was on the verge of collapsing, and more zombies rushed toward this side, all attracted by the sound of the weapon. Xiao Hen disappeared from inside the shop and reappeared on the roof. The zombies surged toward the shop from all sides. Xiao Hen said, "Not earning crystal nuclei. There are 4 people below, seriously injured and infected. You can earn 200 ordinary crystal nuclei from each of them." Wen Qingling looked at him and asked, "Do they have crystal nuclei?" Xiao Hen replied, "Certainly they do. Even if they don't have enough, they can pay them back later." As the zombie horde rushed towards them, Xiao Hen became a bit anxious. Wen Qingling gave him a casual glance, jumped into the zombie horde, and easily made his way to the storefront entrance. He looked at the shaky storefront door and reached out his hand. But before he could touch the door, a small, slim third-level evolved creature suddenly jumped out from the zombie horde and attacked him with its sharp claws. Xiao Hen's heart tightened. Wen Qingling quickly changed the direction of his hand, grabbed the creature's head, and slammed it along with the storefront door into the store, causing screams to be heard from inside. He Lin immediately aimed his weapon and saw that the person standing at the door was Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling walked in step by step with a pale face, and the third-level evolved creature that had fallen to the ground rolled a few times. It was just about to jump up when Wen Qingling was already in front of it. With a step, he stomped on its head, and with a crack, the entire head was smashed. The 4 survivors and He Lin were all startled. A small vine curled around a crystal nucleus and handed it to Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling was very disgusted and took out a handkerchief from his backpack to carefully wipe the crystal nucleus. He then looked at his shoes with worry. When Xiao Hen appeared, he saw Wen Qingling staring at his black, red, and white stained shoes in a daze, and the third-level evolved creature whose head had already been smashed. Xiao Hen looked around the store and brought a cloth mop to Wen Qingling's side. "Here, clean your shoes." "Thank you." Wen Qingling wrinkled his brows and earnestly cleaned his shoes. Looking at Wen Qingling's appearance, Xiao Hen suddenly felt amused. "Why did you think of using your foot?" Wen Qingling glanced at him. "Not use foot, use fist. Wouldn't that be even more disgusting?" "Xiao Hen, don't you have any weapons?" Wen Qingling clicked his tongue. "It's been a long time since I used one, I forgot to bring my knife." 4 people, speechless. He Lin, speechless. "You have really worked hard to survive until now." Wen Qingling stared at his shoes, making sure they were clean before giving up. The 4 people looked at the crowded zombie horde outside the door, all trembling. One person suddenly burst into tears. I told you this was a suicidal job, but you still wanted the crystal nuclei. Now, we are all going to turn into zombies. Xiao Hen looked at He Lin. He Lin walked over and whispered, Yin Cheng offered crystal nuclei to send someone to investigate the situation in Wrong City. They accepted the crystal nuclei. Xiao Hen understood. Wen Qingling finally looked at them when he heard the crystal nuclei. The four of them will turn into zombies. Their bodies were bitten and the bloody flesh was seen. The green and black zombie virus was spreading rapidly. Wen Qingling asked, do you want to live? One man gritted his teeth and said, who doesn't want to live? We have struggled through the end of the world until now, just to stay alive. Another man wiped away tears and said, we're finished, we can't survive. My wife is still waiting for me at the base, what will happen to her if I die? How can a woman survive in the end times? The man who was crying suddenly started swearing. Since he was going to die anyway, he wasn't afraid anymore. That son of a bitch colonel, he deliberately sent us out to die. If we didn't know it was a dangerous mission, he wouldn't have offered such a high price for the crystal nuclei. Wen Qingling, give me 100 common crystal nuclei to cure the virus and another 100 to treat injuries. You have many wounds, and the zombie virus spreads quickly. If you don't want to become a zombie, you'd better make a decision quickly. Do you want to live or become one with the zombies? The four men yelled together, of course, we want to live. Wen Qingling, 200 common crystal nuclei for each person, and I'll let you live. The four men. Xiao Hen said, he can cure the zombie virus on your body and help treat your injuries. It will cost 200 common crystal nuclei. If you have crystal nuclei, it's best to take them out quickly. The four men were dumbfounded. In addition to hearing about the sky-high price of 200 common crystal nuclei, they also heard that their zombie virus could be cured. What was the difference between this and being scammed by a gang of swindlers? The man who was crying looked at their clothes and immediately said, you are with that son of a bitch colonel, I don't believe you. Wen Qingling turned around and said, let's go, zombies suit their temperament. Don't force it, Xiao Hen. He Lin. Wait a minute, the man who had been silent all this time finally spoke up, I want treatment first, and then I'll pay the medical fee. Wen Qingling looked at him and said, okay. It wasn't his first time doing this kind of business, so he wasn't afraid of people not paying their bills. The man said, first, get rid of the zombie virus in my body. No one could cure the zombie virus. If he could solve the zombie virus, then the injuries were nothing. Wen Qingling, okay. He put down his backpack and took out a blood anemone, which was only the size of an adult's fist, and threw it to the man. The man reached out and caught the blood anemone, not understanding what was happening. Then, the tendrils surrounding the blood anemone's mouth suddenly extended and turned into sharp thorns, piercing into the man's neck wound. The man cried out in pain and was about to throw the blood anemone away, but Wen Qingling said, don't move, it's detoxifying you. The man could only stay still, holding the soft blood anemone and listening to it drink his blood with a gurgling sound. This feeling was really eerie. He had only heard about it from Ji Rong before, and this was the first time he had seen the detoxification process with his own eyes. He was also frightened by it. The other three people's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets as they watched their companion's corpse poison rapidly decrease, eventually returning to their original skin color with no trace of blue-black remaining. The round, red little anemone then pulled out its tendrils, and the whole sphere grew by a circle compared to before. Wen Qingling took back the blood anemone and said, the crystal nuclei. The man was shocked and checked his body regardless of his image, but there was no trace of the zombie virus except for the wound. Had the zombie virus in his body really been detoxified? The man absent-mindedly took out all the crystal nuclei on his body, which amounted to exactly 100. Wen Qingling asked, do you need healing? The man shook his head, I don't have that many crystal nuclei. Wen Qingling didn't insist either. The other three people saw the detoxification process with their own eyes and clamored for detoxification as well, taking out identical cloth bags from their bodies, each containing 100 ordinary crystal nuclei. These should be the rewards that Yin Cheng gave them for exploring, which were indeed very generous. Wen Qingling had the blood anemone treat them one by one, and after the four were treated, the fist-sized blood anemone had grown to the size of a football, showing how considerable amount the zombie virus in their body was. Wen Qingling threw the blood anemone and the 4 cloth bags into his backpack and put it back on. The 4 had their zombie virus detoxified, and although their injuries were severe, they wouldn't die as long as they could leave Wrong City alive, find someone to bandage or treat them and avoid infection. The 4 people finally realized that the zombies outside the door were just standing there. Why didn't they rush in? Wen Qingling glanced at the door, and the pressure from the advanced zombies made them scatter and ultimately leave unwillingly. When Ji Rong and Shi Chong arrived wheezing, what they saw was a clean street with only lying zombies but no standing ones, which looked very refreshing. Ji Rong knew he had found the right place, as any place where Wen Qingling was present would be so clean. Sure enough, they quickly found him in a shop. Just as Ji Rong and Shi Chong had arrived not long ago, Yin Cheng arrived with his team as well. They were all stunned by the clean street, and only then did they proceed cautiously until they found the trail of Xiao Hen and his group. Yin Cheng walked in and casually glanced at the 4 people on the ground. Each of them had wounds, bleeding, and clearly unable to survive. With a single look, Yin Cheng signaled his only female team member, Dao Shuang, to come over and look at the wounds of the 4 people. She then walked back with a strange expression and said, "The blood is red." In other words, they were not infected. Yin Cheng confirmed that the handsome young man with a backpack on his back was indeed Wen Qingling, the doctor who could treat the infected, as rumored throughout the Ling City base. Although he didn't believe it at first, the fact was now right in front of him, leaving him no choice but to believe it. According to the people at the Ling City base, Dr. Wen should use a small humanoid monster to treat people. So where was the little monster? Yin Cheng's gaze fell on Wen Qingling's bulging backpack, and he smiled and took the initiative to reach out his hand and said, "You must be Dr. Wen, who is so famous. I have long heard of your name." Wen Qingling didn't look at the outstretched hand but stared into Yin Cheng's eyes. "Are you interested in my backpack?" "Unfortunately, the humanoid monster you want to see is not with me." Yin Cheng's expression changed. He never expected that his thoughts were read by the other party. Seeing Yin Chengrui feeling embarrassed, Ji Rong almost burst out laughing. Chapter 41. Yin Cheng described, "That's a shame, I really wanted to see what the legendary humanoid monster looks like." Wen Qingling continued to stare at him. "You don't just want to see it, you want to get it." Yin Cheng replied, "Well, who wouldn't want to get their hands on something like that?" Wen Qingling glanced at Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen remained silent. Wen Qingling nodded to himself, realizing that Xiao Hen had also wanted the blood anemone at one point, but after seeing the danger of the baby anemone, he stopped mentioning it. Yin Cheng smiled and asked, "Colonel Xiao also wants it, doesn't he?" Wen Qingling nodded and shook his head. He used to want it, but not anymore. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong, who knew the truth, thought to themselves, what's the point of getting a small monster like that? Will it save humanity? Yin Cheng looked at Xiao Hen curiously. He didn't believe that Xiao Hen didn't want the small monster that could cure infected people. Wen Qingling looked at his patients and said, "Can you still walk? You'd better go back to the base to recover. The smell of blood will attract zombies." He couldn't protect them forever. The 4 of them helped each other leave the store and headed toward the base. Wen Qingling carried his backpack and calmly followed behind. They didn't encounter any zombies on the way, and those who didn't know the truth were grateful for their luck. Those who did know, however, kept their eyes on Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling walked back to the off-road vehicle and waited for Xiao Hen to drive them back to Wrong City. The 4 injured people were stopped at the entrance to the base. Everyone who entered the base had to undergo a physical examination, and it was difficult for injured people to enter, especially those whose wounds were suspected to have been bitten by zombies. 4 people who returned alive shouted, "We weren't infected. We've been cured. We don't have the virus." No one believed them, and they still couldn't enter the base. Finally, the leader of the base decided to let them stay in a small house outside the base for 2 days. If they didn't turn into zombies, then they would believe that they weren't infected. Meng Lao heard about the 4 people's ordeal and that Wen Qingling was outside. He rushed over in a hurry, hoping to see Wen Qingling. "Where is Dr. Wen? Where is he?" Meng Lao hurriedly asked, afraid of missing him again. Xiao Hen glanced at the off-road vehicle and said helplessly, "He's in the car. I'll go ask him if he wants to come out and talk to you." Meng Lao was very excited. "Okay, hurry up." Meng Lao's 4 assistants all respected him and couldn't bear to see him, an elderly person, waiting by the roadside. Meng Lao had earned everyone's respect in virus research, and what kind of person would dare to make him wait? Xiao Fei said, "Mr. Meng, we'll go in and wait. Let him come to see you." Meng Lao was in a good mood and waved his hand to indicate that he didn't mind. Xiao Hen walked to the passenger window and looked at the indifferent Wen Qingling. He knew that things were a bit difficult to handle. He quietly handed Wen Qingling a third-level evolution crystal nucleus and said, "Mr. Meng really wants to see you. Can you meet him?" Wen Qingling looked at him and asked, "When are we leaving?" Xiao Hen glanced at the excited Meng Lao and said, "After you've seen Mr. Meng." Wen Qingling accepted the crystal nucleus, got out of the car, and followed Xiao Hen to see Meng Lao. The three of Ji Rong who didn't see the scene of giving the crystal nucleus were very impressed. Only the boss could talk to Wen Qingling. Meng Lao was a small and thin old man. When he looked at Wen Qingling, his eyes were shining as if he had found a treasure. Meng Lao took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hello, hello. I finally see you." Xiao Hen and the others were nervous for Meng Lao. On the one hand, Yin Cheng was ignored when he extended his hand, and on the other hand, they were afraid that Wen Qingling would ignore him again, causing Meng Lao to lose face. Wen Qingling stared at Meng Lao for 2 seconds, then stretched out his slightly pale hand and shook hands with him. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Wen Qingling was not ignoring everyone, but selectively ignoring them. Meng Lao gets straight to the point. "I heard you have something that can cure infected individuals, is it true?" Wen Qingling responds, "It's true." Meng Lao excitedly asks, "Can I take a look?" Since the medicine was able to cure those 4 people, it should be on Wen Qingling's person. Wen Qingling says, "No." Meng Lao and the others are taken aback. Xiao Fei, who is fed up with Meng Lao's attitude, speaks up, "I don't think you understand the situation. Standing in front of you is the only remaining national treasure-level virus research expert in our country. The fate of humanity rests solely on Meng Lao's shoulders. No matter what kind of doctor you are, you should show some respect for Meng Lao." The 4 survivors who were saved are speechless. It's actually you who needs to understand the situation. This is the person who single-handedly tore apart zombies and crushed a level 3 evolved dog with 1 foot. You can't mess with him. Ji Rong and the others feel chills running down their spines. This kid is arrogant in front of survivors, but now they're being arrogant in front of Wen Qingling, who can decide life and death in a matter of seconds. Wen Qingling looks at Xiao Fei, who arrogantly confronts him. Xiao Fei lifts his chin with an attitude of superiority as he meets Wen Qingling's gaze. Wen Qingling says, "That's good then. The fate of humanity is in your hands. Good luck." Wen Qingling asks Xiao Hen, "Can we leave now?" Xiao Hen is speechless. He spent a level 3 evolved crystal nucleus to arrange this meeting, only to have it ruined by this idiot. Xiao Hen helplessly says, "Let's go." As Wen Qingling takes a step forward, Xiao Fei suddenly pounces and tries to grab Wen Qingling's backpack. "Leave the medicine behind before you go." Yin Cheng's people have been waiting for an opportunity. They finally see Wen Qingling and the medicine that can cure the infected is in his backpack. How can they let them leave? As soon as Xiao Fei makes a move, Yin Cheng and the others follow suit. Ice and water abilities all attack Wen Qingling at the same time. "Stop." Xiao Hen wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Ji Rong, He Lin, and Shi Chong all acted at the same time to intercept Yin Cheng and others. At this moment, Wen Qingling pinched Xiao Fei's neck and pulled him in front of him, blocking the 2 ice cones that were thrown at him. Shi Chong's earth shield blocked the bullets shot by Yin Cheng at Wen Qingling, but 1 bullet still deviated from the earth shield and shot toward Wen Qingling. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Wen Qingling, and the bullet pierced through his body, embedding into Wen Qingling's chest. Everyone was stunned. "Boss." Ji Rong and the others were about to rush forward, but Xiao Hen raised his hand to stop them. Wen Qingling released Xiao Fei, who was on the brink of life and death, and looked at Xiao Hen's bleeding chest, then looked at his own chest where the bullet had lodged. It wasn't deep, and he used his fingers to pull out the bullet from the flesh and blood in front of everyone. There were gasps all around. Wen Qingling hardly felt any pain, he could only see blood gushing out of the wound, and after the bullet was removed, the wound quickly healed. He pinched the bloody bullet in his hand, and the blood flowed down his fingers, drop by drop, 3 drops in total. The 3 drops of blood that fell on the ground quickly grew into something red visible to the naked eye. Originally, they were only the size of marbles, but soon they grew to the size of a child's fist. Xiao Hen, who saw this scene up close, couldn't believe it. These were blood anemones. Xiao Hen looked at Wen Qingling in disbelief. This was completely different from what Wen Qingling had told him. This was not something Wen Qingling accidentally discovered, but something that was nurtured by his own blood. Wen Qingling squatted down and picked up the 3 small blood anemones that had stopped growing, along with the bullet, and put them in his backpack. A green light appeared in his palm, and Wen Qingling pressed the light on Xiao Hen's wound. With lowered eyebrows and eyes, Wen Qingling said coldly, "I'm going to kill them all, will you stop me?" Although injured, Xiao Hen still stood straight. At this moment, there was no time to worry about the origin of the blood anemone. The most important thing was to calm Wen Qingling's anger. Xiao Hen said, "Those who are wronged have a debt to be paid, don't harm innocent people." Wen Qingling asked, "Are there innocent people here?" Xiao Hen replied, "They didn't take action." Nearly 100 soldiers who came with Yin Cheng didn't take action, mainly just Yin Cheng and his team members. He couldn't let all of them die here. Wen Qingling, "But they covet my blood anemones." Xiao Hen whispered, "If you kill them all, you'll be declaring war on humanity. Is that what you want to see?" Wen Qingling said, "They want to kill me. Even if I go to war with humans, so what? All the zombies he met would be his warriors. What did he have to fear?" Xiao Hen grabbed Wen Qingling's wrist and said, "Don't go that far, because they're not worth it." Wen Qingling stared at him and asked, "Are you trying to stop me?" Xiao Hen replied, "I won't let you go to war with humans. Unless I die and can't see that day, I will definitely stop you." Wen Qingling didn't say anything and pushed the entire green light into Xiao Hen's chest, healing his injuries from the weapon. Ji Rong and He Lin, who had seen Wen Qingling's strength firsthand, were already nervous to the point of suffocation. They were especially afraid that if Wen Qingling became angry, he would destroy everyone present, including the Rong City base. However, there are always those who are not afraid of death. Until this moment, they still don't know how foolish they were. All of Xiao Hen's previous friendliness and soothing words were rendered useless today. Yin Cheng still pointed at Wen Qingling and asked, "What was that just now? What grew out of your blood?" 3 drops of blood grew into 3 small red objects, which everyone present saw, but only Yin Cheng asked about it. Wen Qingling looked at him and suddenly reached out, a strong suction pulling Yin Cheng over. Yin Cheng opened his weapon, and when Wen Qingling swung his arm, Yin Cheng and the weapon both turned, hitting their own people. Dao Shuang and Shang Shichen simultaneously used their abilities, the ice and water abilities activating at the same time. The ground suddenly cracked open, and numerous black thorn-covered vines appeared, trapping everyone in a vine hell. Wen Qingling, Xiao Hen knew his temperament. After suffering such a big loss, he couldn't just let it go. He Lin rushed towards Meng Lao at the first moment, grabbed him, and used his wind wings to drag him to a safe place. The others who were trapped in the thorny vine hell, even if they were not attacked, still suffered injuries as the black thorns on the vines were very sharp. Yin Cheng was the main target of the attack, and a thick vine was specially prepared for him, allowing him to taste the feeling of being pierced through the chest. However, what Wen Qingling did not expect was that someone actually blocked this attack for Yin Chengrui. Lin Sheng was impaled on the thorny vines, coughing up blood incessantly. Yin Cheng was furious and the other team members rushed over to try to get Lin Sheng down. Yin Cheng went crazy and opened fire at Wen Qingling, but Wen Qingling quickly jumped out of his range. "Take Meng Lao and go." Xiao Hen chased after Wen Qingling. Chapter 42. He Lin grabbed Old Meng and used wind wings to dash far away. Ji Rong and Shi Chong charged toward Xiao Hen's off-road vehicle and crashed through the barricades, following them into Rong City. By the time Yin Cheng's men crawled out of the vine hell, their traces were long gone. Yin Cheng was furious at the heavy losses of his subordinates, and he kept yelling, "I will kill you all." The off-road vehicle rushed into Rong City, where He Lin and Meng Lao were already waiting. They got in the vehicle, and it continued to drive further in. Meng Lao was almost scared to death by the series of incidents. He was gasping for air and asked, "Where are you taking me?" Rong City was full of zombies, but Ji Rong drove crazily toward the city center. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any zombies along the way. When they were close to the city center, the off-road vehicle stopped, and Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen were waiting for them. Wen Qingling couldn't help but look at Xiao Hen's chest again and said, "Even if you block the bullet for me, I won't go to the human base with you. Xiao Hen replied helplessly, I didn't mean that. Wen Qingling looked at him and asked, then what do you mean? Do you want to commit suicide? Xiao Hen didn't know why he did it either. When he saw that the earth shield couldn't stop the bullet, he didn't think of anything and just blocked it. Xiao Hen, I didn't intend to commit suicide. Wen Qingling stared at him for a while, then suddenly realized, you want me to owe you a favor? Xiao Hen felt a headache, no. Wen Qingling asked, then why? Xiao Hen tried to think, to repay you. Wen Qingling was confused. Xiao Hen explained, you saved me many times before, and I want to repay you for that. Although he still caused injury to Wen Qingling this time, he wanted to make up for it somehow. Wen Qingling accepted the explanation, then we are even. What else could Xiao Hen do but accept it? As soon as they got out of the car, Meng Lao began to complain, what are you guys doing? You were just chatting and now it's turned into this mess. Xiao Hen said, Meng Lao, we need to take you back, it's not safe here. Meng Lao glared, I'm not going back. I came here to study, and if I leave with nothing accomplished and with fewer people, then what was the point? I'm not going back no matter what you say. Wen Qingling said coldly, then you can just die here. Meng Lao glared at him, I won't go back even if I die. Xiao Hen tried to persuade him, Meng Lao, Yin Cheng is crazy and will do anything to achieve his goals. When he goes crazy, he won't care about your safety. There are only 4 of us here, and we can't protect you. You have to go back. Meng Lao continued to glare, I'm not going back. Wen Qingling thought for a moment, or, you can take the 4 people from the wrong city base back with you. They have been treated by me and have developed antibodies, so they are immune to the zombie virus. You can go back and unlock the secrets in their bodies. Meng Lao's eyes lit up, really? Wen Qingling said, yes, you studied Fang Zhen's blood sample and found that there were antibodies inside, but those were results after treatment. There are no natural antibodies, only antibodies left after treatment. Meng Lao took advantage of the situation, but I still want to see the little monsters that can treat infected people. Wen Qingling said, no. Meng Lao said, then I won't go. Wen Qingling replied, do whatever you want. Your life and death have nothing to do with me. Meng Lao said, then I'll go to Ling City and let the zombies you raised eat me. Wen Qingling snorted and summoned a zombie, throwing it at Meng Lao, you don't have to wait until you get to Ling City, you can die now. The zombie roared and pounced toward Meng Lao. Xiao Hen and the others didn't expect it. When Wen Qingling became unhappy, he directly threw a zombie at Meng Lao. The zombie was so decayed that it was unrecognizable, but its teeth were still sharp and its mouth was full of black slime. It bit towards Meng Lao in one go. Everything happened too quickly. Even Xiao Hen was half a second too slow. By the time he appeared next to Meng Lao, the zombie had already bitten Ji Rong's arm. Ji Rong took the bite for Meng Lao. Ji Rong cursed in pain and kicked the zombie that was biting his arm away. After taking a bite of flesh and blood and receiving instructions from Wen Qingling, the zombie quickly got up and ran away, not confronting Ji Rong and the others head-on. No one was not afraid of death, and Meng Lao was quite scared this time. In just a few seconds, Ji Rong's arm had turned dark and black, and the zombie virus was spreading rapidly. Xiao Hen was a bit angry. You went too far. Xiao Hen could feel that Wen Qingling was not indifferent to his words, otherwise, the Vine Hell would not only attack Yin Cheng but spare the others. If it weren't for his persuasion, there would probably be corpses all over the wrong city base now. However, Wen Qingling's approach was unexpected. He had just persuaded them to spare those people, but then he threw a zombie at Meng Lao. It was too dangerous, and Meng Lao was already quite old and couldn't withstand too much. Wen Qingling said lightly, doesn't he want to die? Why not grant him his wish? Why should so many young lives be sacrificed for an old man? If he dies, perhaps people like you can avoid a few deaths. This old man had always been protected by many people and was safe and sound. He didn't know how much sacrifice others had made to protect him from the threat of death. If someone has status and value, they can do as they please and let others sacrifice their lives for them. Such people might as well just die, as they cannot develop a vaccine themselves. What use is there in keeping them alive? If you act recklessly in front of Wen Qingling, then the only outcome is being thrown into a zombie. What Wen Qingling said was the truth, but Xiao Hen and the others couldn't say that. They could only obey orders and protect him, even if it meant sacrificing their lives for him. Meng Lao was not unaware of the hardships of others. In his opinion, sacrifices were inevitable for the sake of developing a vaccine. Even if he sacrificed himself for a vaccine, he would not hesitate. Wen Qingling said, "Old man, stop dreaming. Your research facility cannot be reopened, and I don't want you to reopen it. No matter what you do, it's useless. The best way is to go back where you came from and not make any more reckless sacrifices." Meng Lao fell silent. In his heart, Ji Rong thinks of Wen Qingling as highly as his thumb, but he's in so much pain that he's going crazy. "City Lord Wen, Boss Wen, can you please save me first? I feel like I'm about to die." Wen Qingling glances at him. Crystal nucleus. Ji Rong looks pitifully at his boss. Xiao Hen hands a first-level evolved crystal nucleus to Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling turns around and walks towards a shopping mall. "Come." Ji Rong hurriedly follows. Without looking back, Wen Qingling says, "When I come back and if I see him, I'll throw him directly into the zombie horde." Many zombies are hiding in the mall, all scared stiff by Wen Qingling and standing against the wall without moving. Wen Qingling does not bother them and finds a clean resting area to sit down, gesturing for Ji Rong to extend his arm. Ji Rong obediently does so, and by now his entire arm has turned black. Wen Qingling takes out a newly grown small blood mandrake and asks Ji Rong, "Does it hurt?" Ji Rong grits his teeth. "A piece of my flesh was torn off, and the virus is spreading. Do you think it hurts or not?" Wen Qingling says, "You are quite brave. I thought you guys weren't afraid of pain." Ji Rong is speechless. Wen Qingling hands the small blood mandrake to Ji Rong and tells him to do it himself. Ji Rong says, speechless. Is he really this cruel? It already hurts so much, and he still has to do it himself. When the tentacles of the small blood mandrake pierce into the wound, Ji Rong is in so much pain that he trembles and keeps gasping. "Brother Wen, Boss Wen, can I make a suggestion?" Wen Qingling says, "No." Ji Rong says, "Just let me say one thing." Wen Qingling says, "I'm not listening." Ji Rong can't hold it in. It's too painful. Before the treatment, can't you give the patient local anesthesia? Wen Qingling says, "Don't waste anesthesia." Ji Rong says, "Then, do you think using a tentacle to take drugs is a good idea? It's like using a circle of holes to solve a problem that could be solved with one. It hurts, big brother." Wen Qingling said, "You can feel pain, which means the zombie virus has spread too little. When your whole body is invaded by the zombie virus, you won't feel pain anymore." Wen Qingling added, "You should be glad that you can still feel pain." Ji Rong zipped his mouth shut to indicate that he would stop talking. After the treatment was over, Ji Rong unzipped his mouth again and said, "Can you also treat my wound and the blood holes around it?" Wen Qingling replied, "Crystal nucleus." Ji Rong was speechless. Ji Rong said, "I'll give it to you later. Our little treasury is with our boss." Wen Qingling was not worried about him not paying and treated him generously. For some unknown reason, Meng Lao didn't insist on staying here any longer. Maybe he had no other choice and could only agree to take those 4 people back with him. The Wrong City training base had a helicopter, and they could take the helicopter back. Meng Lao was still concerned about his assistant. "Yi Zichong and the others are leaving with me." Xiao Hen said, "They are with Yin Cheng. Yin Cheng won't hand them over to me. If there is a chance, I will save them. In other words, if there is no chance to save them, they can only fend for themselves." After Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen left, Yin Cheng immediately gathered his men and chased after them into Wrong City. Xiao Hen used his space ability to reappear in the Wrong City base. The previous battle scared the people in the base, and now everyone was hiding inside and not daring to come out. The 4 people who were excluded were still hiding in the mud house. Xiao Hen explained their purpose to them and promised that they could bring their families with them to a bigger human base where they could live, but they needed to cooperate with the research in the future. They could not refuse the opportunity to go to a larger base. Small bases like the Wrong City base didn't even need a zombie tide. Maybe a group of zombies would swarm here, and they would all be doomed. The 4 people brought their families and followed Xiao Hen into Wrong City from another path, with Wen Qingling clearing the way. They arrived at the training ground smoothly. Outside the training ground were countless zombies, and the survivors' legs were weak at the sight of so many zombies. Humans couldn't enter here, but Wen Qingling could easily let them in. They found an intact helicopter and were sent back by He Lin and Shi Chong again. Seeing the helicopter flying over their heads, Yin Cheng knew that Xiao Hen and the others had already arrived at the Air Force training base, but it was full of corpses. They knew that Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen were there, but they couldn't get over there. Yin Cheng was furious and just wanted to kill. Yin Cheng dragged the remaining 3 assistants over and pointed to the flying helicopter, saying, "See, you have been abandoned. You are not even worth being taken away, and I have no obligation to protect you anymore." Yi Zichong gritted his teeth and said, "We are Meng Lao's research assistants. You can't treat us like this." Yin Chengrui angrily said, "I don't care whose assistants you are. Now, in my eyes, you are just a burden." The gentle Mu Yi spoke up, "Colonel Yin, are you going to disobey orders?" Yin Cheng replied, "To hell with orders. I almost got killed, my men are dead or injured, and I still care about the damn orders. Even if I disobey orders, who can do anything to me?" Yin Cheng ordered, "Guards, throw them out and feed them to the zombies." Wen Qingling withdrew his mental power, accustomed to such results. In the end times, those who were deemed to have no value were often abandoned. In the end times, physical strength was often valued more than intelligence, and even one's life could not be guaranteed. Even if one's intelligence was highly valued, it was of no use. Chapter 43. Wen Qingling spoke and acted accordingly. It was not until Xiao Hen sent Meng Lao away that he appeared. Xiao Hen felt helpless toward Wen Qingling. Watching him approach step by step, he thought he would say something, but unexpectedly, the first thing he said was, 100 ordinary crystals. Xiao Hen, speechless. Xiao Hen looked at Ji Rong, who was following Wen Qingling. Ji Rong raised his arm without any visible traces, indicating that the crystals were spent on this. Xiao Hen had no choice but to pay with another batch of crystals. After receiving the treatment fee, Wen Qingling spoke again, "Do you want to rescue those 3 assistants?" Xiao Hen, "If it's possible to save them, then definitely." Wen Qingling, "No need to rescue them. They have already been thrown to feed the zombies by that colonel." Xiao Hen, speechless. Ji Rong. Ji Rong, "Damn it, I knew that bastard named Yin is no good." Ji Rong worriedly asked, "Boss, how do we explain this to Meng Lao?" Xiao Hen, "Those 4 followed Yin Cheng here. Whether it's protection or abandonment, it's their own business. I only promised Meng Lao to do my best to save them. If I can't, there's nothing I can do." Xiao Hen, "Since they followed here, they should be prepared that they can't go back." Xiao Hen asked Wen Qingling, "Do you want to go and see the armed helicopter now?" Wen Qingling looked in a certain direction and left a word before disappearing. Wen Qingling, "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." The zombies in Rong City made the Air Force training base their stronghold, and it wasn't a spontaneous formation. There was a leader present. Wen Qingling appeared in front of a dormitory building surrounded by zombies. There were soldier zombies and civilian zombies. At the entrance of the dormitory building, there stood a 7 or 8-year-old girl. She was wearing a princess dress and little leather shoes that should have been beautiful. However, the princess dress was torn and dirty, and the red leather shoes had turned black from the dirt. In her arms, she held a doll that had its body but no head, revealing a clumped black cotton filling. Her hair was disheveled, and her face and mouth were covered in black blood stains. Her gray-white eyes stared intensely at Wen Qingling. When she saw Wen Qingling appear, the little girl let out a cautious roar. Wen Qingling, with a blank expression on his face, stared back at the little girl. Clearly, he didn't expect the leader of Rong City to be such a small child. Wen Qingling was most afraid of dealing with children, especially delicate little girls. Reasoning with them was futile. If things didn't go their way, they would cry and throw tantrums. You couldn't hit or kill them, only pacify them. Wen Qingling lacked the patience to appease others. Wen Qingling attempted to communicate, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" In response, the little girl lunged at Wen Qingling and tried to bite him. Wen Qingling, speechless. Indeed, she was a child who didn't understand fear. She dared to bite even Wen Qingling, whom she will call Daddy Wen. Wen Qingling slapped her, sending the little girl flying into the group of zombies. The enraged girl howled, commanding her zombie minions to attack Wen Qingling. Unfortunately, these ordinary zombies were already suppressed by Wen Qingling and couldn't heed the girl's orders. With Wen Qingling's current oppressive presence, even evolved zombies could be kept in check. However, there were always a few fearless evolved zombies who attempted to challenge Daddy Wen. The crushed level 3 evolved zombie was one, and the level 6 evolved zombie after him was the second. The little girl couldn't control the zombie horde, and she became frantic. Once again, she lunged at Wen Qingling to bite him. Wen Qingling initially intended to grab her by the neck, but seeing the black blood stains on her neck and mouth, he felt a strong aversion. Instead, he grabbed a clean portion of her princess dress, but the dress was too fragile. With a tearing sound, a piece of cloth came off, and the little girl fell to the ground. Wen Qingling, speechless. The little girl turned her head to look at her exposed back and fell silent. Wen Qingling joined her in silence, feeling the need to confront his own mistake. The little girl, even as a zombie, was still a girl. He sincerely apologized, "I'm sorry. I can compensate you with a new dress." After a moment of silence, the little girl suddenly let out a piercing scream. The sound was so loud that it shattered the glass windows of the dormitory building, causing even Xiao Hen and Ji Rong, who were far away in the city center of Rong City, to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums and a heavy sensation in their heads. Ji Rong desperately covered his ears and shouted, "What the hell is happening? What is Wen Qingling doing? What kind of sound is this?" Xiao Hen was also in discomfort, watching Wen Qingling disappear in the direction of the sound. A small black dot appeared in the distance and rapidly approached. Wen Qingling flew back, looking somewhat disheveled. This was indeed a rare sight. "Xiao Hen, what is that sound?" "Wen Qingling, it's a leader." Xiao Hen instinctively tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. Whenever they encountered a leader, they had to eliminate it. The leader was a disaster for the survivor base. Ji Rong rubbed his ear and asked, "What happened to you? Why did it scream like that?" Wen Qingling gestured, "I accidentally tore its princess dress." Xiao Hen, speechless. Ji Rong, speechless. Both of them looked at Wen Qingling with a gaze that clearly said, "So you're this kind of Wen Qingling." Wen Qingling said, "I'm most afraid of dealing with children. Quickly find me an identical princess dress." Xiao Hen and Ji Rong, speechless. Xiao Hen, "We haven't seen it, how can we find it? What color is it? What style? What size?" Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen, and Xiao Hen looked at Wen Qingling. The two stared at each other in disbelief. Wen Qingling said, "I don't know what color it is. It's already so dirty that I can't tell the color anymore." Wen Qingling continued, "How about I go and bring it here for you to identify?" "Don't go." Ji Rong hadn't finished speaking his words of discouragement when Wen Qingling disappeared once again. Ji Rong felt hopeless. "Boss, if we have to face the scream of a leader, do we still have a way out? Did your focus go back to your hometown? Is it really the issue of the scream that we should be concerned about? Shouldn't we be more concerned about the fact that Wen Qingling said he would capture the leader, and just went to do it?" Soon, Wen Qingling returned, carrying a child in his hand. This time, he wasn't afraid of tearing the princess dress because he had bound the little girl with vines and brought her over. The bound little girl zombie was swaying in the air, constantly emitting angry low growls. Xiao Hen, speechless. Ji Rong, speechless. Xiao Hen, a leader. Wen Qingling nodded, a leader. Ji Rong, so small. Wen Qingling nodded again, so small. The little girl zombie kicked her legs in the air, trying to swing over and bite the two humans. Wen Qingling pinched the headless doll of the little girl with two fingers and waved it in front of her. The little girl's gaze followed the movement of the headless doll, and then it fell to the ground with a thud. Wen Qingling, see that? If you don't listen, this is what happens. Little girl zombie, speechless. Xiao Hen, speechless. Ji Rong, speechless. Oh no, oh no, oh no, here comes the eerie sound. As expected, the little girl zombie was greatly stimulated. She opened her dark mouth and was about to start screaming again. Wen Qingling reached out from a distance, grabbed the headless doll, and stuffed it into the mouth of the little girl zombie, silencing her scream. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Qingling, seems like intimidation doesn't work. Ji Rong went into a frenzy, forget about zombies, even regular kids won't be soothed by intimidation. Wen Qingling slumped his face, so we have to coax her. Ji Rong, we must coax her. Wen Qingling tossed the little girl zombie to Ji Rong, it's up to you to coax her. Take care of it. Ji Rong panicked as he held the tossed little zombie, No, it's a zombie, not a human. How am I supposed to coax it? The little girl zombie growled in her throat, attempting to bite Ji-rong several times, but the headless doll in her mouth blocked her. Wen Qingling walked ahead, heading to the mall to find a princess dress for the little girl. Xiao Hen's gaze at the little girl zombie grew colder and colder. Before he could unsheath his knife, Wen Qingling's voice came through, "Don't kill it, I need it for something." Xiao Hen, what use do you have for a leader? Wen Qingling climbed up the escalator, only halfway up realizing why he bothered climbing these laborious stairs when he could have just jumped up effortlessly. Wen Qingling jumped to the second floor, saying, "I need a leader to guard Rong City for me. Here, there are armed helicopters. If a determined human were to get their hands on a helicopter and fly over Ling City, it would cause chaos. Even if Rong City happens to have a leader, he wants to extradite one from Ling City as well." Xiao Hen appeared next to Wen Qingling and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Guard against humans." Wen Qingling looked at him strangely. "Shouldn't we guard against humans? If that colonel gets hold of an armed helicopter, wouldn't he fly over Ling City and start a massacre?" Xiao Hen fell silent. Yin Cheng is definitely capable of doing such a thing. Wen Qingling went straight to the children's clothing store. The clothes in the store were relatively clean apart from some dust. He compared each item, trying to find a princess dress similar to the one worn by the little girl zombie. Xiao Hen glanced back at Ji-rong. He was still struggling to climb the stairs, holding the little zombie at a distance. "Xiao Hen, can I ask about your level?" Wen Qingling, "I don't have a level." Xiao Hen, "Without a level, can you really control a leader?" Wen Qingling, "Who said I can control it? Unless the leader consumes his blood anemones, it's not easy for him to control a free leader. Currently, the highest evolved being that has consumed blood anemones is the duo leaders, the sisters. Wen Qingling can clearly feel that his control over the sisters is not as effortless as controlling ordinary zombies. The same goes for the blood corpse. He needs to exert effort to suppress and control them for them to be effective. Perhaps it's related to his own strength. Only when his strength far surpasses theirs can he guarantee complete dominance. Xiao Hen frowned. He had already learned from his experience not to trust blindly. It was instinctual for him to be skeptical. Wen Qingling said, "There's no need to rely on level suppression. Other methods can also achieve the desired result." Xiao Hen asked, "Aren't zombies all about hierarchy and levels?" Wen Qingling took out a bag and packed the selected little dress and shoes. "That's true. Do you think I resemble a zombie?" Xiao Hen looked at him and replied, "No, you don't resemble a zombie at all. Instead, you look very much like a human." Wen Qingling said, "But I'm not a human either. What do you think I am?" Xiao Hen didn't know, and he didn't know how to categorize Wen Qingling's existence. Wen Qingling smirked and said, "I'm not entirely human, nor am I entirely a zombie. Therefore, the rules of both humans and zombies are irrelevant to me." Xiao Hen remained silent. Ji-rong finally caught up, looking exhausted. He said, "Can you two wait for me for a moment?" Wen Qingling walked over with several paper bags and took out a small dress, unfolding it to show the little zombie. "Is this pretty?" The little girl zombie growled in her throat. Wen Qingling switched to another dress. "How about this one?" The little girl zombie responded with more growls. Wen Qingling continued changing dresses, and the little girl continued to growl. Xiao Hen and Ji-rong couldn't understand their communication, so they could only stand by and wait as the two of them selected their clothes. Wen Qingling showed the little girl zombie a pair of small shoes. "Look at these shoes. Are they beautiful?" "They're definitely prettier than your shoes." The little girl zombie growled and struggled, trying to pounce on Wen Qingling. It was clear from her reaction that the little zombie was very unhappy. Wen Qingling stopped showing the small shoes and looked at the little zombie strangely. "Did you lose your eyesight after becoming a zombie? It's obvious to everyone whether your shoes are pretty or the ones I picked." The little girl zombie growled, "Roar, roar." Wen Qingling said, "You have poor eyesight." The little girl zombie growled even louder, "Roar, roar, roar." Wen Qingling repeated, "You have poor eyesight." Xiao Hen said, "Speechless." Ji-rong said, "Speechless are they arguing?" Ji-rong wiped his sweat and asked, "Brother, is it really okay for you to argue with a zombie?" Wen Qingling rolled up his sleeves and said, "This is a matter of aesthetics. Even if it's a zombie, one should not lose the pursuit of beauty." Ji-rong said, speechless. Well, as long as you're happy. Chapter 44. Wen Qingling picked up all the paper bags and swiftly disappeared into the mall, carrying the bound little zombie girl, before returning to the Air Force training base. Wen Qingling threw the little girl on the ground, along with the paper bag. She untied the zombie girl and took the headless doll out of her mouth, warning her, "If you dare to make a sound again, I'll sew your mouth shut." The little zombie girl was extremely agitated and kept howling. Wen Qingling said, "Let's make a deal. I'll restore your appearance, and you'll help me guard Wrong City." "How about that?" The little zombie girl threw a worn-out shoe at Wen Qingling to express her refusal. Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling took out a small blood anemone and threw it to the little zombie girl. As soon as she smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood, she immediately grabbed it and started gnawing on it, regardless of what it was. After finishing the plant, her appearance was restored, her flesh regenerated, and she finally turned back into a normal human child. Wen Qingling said, "Go change into some new clothes." The girl, now able to speak again, replied, "No, I won't. The clothes you chose are all ugly." Wen Qingling felt challenged. "Look for yourself. These dresses I picked out, aren't they exactly the same as the one you're wearing?" The girl looked down on him. "You're blind. Do any of the dresses you chose have lace? Are they fluffy skirts? None of them are. What kind of princess dresses are these?" Wen Qingling was confused. "What are you talking about?" The girl said condescendingly, "You won't understand even if I explain." Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling said, "Okay, fine. If they're not, they're not. Then our deal is considered complete." The girl stood with her hands on her hips in a huff. "It's not complete. I haven't agreed yet. Why should I guard the city for you?" Wen Qingling replied, "You ate my blood anemone, so you'll have to help me guard the city." The girl retorted, "You gave it to me yourself. I didn't ask for it." Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling became angry. "I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go find your parents. Where are your mom and dad? No one has dared to owe him crystal nuclei and not return them to this day." The little girl's eyes rolled around. "I don't have a dad. My dad sacrificed himself a long time ago. If you can save my mom and uncle too, I'll agree to guard Wrong City for you." Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Qingling, "Then you have to give me 300 ordinary crystal nuclei." The girl patted her chest, "No problem. My uncle is a pilot here, he's especially amazing." Wen Qingling asked, "Where is your uncle?" The little girl deflated, "He's among these zombies. Maybe you can help me find him." Wen Qingling replied, "I really appreciate it, but I don't know what your uncle looks like. How can I help you find him?" The little girl tilted her head, "Aren't you very capable?" Wen Qingling, speechless. "Fine, in order to live up to that praise, he would help look for him." Wen Qingling reached out and placed his hand on the little girl's head to probe the past. Wen Qingling saw two scenes. The first one was of a young woman driving into the Air Force training base with a little girl during the chaotic early days of the apocalypse. The woman was comforting the crying little girl, and as long as they found the uncle, they would be safe. When they arrived at the training base, they realized that the entire base had fallen, and they rushed into the midst of the zombies. Their car window was smashed by zombies, and the young woman was dragged out of the car by zombies. The little girl pounced and grabbed her mother, and they were both pulled out of the car together. They were bitten by the zombies, and the young woman, in order to protect her daughter, stabbed a zombie's eye with a dagger and took shelter with her daughter in a dormitory. The scene disappeared, and there was no doubt that both of them eventually turned into zombies. However, the young woman might have already left to wander outside. The second scene showed a young woman holding the 5 or 6-year-old little girl's hand, standing in front of a memorial and crying. The man in the memorial was young, dressed in military uniform. Another young man, also in military uniform, was consoling the weeping woman. The young man and the woman bore some resemblance in their features, so he was likely the little girl's uncle. Wen Qingling released his psychic power to search for the girl's mother and uncle. In the midst of a decaying mass of zombies where even their facial features couldn't be clearly seen, Wen Qingling painstakingly searched for the target zombies. He had to work hard because not doing so meant his 100 nuclei treatment fees would go down the drain, and he would lose a potential business of 200 nuclei treatment fees. After careful comparison, Wen Qingling finally found the 2 target zombies within the mass of millions of zombies. He used his psychic power to guide the two zombies towards him, constantly stimulating their minds, and trying to restore their consciousness as soon as possible. By the time they walked to the designated location, they had regained a hint of consciousness. When the little girl saw them, she cried out with a, "Wow," but there were no tears. She wailed and rushed over to embrace the decayed face of the unrecognizable female zombie. Wen Qingling had searched based on the woman's last attire, hoping to find her based on her appearance, but that was too difficult for him. He had to admit his helplessness. Unexpectedly, he found the right one. This zombie was indeed the little girl's mother. Compared to the mother, the little girl's uncle was harder to find. They were all dressed in identical training uniforms, and without clear facial features, it was indeed difficult to locate the target. The uncle had a nose that had rotted into a cavity, and his mouth had decayed to the point where the jawbone was visible. The only intact feature was a pair of eyes. Wen Qingling found the target zombie based on its eye shape, and fortunately, he didn't make a mistake. It was indeed the little girl's uncle. Wen Qingling communicated with the two zombies, who had just a trace of consciousness, and they both expressed a strong desire to join the civilized zombie community, just like their beloved daughter, niece. Given their voluntary willingness, Wen Qingling had no reason to refuse. He took out 2 small blood anemones and handed them to the two zombies respectively. Wen Qingling watched as they finished eating, as they transformed back into their human-like appearance, as they became civilized zombies. As soon as the woman regained consciousness, she tightly embraced her daughter. She wanted to cry but found that she had no tears. Still, she was overjoyed to be reunited with her daughter in this form. The little girl's uncle regained his appearance and turned out to be a young and handsome guy. He expressed his gratitude to Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling repeated the deal to the little girl, and her uncle, Song Yuyuan, pondered for a moment. 300 common crystal cores, we will definitely repay it, but it will take some time. How long do you need to stay here? Wen Qingling replied, I will leave soon. I have other things to do in Ling City. Song Yuyuan said, once the crystal cores are gathered, I will deliver them to you. As for helping to guard Rong City, we will definitely do it. Wen Qingling nodded and said, you can find me in the southern part of Ling City. My main objective is not Rong City but this place. Make sure no one touches the plains here. Song Yuyuan assured him, you can trust me. I will make sure it's well guarded. Wen Qingling added, especially humans. Song Yuyuan seemed puzzled, and Wen Qingling continued, you are no longer humans. Remember that, you are not pure zombies either. You don't need to eat humans, you can eat cooked food. You can live like humans, but in the end, you are not humans. Don't let human weapons target your own kind. Song Yuyuan lowered his head and said, I understand. Wen Qingling had no doubt about the loyalty of civilized zombies. He asked, I need to find a weapons operator. Do you have any candidates? Song Yuyuan asked, do you need to use an armed helicopter? Wen Qingling confirmed, yes, there is an 8th level evolved creature called the General, appearing in Ling City, and I need to eliminate it. Song Yuyuan responded, I used to be a weapons operator. I can serve you. Wen Qingling was somewhat surprised by his luck. Little girl Mo Yuruo was being held by the woman and praised her uncle. She exclaimed, my uncle is amazing. He can fly big planes. Song Yuyuan forced a stiff smile and said, Yuruo is the most amazing. If it weren't for Yuruo, both your uncle and mother would still be unconscious zombies. It was Yuruo who saved them. Mo Yuruo giggled happily, feeling very delighted. Song Yuyuan asked, have you found a pilot? Wen Qingling nodded and said, let's go. I'll take you to meet him. Before leaving, Wen Qingling instructed Mo Yuruo to take good care of Rong City, and that he would visit her when he had the chance. Mo Yuruo's face fell, and she said in a low voice to her mother, Mom, you don't know. His taste is terrible. He picked out an ugly dress for me and insisted it was a princess dress. He even bullies kids. Wen Qingling remained silent. It seemed that he and the children didn't get along well. Wen Qingling took Song Yuyuan to meet Xiao Hen and Ji Rong. Song Yuyuan knew what to say and what not to say. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong had been waiting for a long time, and they finally saw Wen Qingling return with a young person in a training uniform. Wen Qingling introduced them, and both sides greeted each other. Xiao Hen seemed thoughtful. Ji Rong, on the other hand, had question marks all over his head, unable to understand why there was a living person in the direction of the training base. The group of 4 headed to the helicopter pad. Some helicopters there were crashed or damaged. There were only a few helicopters in good condition. These should have been caused by the chaos during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse when survivors tried to escape in helicopters but crashed or were destroyed due to being surrounded by zombies. Among the dense mass of zombies, the four of them struggled to salvage two intact helicopters. Unfortunately, both helicopters were out of fuel. One had no weapons, while the other only had machine gun ammunition and bombs. There were no cannons, rockets, or missiles. Most likely, these weapons had already been depleted at the beginning of the apocalypse. At that time, the world was in chaos, and the national machinery struggled to maintain order. A significant amount of ammunition was wasted, but it couldn't eliminate the ubiquitous zombies. Humans only destroyed their own homeland until everything collapsed completely. Wen Qingling, being an outsider, could only watch them with a sigh as they tried their best to salvage the helicopter with weapons. Since there was no fuel, they had to siphon it from the damaged helicopters that still had fuel but hadn't exploded. The three of them worked tirelessly, gathering all the usable fuel and weapons into one helicopter. They worked from daytime until nighttime. Wen Qingling had already been away from the southern city for a whole day, and he was a bit worried about the situation in Lingcheng. After Xiao Hen and Song Yuyuan confirmed that the helicopter was ready to take off, Wen Qingling didn't delay and avoided the group led by Yin Cheng, who was still persistently searching for people. He hurried back to Ling City overnight. Ji Rong drove the car, speeding all the way, while Xiao Hen and Song Yuyuan took the helicopter to Ling City. They landed 100 miles away from Ling City and waited for Wen Qingling's command. Even from 100 miles away, Wen Qingling could sense the emotions of the zombies in Ling City. It was clear that something had happened in Ling City. Since the general possessed intelligence, how could it not know about their secret plan when the four of them sneaked out? He had already developed enmity with the general. It was abnormal for the general not to attack the civilized base when Wen Qingling had been away from South City for so long. Chapter 45. For safety reasons, originally Wen Qingling wanted Ji Rong to park the car 100 miles away, but now, under the current circumstances, it was completely unnecessary. Wen Qingling's voice reached Xiao Hen and Song Yuyuan's ears. There's trouble at the civilization base. You don't need to wait, go straight to the city center and destroy the general's stronghold. Wen Qingling had instructed Ji Rong to park the car outside South City and not let him go in. Ji Rong stuck his head out and shouted, I can help too. Wen Qingling replied, your greatest help is staying in the car. In the midst of the zombie army that was comparable to a tide of corpses, having a human mixed in was already a lot to handle, and he didn't have time to take care of humans while fighting. Ji Rong, speechless. As soon as Wen Qingling entered South City, an angry roar came from the zombies. All the zombies attacking the civilization base stopped their siege. Wen Qingling appeared on the city wall, looking at the devastated base. His anger had reached its peak. Wen Qingling, roar. The sisters and the blood corpse appeared beside Wen Qingling. All three of them were in a sorry state, covered in dirt. Obviously, they had put in a lot of effort to fulfill their promise and defend the civilization base. The blood corpse's clothes were tattered, almost returning to its original form. The general has gone crazy. Shortly after we returned, it started sending a massive zombie army to attack your base. Did you dig up its ancestor's grave or sleep with its wife? Its hatred for you is too strong. Wen Qingling scanned with his psychic power and had a complete grasp of the casualties inside the base. Fortunately, his parents were unharmed. They had the strength to match a level 4 evolved zombie and were more than capable of dealing with ordinary zombies. The general's command was obstructed by Wen Qingling, prompting an angry roar. In his anger, Wen Qingling unleashed pressure that was on par with the general. For the general, this was undoubtedly the greatest provocation. The general roared again, and all the zombies that were suppressed and motionless resumed their attack on the civilization base. At the same time, the general sent out a massive army of evolved zombies, all heading toward Wen Qingling's direction. The general's target was himself, and Wen Qingling knew that he couldn't let the evolved zombies destroy the base. Wen Qingling leapt off the city wall and rushed towards the central area of Ling City. Along the way, he encountered numerous evolved zombies. Wen Qingling continuously decapitated the evolved zombies and swiftly made his way to the center. No evolved zombie could stop his footsteps. The general had been hiding like a timid turtle, but Wen Qingling had to flush it out. The general's roar grew closer, and the number of evolved zombies increased. Wen Qingling knew that he was getting close to the general's location. Everywhere Wen Qingling passed, it turned into a vine hell, with evolved zombies swaying on the vines. Only Wen Qingling himself kept moving forward, relentlessly. Wen Qingling let out a roar, making the ordinary zombies under the control of the general and some of the evolved zombies become his underlings. The ordinary zombies and evolved zombies began to fight among themselves, creating chaos. A helicopter flew overhead, and Wen Qingling quickly evaded it. Machine gun fire rained down like raindrops, causing both the evolved zombies and ordinary zombies to collapse instantly. The helicopter hovered in the central area, spraying gunfire and dropping bombs. The entire central area turned into a flaming hell, and numerous unseen evolved zombies emerged. This had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Even Wen Qingling was startled by the sheer number of evolved zombies. Evolved zombies were a major threat to humans, and as long as there was an opportunity, Xiao Hen would kill as many as he could. Xiao Hen and Song Yuyuan searched for the general's trace amidst the dense crowd of evolved zombies. The ammunition for the machine gun and bombs was limited, so they had to save the maximum firepower for the level 8 evolved general. Roar. A roar, unlike any other zombie, resounded from the central area of Ling City. Wen Qingling knew that the general was there. Wen Qingling swiftly rushed toward the location of the general, and it seemed that Xiao Hen and Song Yuyuan had also spotted the target. They descended at a low altitude, spraying gunfire and bombing. The central area of Ling City became a vacuum zone, with no zombies daring to linger there. However, in the midst of the blazing flames, a tall figure suddenly leapt out and pounced toward the diving helicopter. "Be careful," Wen Qingling shouted as a warning. Xiao Hen narrowly avoided the oncoming tall figure, using up the remaining machine gun rounds and bombs on it. The tall figure was instantly engulfed in the explosion, and the helicopter quickly ascended, moving away from danger. Xiao Hen and Song Yuyuan both thought that the general would surely be completely destroyed this time. With such intense and indiscriminate firepower, no undead zombie had survived until now. Even reinforced steel would have been blown apart. However, before Xiao Hen and Song Yuyuan could relax, Xiao Hen's mind suddenly became chaotic. He saw the scene where his father killed his mother with a weapon right before his eyes. He forgot that he was piloting the plane, he only wanted to stop his father's insane actions. Xiao Hen's thoughts were disturbed by the general, and he became trapped in that most painful and unwanted moment. No matter how much Wen Qingling and Song Yuyuan shouted at him, he couldn't break free from the mental confusion caused by the general. The helicopter wobbled and crashed down, with countless zombies swarming and piling up on the ground. Their height continued to rise, quickly forming a giant created from the stack of countless zombies. The general had actually created a level 5 evolved zombie, Corpse Mountain, with his own hands. The enormous black figure stood in the center of Ling City. Ji Rong, who was on the outskirts, thought he was seeing things. What did he see? A giant Corpse Mountain raised a massive hand entangled with countless zombies and slapped it toward the descending helicopter. Xiao Hen. Wen Qingling shouted loudly. Thick and sturdy vines emerged from the ground, rapidly converging and twisting into a giant vine resembling a black python, shooting up from the ground and rushing towards the descending hand, attempting to intercept it and protect the helicopter. Xiao Hen was trapped in chaos, repeatedly trying to stop his father but always failing. He was in pain, filled with hatred and unwillingness. Just when his emotions reached their breaking point, he seemed to hear Wen Qingling's voice. Who is Wen Qingling? Xiao Hen couldn't recall for a moment. His brain suddenly throbbed with pain, and the intense panic made it difficult for Xiao Hen to breathe. He remembered Wen Qingling. He should remember this person. This person was important, crucial to him and to humanity. He had to remember this person. Xiao Hen, I will lead the army of zombies to crush the human base. Wen Qingling wielded his deadly weapon, intending to destroy what Xiao Hen cared about the most. If this couldn't snap him out of it, then there was truly no hope left, and they should give up on him. Xiao Hen snapped back to his senses abruptly, forcibly pulling his consciousness away from the general's control. Xiao Hen's head throbbed with excruciating pain, and his vision became blurred. He vaguely saw a massive shadow looming overhead. He urgently adjusted the flight direction, but it was too late. The helicopter appeared tiny like a child's toy in front of the Corpse Mountain, and was slapped to the ground. At the same time, Wen Qingling's giant vine had caught up and pierced through the arm of the Corpse Mountain. The massive hand disintegrated, and the zombies rained down like a shower onto the ground. Black vines quickly grew from the ground, weaving together at lightning speed like a spider's web. Supported by 2 buildings, they ensnared the falling helicopter. Countless zombies on the ground eagerly awaited their fresh flesh. The helicopter was saved. It didn't shatter upon impact. Otherwise, Wen Qingling would have had no chance of rescue. The helicopter would have exploded and disintegrated in midair. The tall and powerful figure leapt toward the helicopter, and Wen Qingling almost acted simultaneously. With a single touch from the corpse mountain, the helicopter had already broken apart, with only a thin piece of metal skin connecting the 2 crew members, completely exposed. Song Yuyuan was not human, so the zombies had no interest in him. But Xiao Hen was different. He was a human and an ability user, which made him a great feast for the zombies. Even the level 8 evolved general was eager for the flesh and blood of human ability. When Wen Qingling arrived, he saw Xiao Hen covered in blood, locked in combat with a 5-meter-tall, dark-skinned, muscular behemoth. Xiao Hen's long knife struck the behemoth, almost producing the sound of a metal collision. This was no ordinary skin, it was like reinforced steel. The long knife was ineffective, so Xiao Hen quickly switched to his weapon. He fired a burst of bullets, but they were all deflected. The dark-skinned behemoth, or rather, the general, lunged at Xiao Hen with incredible speed. Xiao Hen disappeared from his original position, only to reappear where the general was waiting for him. The dark hand of the behemoth grabbed Xiao Hen and lifted him, intending to crush him in its mouth. Roar! Wen Qingling roared in anger. His black pupils instantly turned blood red. The giant vine changed its direction and aimed toward the general on the ground. The general abruptly pushed away, and Wen Qingling leapt high, pouncing toward the dark-skinned behemoth. However, the behemoth threw its prey at Wen Qingling. Spinning in midair, Wen Qingling caught the thrown Xiao Hen and landed on the large web of vines. Xiao Hen's body was filled with broken bones, and his internal organs were severely damaged. A piece was missing from the left side of his neck, and fresh red blood continuously poured out from his mouth and wounds. Xiao Hen's consciousness remained, and he kept staring into Wen Qingling's eyes. Those pure blood-colored eyes were incomparable to the level of a blood corpse. Xiao Hen realized that he might meet his end here. He struggled to speak, give the humans a chance to survive. With each word Xiao Hen uttered, a large amount of blood gushed out from his mouth, dripping from the vine web and falling to the ground, driving the surrounding zombies crazy. Shut up, the dead don't have the qualification to negotiate with me, Wen Qingling rebuked angrily. A large green sphere appeared in Wen Qingling's palm, and without hesitation, he pressed it onto Xiao Hen's body, healing all his wounds, no matter how severe they were. Wen Qingling pulled down his backpack and placed it beside Xiao Hen. Inside the backpack was a blood anemone the size of a soccer ball. He let Xiao Hen treat himself. As soon as the backpack was placed down, Wen Qingling was sent flying by the general. 2 zombies rolled into the horde, engaged in a fierce battle. Wen Qingling was clearly no match for the general, neither in strength nor size. Wen Qingling was suppressed and attacked by the general, and wooden spikes emerged from the ground, viciously aiming at the general. However, they all snapped upon colliding with the dark chest of the general. Even the wooden spikes couldn't pierce through the general's black skin. If the hard way didn't work, then try the soft way. Suddenly, the newly formed vines became soft, entangling the general and pulling it backward. Every time the general broke free, new vines would entwine it, making it as difficult to escape as a sticky candy. The general grew irritated and attempted to use its level of suppression to overpower Wen Qingling. However, it never succeeded with this move. It could only control a dense horde of zombies to rush toward Wen Qingling. The giant hands of the corpse mountain repeatedly slapped the ground, causing it to tremble. The massive vines in the air pierced through the newly condensed hands of the corpse mountain, then wrapped around its body, tightening and severing it. The corpse mountain collapsed, and Wen Qingling was engulfed in the swarm of countless zombies. The general destroyed the entangling vines and once again pounced on Wen Qingling, accompanied by numerous zombie minions, crushing him. Each punch from the general would shatter a piece of flesh on Wen Qingling's body, and the greedy zombie minions would devour him. Often, with just one bite, a zombie minion would explode and perish, but they fearlessly sacrificed themselves. Even if they exploded, countless zombie minions continued to come forward, leaving Wen Qingling covered in injuries. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, and numerous black vines wildly grew and swept away all the zombies. Wen Qingling, in tattered clothing, stood on the vines. His body revealed bones and internal organs, and blood dripped down like rain. He let out a roar. This roar echoed throughout the entire Ling city. The commanding authority of General over all the zombies was instantly seized by Wen Qingling, and with a single thought, all the zombies swarmed towards General. General also activated its ability to command all zombies and engaged in a struggle with Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling was filled with immense anger. This was the most severe injury he had sustained since becoming a zombie. He roared and rushed forward, intending to kill General. However, General wasn't foolish enough to actually bite Wen Qingling. Its genetic instinct told it that Wen Qingling couldn't be bitten, only killed. The two fought fiercely. General's knotted muscles could deflect bullets, and its dark skin could defend against blades. It remained unscathed even under machine gun fire and bomb explosions. On the other hand, Wen Qingling had delicate skin and flesh that would bleed at the slightest touch. His fragile body was no match for a human in terms of durability. General shattered one of Wen Qingling's arms with a punch and kicked him, causing half of his body to disappear. Wen Qingling was thrown to the ground, his body battered and blood uncontrollably pouring out. His blood-red eyes returned to black and gradually lost focus, turning into the gray eyes of an ordinary zombie. Finally, his eyes closed completely. General let out a victorious roar. The horde of zombies below joined in a collective roar, celebrating General's victory. Xiao Hen lay on the large net woven from vines, helplessly watching everything unfold. He couldn't move, as his entire body was broken. Wen Qingling's healing was still ongoing, but Xiao Hen could only watch from afar as Wen Qingling's body was severely damaged. His limbs were gone, his body was maimed, and only an empty shell remained. His blood had already dried up, drained completely. Wen Qingling's blood seeped into the soil, giving rise to numerous bloodthirsty anemones, which absorbed his blood and grew rapidly. Soon, they buried Wen Qingling completely. At this moment, Xiao Hen's panic reached its peak. His tightly wounded nerves suddenly snapped, and from the fragmented crevices, the hidden emotions that he had isolated and sealed away, never allowing himself to savor, seeped out like wild weeds, corroding every inch of his flesh. He had never imagined that Wen Qingling would actually die one day, let alone in such a tragic manner. He was so strong, yet he still died, and he died at the hands of the level 8 evolved being, General. Xiao Hen had never anticipated that witnessing Wen Qingling's death before his eyes would be such an unbearable thing to accept. He didn't want Wen Qingling to die, he didn't want him to die like this. Wen Qingling was his light, his hope. How could he die in such a miserable way here? Absolutely not. Xiao Hen let out an extremely suppressed roar, unleashing all his hidden potential and breaking free from his restraints. His stagnant ability level began to loosen and then shattered like a cicada's wings, ability level C, achieved. Xiao Hen's body couldn't move, but he could curl his fingers and release invisible spatial blades, slashing towards General. The spatial blades were formless and colorless, killing without a trace. When ordinary zombies touched them, their heads immediately moved elsewhere. Evolved zombies would be severed in two. Even General would be left with wounds on its body when touched by the blades. General clearly didn't believe that anyone could harm it. It lowered its head and looked at the wound on its chest, realizing that it was indeed injured. It let out a furious roar and pounced in the direction of Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen continued to flick his fingers, sending out invisible spatial blades one after another. Kill them all! Kill them all! If Wen Qingling had died, why should they still be alive? General gained a few more wounds on its body, but suddenly it stopped and looked toward Wen Qingling's location. Xiao Hen also noticed that something was wrong. The horde of zombies was falling down in large numbers, and it wasn't caused by his spatial blades. He turned his gaze towards Wen Qingling and saw his tattered body rapidly healing. The scene before Xiao Hen reminded him of the corpses of zombies outside the abandoned factory. When the zombies stopped dying, Wen Qingling opened his eyes and let out a terrifying roar. Whether they were evolved zombies or ordinary ones, they all obediently submitted under Wen Qingling's pressure. The reassembled mountain of corpses began to crumble, and one by one, the zombies separated and crashed onto the ground like a torrent, obediently becoming submissive zombies. Even Xiao Hen, as a human, felt his mind go blank, temporarily losing his ability to think. He could clearly sense that Wen Qingling's strength had become even stronger than before. Wen Qingling stood up, his blood-red eyes reappearing, and without hesitation, he pounced towards General. Finish the healing and return to the base first, don't stay here. These were the words left by Wen Qingling in Xiao Hen's ears. General was also startled by Wen Qingling's sudden feigning death. At first, it was caught off guard and was suppressed by Wen Qingling, being beaten down. Just as it was about to have its head twisted off, General suddenly came to its senses. It was the true ruler, how could it be beaten by a small monster like this? General flipped Wen Qingling over and started to fight back. The mountain of corpses piled up and condensed again, while Wen Qingling's giant vines rapidly gathered. In a battle between abilities, they didn't need the mountain of corpses to interfere. The mountain of corpses was left to the giant vines to deal with, while Wen Qingling focused on killing the dog, General, who had killed him once. The two super-powered zombies fought fiercely, and it became pitch black around them. General lifted Wen Qingling and tried to tear him apart, but Wen Qingling held onto General's head. If you dare to tear me, I'll rip your head off. The two boss-level zombies rolled around like children fighting, exchanging punches and kicks. General didn't dare to bite Wen Qingling, fearing that it would explode. Wen Qingling didn't want to bite General either because it stank, so they could only rely on their fists and feet. Wen Qingling lifted General and smashed it into a building by the roadside. With a loud crash, a big hole was created in the building, but General remained unscathed and quickly rushed back, grabbing Wen Qingling and slamming him towards the ground. Wen Qingling's bones shattered, rendering him unable to move, while General roared and twisted his neck, thinking he wouldn't be able to revive anymore. General was finally entangled by Wen Qingling's final wood-based ability. Countless vines densely wrapped around General's body. General became enraged and summoned a horde of zombies to help remove the vines. Before the vines could be completely cleared, the zombies that were clearing the vines fell down in groups once again, collapsing outward like waves of wheat. General was horrified, watching as Wen Qingling's neck returned to its place, his broken bones creaking and resetting, and Wen Qingling once again stood up unharmed. General. Is this a monster? Wen Qingling pounced again. General became furious. If an old zombie doesn't show its might, do you think it's a baby zombie? This battle lasted the entire night, and several buildings in the city center were destroyed. No zombie dared to join their fight. By the next day, Ling City would only have one king. The only one. Xiao Hen and Song Yuyuan couldn't help and have already returned to the civilized base, waiting for Wen Qingling to come back. The dawn broke, and the once noisy Ling City finally regained its peace. Wen Qingling returned, bathed in blood. From then on, Ling City would no longer have a general. Ling City would only have Wen Qingling. Chapter 46. Someone asked Wen Qingling, is the general dead? Wen Qingling looked at the person strangely. How could the general, who was such a formidable presence, easily die in a place like Ling City, which was a zombie paradise, with over 20 million zombies in the past 2 years? The chances of zombie evolution were extremely high. They didn't need to gradually evolve from low level to high level. For example, the level 8 evolved zombie, the general, was already at that level from the beginning of its evolution. During the evolution process, it attracted numerous evolved zombies to come close and protect it. Just like the level 7 evolved zombie, the turret, nobody knew how it completed its evolution, and there was no scientific basis for it, but the turret existed. Undoubtedly, the general was the strongest among the zombies that Wen Qingling had encountered. However, it was not easy for the general to kill Wen Qingling. Every time Wen Qingling died, he would automatically absorb the energy of other zombies and resurrect himself. Regardless of whether the absorbed zombies volunteered or not, the more times Wen Qingling died, the stronger he would become. The loss of zombie minions would also be greater. Even if his neck was twisted or his head was severed, it would be useless as he could always regenerate. The general got fed up and finally realized that Wen Qingling was an even more terrifying presence than itself. After a night of battle without any result, Wen Qingling became increasingly powerful while the general had no choice but to leave in anger. If you can't provoke someone, you can always avoid them. So the general ran away from home, and no one knew where it went. Xiao Hen, speechless. Ji Rong, speechless. If the general ran away from home, who would suffer in the end? Of course, it would be the human survivors' base. Ji Rong sincerely advised, Dr. Wen, next time we can't do such things. All these terrifying beings, running away from home, one by one will lead to chaos in the outside world, even if Ling City is safe. Wen Qingling leisurely said, children have to leave home eventually. It's no good for them to stay at home all day. If they're zombies, they should go out and explore. Ji Rong, speechless. Xiao Hen, speechless. Wen Qingling sent people to clean up the battlefield. After this battle, all the zombie crystals belonged to Wen Qingling. He even had people retrieve the remaining blood anemones, and even the soil with his bloodstains was also shoveled back. Having experienced the horrors of blood corpses, Wen Qingling had to be more cautious. He generously waived the debt of 300 ordinary crystals owed by Song Yuyuan as compensation for his participation in the battle. Right after the battle, Song Yuyuan was sent back to Rong City to guard the training base there on behalf of Wen Qingling. As for Xiao Hen, being alive was the greatest compensation given to him by Wen Qingling. Xiao Hen's neck had been bitten by the general, and the wound had already healed. It had also been treated with blood anemone, but the toxins had not been completely eliminated. There was still a dark green mark, resembling an ice flower, on the left side of Xiao Hen's neck. If he used blood anemone to detoxify, the dark green mark would disappear, but it would reappear shortly after, and as time passed, the mark would grow larger until it spread throughout his body. Wen Qingling was studying this stubborn dark green ice flower, while Ji Rong mourned with a gloomy face beside him. Dr. Wen, can you say something? Can our boss still be saved? Wen Qingling replied calmly, as long as there is blood anemone, he can't die for the time being. Ji Rong exclaimed in horror, but if there's no blood anemone, won't he turn into a zombie in minutes? Wen Qingling glanced at him. Xiao Hen also felt powerless. Is blood anemone ineffective against level 8 evolved zombies virus? Wen Qingling corrected him, it's not ineffective, but it can't completely eliminate them. In simple terms, it still depends on my strength. As long as I can surpass the level 8 evolved zombies, clearing the toxins they leave behind is a matter of minutes. Xiao Hen asked, when will you surpass the level 8 evolved zombies, then? Wen Qingling shrugged, I don't know. I'll go with the flow. Ji Rong exclaimed miserably, don't just go with the flow. It's our boss's life, how can we just go with the flow? Wen Qingling looked at him directly, since you don't want me to go with the flow, can you provide me with enough nuclei? I need a lot of nuclei to level up. Do you have any? Ji Rong, speechless. Indeed, they didn't have any. They were broke. Xiao Hen understood and finally realized why Wen Qingling cared so much about nuclei. It was directly linked to his strength. From this perspective, Wen Qingling didn't seem like a zombie. Instead, he resembled a human with special abilities because human ability users also needed nuclei to enhance their abilities. Wen Qingling waved his hand, broke people don't have the right to speak. You can shut up now. The virus left by the level 8 evolved zombie was undoubtedly a mockery towards Wen Qingling. Without Xiao Hen and Ji Rong saying anything, Wen Qingling would still find a way to deal with the virus. Otherwise, wouldn't he be telling all the zombies that he couldn't measure up to the general? Since ordinary blood anemones didn't work, Wen Qingling called Kui Bao and had it treat Xiao Hen. Xiao Hen endured being repeatedly stabbed by Kui Bao's tentacles, and Ji Rong watched with fear and trembling. It was really painful. After the Kui Bao finished its feeding, Wen Qingling lightly wiped the wound, and it immediately healed. The dark green ice flower zombie virus disappeared once again, but this time, it took a long time before the dark green ice flower reappeared. Wen Qingling rubbed his chin. Kui Bao won't work either. Then let Kui Mu give it a try. Ji Rong was shocked and terrified. Dr. Wen, Brother Wen, we can't do this. Look at our boss's complexion. He can't withstand continuous blood loss. Indeed, the zombie virus was being drawn out, but at the same time, Xiao Hen's blood was continuously being drained. Wen Qingling stared at Xiao Hen's face for a moment. He does look a bit pale, but it's okay. Let my mom cook something delicious to replenish him. It's just blood, he can always replenish it. Ji Rong, speechless. Ji Rong looked at his boss and saw a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Was he under some kind of spell? Ji-rong held his head, feeling extremely weak. I feel like I'm also lacking blood. Can Auntie give me a replenishment too? Wen Qingling glanced at Ji-rong. It depends on your fate. My mom prefers handsome guys. If you don't fit her taste, you might not get to taste her cooking. Ji-rong, speechless. Ji-rong touched his own face and compared it to his boss's face. Suddenly, he felt a sense of despair. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, it was still the era of looks. Unfair. Wen Qingling brought the two of them and Kui Bao back home. The base had just experienced war, and the wooden city walls had been repaired. However, the buildings and facilities within the base suffered significant damage and required time for repairs and restoration. Chaos was everywhere, and people were busy. In this battle, the civilized zombies lost nearly 200 people. This made Wen Qingling extremely angry. The civilized zombies did have a connection to him through their blood. Having the ability to self-heal and improve their strength along with him was already remarkable. It was almost impossible for them to possess the ability to resurrect like him. So when they died, they were really gone. The previous ease was no longer present. The base was filled with a serious and tense atmosphere, neither sad nor sorrowful. They had probably lost even these two emotions. They were on high alert, waiting for any future wars to erupt, determined to avenge their deceased loved ones and friends. They were all people who had turned into zombies, with strong hearts. Each person was carrying out their tasks in an orderly manner. Xiao Hen and Ji-rong walked along, observing everything. Their mental states were much better than they had imagined. It was Ji-rong's first time visiting Wen Qingling's home, and he had heard that Wen Qingling's parents were still alive. He suddenly became nervous about the visit. Ji-rong rubbed his hands and asked Xiao Hen in a low voice, "Boss, it's your first time visiting Dr. Wen's house. Did you bring a gift?" Xiao Hen had a question mark on his face. "Do we need to bring a gift?" Ji-rong anxiously said, "When visiting someone's home, isn't it customary to bring a gift?" Xiao Hen had a puzzled expression. He had eaten at Wen Qingling's house countless times and had never brought a gift. Was that too impolite? Xiao Hen's face turned serious. "You're right, but I've never brought one." Ji-rong slapped Xiao Hen's shoulder. "That's where you're wrong. You've been eating free meals for so long. Luckily, Dr. Wen has a good temper. If it were someone else, they would definitely ask you to pay for your share." Xiao Hen stopped in his tracks, and Ji-rong followed suit. Wen Qingling, with his good temper, looked at them strangely. "What's wrong?" Xiao Hen turned around and walked back. "I'll go out for a moment and be back soon." Ji-rong hurriedly caught up. "Wait for me, I'll go with you." Wen Qingling returned home, and Zhong Lan was preparing lunch. She heard a sound and walked out, only to find that her son had come back alone. Zhong Lan looked outside but didn't see anyone. "Where's your friend?" Wen Qingling replied, "I don't know." After the intense battle, Wen Qingling was exhausted, and his mental energy was in a resting state. He didn't have the energy to constantly project his thoughts. Wen Zheng was sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping his blood anemone tentacle tea. The cup was filled with a bright red color, giving the impression that he was drinking blood. Wen Zheng patted the sofa, motioning for Wen Qingling to come and sit beside him. Wen Qingling walked over and sat down, tilting his head to look at his father. Wen Zheng asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Wen Qingling pondered carefully. Building a civilized base, would that be considered a plan? Wen Zheng slapped his thigh, excitedly causing the tea to spill on his pants. His instinctive reaction almost made him jump up. He scolded his disappointing son, "You've conquered the entire Ling city, and all you have in mind is a small civilized base. Can't you have a grander ambition?" Wen Qingling blinked. How grand does it need to be considered an ambition? Wen Zheng straightened his back, pointing out the way forward. "At the very least, you should focus on the construction of the entire Ling city. That's what I call ambition." Wen Qingling thought seriously. "But Ling city is too large, filled with decayed zombies. What's the use of me building Ling city?" Zhong Lan came out with a spatula in hand. "Son, I agree with your father. Just look at yesterday's battle. If it weren't for your strength, we would have been wiped out by that, General. And that was just an internal conflict among our zombies. If humans discover our existence and can't tolerate us, they will try to exterminate us. Do you think our base of only 1,000? No, now just over 800 civilized zombies can resist. We can't rely on you alone to fight against the entire zombie world and humanity. If we want to survive, we must have our own power and not be at the mercy of anyone. Getting angry, Zhang Lan waved the spatula and cursed, "Last night, I was almost bitten by a damn, ugly monster, on the neck. Fortunately, your father arrived in time, and the two of us teamed up to blow off that, ugly monster's, head." Wen Zheng patted his wife's back to calm her down, and then he said to Wen Qingling, "You can't fight the whole world alone. Only when our group becomes stronger do we have the qualifications to compete for our survival space." Speaking of sadness, Zhang Lan started wiping her tears, even though she had no tears to shed. "I heard that you died several times last night. Look at the blood anemones they brought back. I know the suffering you went through. I absolutely won't allow such a thing to happen again. You must take over the entire Ling City, build it up, and make it your stronghold. Decayed zombies are nothing. Just turn them all into civilized zombies. Look at how many blood anemones they brought back. How much blood did you shed to grow so many blood anemones? Stop wandering around aimlessly all the time. Did you hear me?" Wen Qingling was truly afraid of his parents. He quickly nodded obediently. "I heard you. I promise that such a thing won't happen again." Zhang Lan held the spatula and pointed it at Wen Qingling. As long as Wen Qingling dared to say a word of disagreement, she would definitely smack him in the face with the spatula. What else? Wen Qingling had a helpless expression on his face. He raised his fist and declared a slogan, "Building the Ling City base starts with me." Zhang Lan finally showed a stiff smile. "That's my precious baby." Zhang Lan rushed over and hugged her beloved son, kissing his cheeks. Wen Zheng said, "What you're cooking is burning." Zhang Lan hurriedly screamed and rushed into the kitchen. Wen Qingling said, "Nothing's burning at all. I didn't smell anything." Wen Zheng said, "Don't you feel embarrassed to let my wife kiss you?" Wen Qingling replied, "She's my mom." Wen Zheng retorted, "She's my wife." The father and son stared at each other, neither giving in. Suddenly, Wen Zheng said, "I'll let your wife kiss me in the future and see how you react." Wen Qingling imagined the scene of his future wife kissing his dad, and he shivered. He quickly dispelled the thought. It was too terrifying and he couldn't bear to think about it. It shattered his worldview. Just then, there was a loud bang from outside the door, followed by the agonizing howl of a mutated bull. Chapter 47. The father and son exchanged a glance, walked out of the living room, and saw a muscular mutant cow being tied up, struggling on the ground. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong were sweating profusely, as they had carried it all the way back. Xiao Hen said, "Greetings." Wen Qingling. Speechless. Wen Zheng, speechless. Zhang Lan, with excellent hearing, heard their conversation from the kitchen, but she misheard it as a gift for meeting. Holding a spatula, she rushed out and exclaimed, "This gift for meeting is too stingy. Let me tell you, there's no way you can take my son away with a mutant cow." Wen Qingling, speechless. Wen Zheng, speechless. Did the mother-in-law reveal something? Wen Zheng quickly pulled his wife aside and whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of random thoughts are you always having? We have a son, not a daughter." Zhang Lan gave her husband a look that said, "You're really clueless." She had discovered her son's little secret back in his junior high school days, but since he hadn't openly discussed it with the family, Zhang Lan pretended not to know. However, after their son finally fulfilled their wish and got admitted to the medical university, the world ended before he could finish his first year. Xiao Hen, speechless. Ji Rong, speechless. Ji Rong quickly spoke, "Auntie, you heard it wrong. This is a visitation gift. Our boss has visited multiple times, causing you inconvenience." Faced with such an awkward situation, Zhang Lan, a comrade who couldn't be easily embarrassed, tucked her falling black hair behind her ears and slumped her face, saying, "Fortunately, I misheard it. Otherwise, if someone wanted to take my son away with a mutant cow, I definitely wouldn't agree." Zhang Lan almost revealed her true nature. If it weren't for the presence of a potential future daughter-in-law, she would have shown her true colors. Ji Rong gave an awkward yet polite smile and said, Yes, Dr. Wen is so outstanding that the person worthy of him hasn't been born yet. Auntie, please don't worry about this." As soon as Ji Rong finished speaking, he immediately received two pairs of eyes, one from Xiao Hen and one from Zhang Lan. If it weren't for maintaining a gentle and good mother-in-law image in front of the future daughter-in-law, Zhang Lan would have rolled up her sleeves by now. Is this even human language? So, my son is doomed to be single. Ji Rong, speechless. The smile gradually faded, and he could no longer maintain it. Wen Qingling said, "Mom, the food is burning." Zhang Lan exclaimed, "Ah," and quickly turned around to rush back to the kitchen to continue working on her grand meal. Xiao Hen's gaze fell on Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling still had a slumped face, showing no emotion. He turned and walked towards the living room. "Come over, let Kui Mu take a look at you." Xiao Hen and Ji Rong followed Wen Qingling upstairs to the room where Kui Mu was kept. The dark blue icy pattern on the side of Xiao Hen's neck was already quite noticeable. The zombie virus had reappeared and started to corrode Xiao Hen's body. The largest blood anemone they had seen before was only the size of a person when Kui Bao transformed. But now, two giant blood anemones, taller than humans, appeared before them, leaving both of them in shock. The two pregnant Kui Mu looked a bit intimidating, but the green ribbons tied around them made them somewhat cute. Wen Qingling touched the bulging bellies of the Kui Mu and introduced them. "These two are the blood that grew from my heart. Their detoxification ability should be even stronger." Xiao Hen asked, "Blood from your heart?" Wen Qingling gestured to his chest. "Yes, Shu Shengfei set a trap for me. She used wooden thorns to pierce my heart and threw me into the zombie horde." There was no need to explain in detail, Xiao Hen already understood. It must have been at that abandoned factory where Wen Qingling was waiting to die. Blood flowed out, giving birth to the blood anemones. He, on the other hand, didn't die like he was supposed to but came back to life, just like last night. The zombie bodies outside the abandoned factory were good evidence. Until now, only Xiao Hen knew about Wen Qingling being a zombie. Ji Rong had been suspicious all along, but no one gave him a definite answer. Such a miraculous thing, he dared not assert it himself. Wen Qingling said, "Give it a try." Ji Rong quickly stopped him. "Wait, Dr. Wen, please look at the thick tentacles of Kui Mu and then look at our boss's delicate neck. Do you really think it can accommodate so many tentacles without breaking his neck?" Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen and asked, "Afraid of pain?" Xiao Hen replied, "I can bear it." Wen Qingling touched the bulging belly of Kui Mu and had one tentacle gently probe Xiao Hen's neck. Even though it was already quite thick, when it penetrated Xiao Hen's neck, it was quickly withdrawn with just a gentle suction. Nevertheless, Xiao Hen's face quickly turned pale. He had lost too much blood. Wen Qingling healed his wound and stared at his neck for a long time, but the dark blue icy pattern did not appear. Xiao Hen breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Rong became excited. "It really works. Has it been completely eradicated?" Wen Qingling shook his head. "I'm not sure. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't reappear, then it's been cleared. If it reappears, it means that even Kui Mu can't completely resolve it, and we'll have to wait until I become stronger." The three of them went downstairs, and the rich aroma of the food had already filled the entire house. Wen Zheng was helping Zhang Lan set the table. This time, there were 5 people, so the long table had been changed to a round one, which made it easier to pass dishes around. Looking at the table full of dishes, Ji Rong's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He looked at his boss with resentment. So this was the kind of life his boss was living in Wen Qingling's base. It was more abundant than what they had before the apocalypse. No wonder his boss was so eager to convert Wen Qingling. Was it all for this kind of lavish lifestyle? Zhang Lan seemed to have forgotten the awkwardness at the door and warmly invited them to sit down. As soon as they sat down, Zhang Lan personally served a bowl of soup to Xiao Hen. "This is spinach and pork liver soup. It can replenish your blood. Drink a little more. Next time, Auntie will make you stewed angelica and black bone chicken soup. We have the angelica, but we need to go out and find the mutated black bone chicken. For these few days, you can drink pork liver soup, bone broth, and red date rock sugar porridge. We have all the ingredients, so don't worry. Once your uncle finds the mutated black bone chicken, Auntie will make you the stewed angelica and black bone chicken soup. I guarantee it will help improve your health."